Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't even see you in there.
I just now popped in there.
Yeah, I was just listening to G Web's podcast while I was waiting on everybody to jump back over.
Yeah, I've been listening to it too.
Yeah, I apologize about that earlier link. This is the first one I've hosted, so I'm still trying to figure this all out.
That's no problem. That the holster you used to carry the Nate Tactica.
Yeah, yeah, Neat Score Tactical. I've got three of them. Bought one for each one of my guns. Freaking love it.
They're comfortable, that's for sure. I've got one.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've fallen asleep with it on.
I kind of switch out. I've got that one, and then I've got a Helen Gear, and then I've got a Tommy Tice holster.
Hey, like that alien gear.
It it surprised me for the money. It's actually an excellent holster.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I went with the Nate Square is because it keeps the oh, like right here in the handle, it keeps that from poking into me, or in the grip, it keeps that from jabbing into my side. So
Yeah,
I
I
know with
understand
the,
that.
I think the first holster I got was a Blackhawk, Galco Blackhawk or something like that, and I mean, it was from my 1911. It just jammed that handle right into my side all the time.
I carry the LN gear. I carry a fairly heavy gun, so the LN gear kind of spreads it out on the belt some.
Right. I know. Well, see, I've got that. I've got one of those Nate squares for my 1911, and I mean, as far as spreading the weight out, I really don't notice anything because the what is it? The suede leather backing on it. Yeah, it just kind of like hugs right onto my hip and supports it right there.
Yeah, they do seem like they kind of drip at you somewhat.
Yeah, it sounds like G Web's podcast is getting ready to end, so there'll probably be a lot more people in here now.
Yeah, they're wrapping it up. I kind of figured the Supreme Court was going to find against him anyway.
Do what now?
I said that what they're talking about the Supreme Court decision. I was looking for that decision on that case. On that cop that bought his dad a firearm. Hey, Huck.
Hey, Huck, I didn't even see you sneak in.
Yo, how's everybody doing tonight?
No, not too bad.
I figured if I put a picture of a chick up, maybe it'd trick some people into coming in.
That's why I called the lobby chat the pink room, hoping that they'd think there was a bunch of girls in here. So,
Nice.
Hasn't worked real well yet.
well, actually, there's two people from overseas that are actually watching chat.
Oh, is there?
Yeah,
Must be boring.
yeah. One's written all in Arabic, so I don't even can't even read that. And then there's a Tashi Funcho or something, so it's hard to tell where he's from.
I find it very frustrating working on someone's knife who doesn't want to see their knife, because then I can't post any pictures of it on Facebook or gun channels or anything. I don't want to ruin their knife for them.
Whose are you working on now?
Fatty with a firearm,
Oh, okay.
doing a real basic knife with a mahogany handle, leather sheath, simple,
Oh, nice.
mild steel. Came out pretty nice. I just can't show it off till he gets the damn thing.
Yeah, I kept your address when I bought all those bullets off of you. That way, if I get some empty casings, I'll send them to you. Maybe something, yeah, maybe some old files or something like that along with it.
Hell yeah, man! I do a lot of trading stuff too, so.
Okay. Well, they should be coming in now.
Did it end?
Yeah.
Pretty good chat from what I heard. I didn't hear much of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty hot topic. They were talking about it last night too. Yeah, I was hoping Cello would have answered a PM before I made a purchase tonight, but he wasn't on yet. He ended up buying me a pistol upper.
Sweet. Are you gonna put a brace on it, or do an SPR, or what?
I probably won't put a brace on it, at least for now, but I was wanting to finish my pistol build, and I had a choice between the going with a 5.56 upper or a 300 blackout, and this was just too cheap of a price on the 300 blackout not to pass it up, so guess my pistol's going to be a 300.
That's sweet. I don't think I've ever actually shot one of those.
Yeah, hell, I haven't even shot a pistol yet, so this will be an experience.
I gotta love shooting those. I fired quite a few AR and AK pistols.
Yeah, I'll probably have to invest in that brace. Get one before they decide to take them off the market.
Yeah, that was kind of my logic. I just noticed I'm friends with Jesse James on Facebook with his, West Coast choppers. I follow him, and he just put out an AR design with the brace. But that was
Cool.
kind of very, very cool looking little gun.
I don't think they'll take them off the market, but they might reverse their decision and say it's illegal to shoulder it.
I don't know. That's a fine line they'd be walking there.
Yeah, it would be the first time, though.
Was Cello even in here any last night? I didn't see him.
I kept seeing his name pop up in the different rooms and stuff, but he wasn't in any chats. He must have his PMs for gun channels turned off too, because I tried PMing him.
That's
Sandy wants to
unusual.
know what you're making, Huck.
What's that?
Sandy wants to know what you're making.
I'm cutting a tiny, tiny, tiny little reindeer out
Oh,
of
sweet.
999 silver.
Yeah, they're in the side chats. The upper I got, Huck. If you wanted to take a look at it.
Oh, cool. That's wicked looking.
Yeah, I couldn't beat the price.
Looks good.
.300 ammunition ain't too plentiful around here.
Nah, but if I like it, I'm sure I'll probably get another upper for my rifle, and I'll look into actually reloading. I should cut back on some of the costs.
Not to be able to see it, but here is a tiny little reindeer. Light's all messed up. There you go.
Man, it looks nice.
It's still rough. It's a lot of cleanup work once I actually have it on the soldered in place or glued in place.
Yeah, it definitely looks nice. You are an artist, I will say that.
Thank you, sir. I do a lot of practice. It'd be a lot easier if my light wasn't giving me so much trouble.
Yeah, if I tried something like that, it'd look like a deformed dog or something.
Well, mine
Wouldn't even
definitely.
be able to. Go ahead, Huck.
I was just gonna say mine definitely did for a long time. I've got some of the original pieces that my dad saved from when I was first learning that.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Hey,
How's it
Bob.
going?
Does that look like the reindeer you have in Canada?
Yep.
Most of the ones I've seen were drowned because there was a dam release, but yeah. Yeah, that looks
Nice.
pretty much like a reindeer. We had when one of our dams up north opened up too soon, and the reindeer were on their, migratory crossing of this area, and yeah, a whole bunch of them got drowned and people got fired.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't
Unicorn.
have a lot of reindeer here in Saskatoon. Oh, you know what? We do have unicorns, but it's just because people been like modifying horses. They're putting unicorn horns on horses by like putting implants under their heads. It's really gross. I don't like people doing that.
I was gonna say modifying horses. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. It's bizarre. But people do weird shit. I mean, I think the human equivalent of these people who put they get pieces of coral like implanted under their skin on their skull, and then because it's coral, your bone will actually grow around it,
Right.
and so they end up with horns.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have those implanted,
Yeah, shit in their
like in
face,
the
like
goth community and stuff like that.
circles in their forehead and weird shit like that, and it's just like, how the fuck do you get some doctor? Maybe it's not a doctor, I guess, but like, it just does, and it's expensive. It's like with tattoos. I know some
Right.
people who have these really elaborate tattoos, and oh yeah, that was like $4,000, and I'm like, you fucking kidding me? I could have found way better ways to spend that money. I know it's art and everything else, but that's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Yeah, they can get expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can.
I'd get my kids' names tattooed on over my heart or something. That I could see.
I don't know if I'll be able to get down here at the camera.
I once thought again. Oh, you got Pink Panther on your arm? Yeah, that's your Pink
Yeah.
Panther thing, man. That's cool. I think they're cool, but I
Yeah.
also think they're expensive.
Yeah. I think that one only cost me like $150. So.
Well, see, that's not bad. Like if it's, but these like 3,000. Oh, I'm gonna get a sleeve from here to here, and that's like,
Yeah.
me. I would say I'm gonna buy a couple of guns or maybe a car.
Right. The
Right.
best thing to do is probably like get a friend that is a tattooist or something like that.
Yeah.
And just tell him, here's my arm. You can experiment with it. Do whatever you want.
I guess if you got a friend. It's
Yeah.
like that girl in Russia who got her boyfriend's name tattooed across her forehead. Couple days after she met him.
Oh, gee.
It's the same guy who did the stars on some girl's face. Some girl said, "Oh no, I didn't want stars on my face. I fell asleep, and he did it while I was sleeping." It's like, hey, you got like stars tattooed on your face, and you were asleep? I don't think so.
Yep. Yeah, I've got
man,
a couple
must have
friends
had
that have, well, I mean, they were both kind of in bands too, but
Mm,
so they had friends that were tattooists and stuff like that, and that's what they did. They got all their work done for free.
yeah, if you can get it done for free, that's I still wouldn't do it. Like I say, I mean, I once thought I'd get a Canadian tattooed over my heart, and then I realized, man, if I'm ever, running away from, or, in some kind of combat where I happen to be topless, that's a fucking target.
Yep.
I think I want to put the heart somewhere like 5 feet to the left of me on that other guy. Yeah, we had that talking about body armor for regular people buying body armor, and I keep thinking about it and going, yeah, that plate is so cheap though. It's like, well, almost why not? For what? I mean, it's not like you're gonna go on a march with it because like you're old and you're a stuck home prepper kind of thing, you know.
Right.
Like me, it's like, oh, I took the dog for a half-hour walk. Yahoo! I'm doing better.
I tell you what, I was on Facebook today, and there's quite a few interesting guns coming across the rooms on there.
Yeah. I know they were talking about gun transferring tonight earlier, and
Right.
how some guy got in trouble for transferring. And I was like, man, that sucks, because like, I mean, if I wanted to buy a gun from Gun Geek, or Gun Geek wanted to buy a gun and then give it to me, you know, for a gift or
Right.
whatever, all he has to do is look at, oh, you got a PAL, it's valid, the date's valid, blah blah blah, picture looks like you, okay.
Yep.
Like that's all we have to do. We have to do the stupid thing to get the PAL to start with, and ours is constant. Like if I fucking, you know, if my wife tonight, you know, I decide to go up and beat up my wife or something, as soon as she reports that to the cops, all my guns are gone. You know,
Right.
because they go, oh, you got a gun license, and they're going to come in and search your house. Now, you know, they don't know how many guns I have or anything, but they know I have guns. So, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's possible you could have put some in a 40 millimeter grenade container and buried in the backyard, but
Oh, trust me, if she was that pissed off at you, I'm sure she'd let him know how much you had.
oh, well, no, because she has no idea. My wife doesn't come in my cave, my grotto, and I don't tell her about everything. I'm pretty sure she doesn't know I have 2 gun safes now, or gun cabinets now.
No crap.
Yeah, she knew I had one. Now I got one just for shotguns. Oh, shotguns are so addictive. I mean, they're the crack of guns.
I know, and they're so cheap.
I know they're cheap, and they do so many cool things. Like you got to have a single shot, just cause Dave Canterbury says this is the best thing for, you know, bushcraft survival.
Right.
And you know, you got to have your double barrel cowboy shotgun, because well, they're just too fucking cool. And then, you know, you got to have your semi-automatics for hunting, and you know, I couldn't find an 1100, so I bought an 878, which was the generation before, so it was like a 1950s design. Downside of that, works great. Downside of it, it's got a 3-round, or it'll hold 3 rounds, 2 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber, and that's it. And part of that front tube is part of the gas system for some stupid reason, the way it's designed.
That's the way mine is. Well, mine's 3 and 1 in the chamber.
Okay, yeah. Well, maybe mine's 3. No, I think it's only 2. I don't know. But, I mean, it's a beautiful gun, and it was like, it's got this gorgeous walnut wood furniture on it and stuff, and, you know, and you can tell the gun was used, because, like, you can tell that the finish on the receiver is kind of baked off.
Oh, really?
So it was used to hunt with, but it functions flawlessly every fucking time with any kind of ammunition. Like everything from the light target loads to fucking full off, you know, slug loads. Only 2 3/4 because it's a 50s gun, right?
Right.
Yeah, and it's just such a beautiful gun, and it cost me $200 fucking dollars. You know, and I bought it on, you know, and I bought it through this website I have for guns in Canada, and it like came in the mail, and the mailman, you know, comes up with this like 5-foot long package. Here you go. Can you sign here? Yep. Actually, I got one gun, and the postman, I'm supposed to sign for it, right? And he just left it in between my screen door and my door.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like, oh, fucking cool. Yeah, ammo has to be FedExed or something like that. I know every time I get a crate of ammo, like the guy carries the ammo up to the door and goes, "That's really heavy." Yep.
Yeah, mine's Smith & Wesson 1000.
Oh yeah. Well, that's an older gun.
Yeah. Well, I think they started making them again, but yeah, mine's out of the first run.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and it looked like somebody had just bought it.
Yeah.
Given it to their husband or whatever as a gift. They didn't want it
Yeah.
and took it right back to the gun shop. I mean, this thing was, practically. I think it was unfired.
Oh yeah. Well, that's always nice.
Yeah.
And get a new gun at a used price.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, then somehow I bought some other shotgun somehow. And it's like, well, I wanted a 20 gauge for the wife and the kids, so I had to buy one of those. So I just bought a Maverick 88 because it's for the wife and kids.
Right.
As long as it functions and goes bang every time you pull the trigger, I don't care if it's not pretty, if it's not smooth.
Yep.
But it actually is a decent little 20 gauge pump. And you pull the plug out and you put 6 rounds in it. That's fucking kind of badass. And it's only got a 24-inch barrel, so it's not that long. Yeah, I just love shotguns, though. You can tell. I got a Russian double barrel that's got the hammers. Originally, I was actually thinking of cutting this down into to make it my cowboy gun, and everybody said, no, you shouldn't do that. No, you shouldn't do that. And plus, the hammers were so fucking stiff. It was like great hunting gun because you know it's cocked when you've had to go, but shot great, and it just shouldered so nice, and it was so good for ducks and upland game. It was okay. I'm not going to cut that down. So I bought a Tolador that I cut down into a cowboy gun. Well, I didn't do it. I had a gunsmith do it because we have to in Canada, which is really stupid. I mean, really, all the gunsmith does is, well, a good gunsmith will put it in a miter box and use a hacksaw and cut a nice squared barrel, and then just like with a file kind of and it blew the ends, and that's it. And put on, which is simple. You drill a hole. But yeah, for some stupid reason, we're not allowed to do that ourselves.
Yeah, I went to Gun Safe, got out this other 12 gauge that I had. It's a Stevens Model 1244.
Pump?
It's let me see if I can get over here.
Oh, I like Stevens makes neat guns.
Yeah, shoot. Let me see if I can get down in there. There you go. It's
sure.
a bolt action pump.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's different, eh?
Yeah. But yeah, you just, where's the lever at? If I can, this thing's always tight. Let me pop it out here. There we go. Yeah, it's just, man, I need to get a new camera. Yeah, you just pull that out. And
really
puts in a new one.
That is fucking neat.
But you gotta make sure you lock the bolt in before you shoot again. So.
Yeah. No, I've been actually really agonizing over to like sell some of my shotguns I have now in order to fund there's a Norenko, which is a clone of a Remington 1100, but the thing they did different is they went to a box magazine, and it's got a 5-round box magazine. And I'm just like, oh fuck, that would be so slick for 3 guns. Because you got a box magazine, it's always going to be faster than trying to load a tube, eh?
True. Well, I don't know, man. Those guys, I've watched some of those 3-gun matches.
I know. I've seen guys shoot a single shot that was just mind-boggling how fast he could keep that thing going, eh?
Right.
But not everybody's trained to that level, whereas especially guys used to ARs and stuff, they're used to like, dumping mags and stuffing another one in. If you had this gun in, say, America, you could have more than 5-round magazines. Now, more than 10 rounds gets too bulky with a 12 gauge. but a 10-round mag that you can just like dump and stuff the next one in. That would be fucking cool. Yep. Or the ultimate, get a drum that maybe holds 20.
There you go.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, Norenko, I mean, for everything else about the Chinese, it's a little rough, they're a little crude, but they work 100%, eh? They're just kind of like what military issue guns would have been like, eh?
Right.
And this is the way they're building everything. Like they got bullpups that people go, yeah, it's got an atrocious trigger, but for $700 for this really cool bullpup that uses AR-15 magazines, oh hell yeah! But yeah, I bought one of their M14s, and I mean, I found other than it was like I say, a little bit rough around the edges, it works exactly the way it should. And it's got that wonderful sound, that ka-tunk tunk. When you fire it. I just love that style of rifle.
Right.
I just like the way it sounds. It's kind of weird. And plus the way it shoots. I mean, I've never shot better with a 30 caliber rifle at 100 yards than I did with that thing when I first started using it. And it was with peep sights, which I haven't shot since I was like in cadets, like centuries ago. A long time anyway. And yeah, I did shot really well with it. It's like, holy crap. And it's a short-barreled M14, so it's got to be, they're doing something right. You know how it is, though. You can't really trust the Chinese. You never know what they're thinking.
I don't know. I got Chinese SKS. I tell you what, I love that.
I've got the Russian one. I think it's great, but kind of heavy. Did they make the Chinese one lighter? Or?
Beats me. Mine's got a synthetic stock on it right now, so.
Oh, it's probably lighter then.
Yeah.
Well, my M14 came with a full synthetic stock, and it's like, after I put a bipod and a scope on it, it feels like it fucking weighs a ton.
Yeah, mine's got that side folding.
Oh yeah,
synthetic stock. So
that's kind of cool. That's the one thing I always didn't like about the AR platform was you couldn't have a folding stock on it.
Right. Yep, gotta have that tube.
I remember when I think it was it the Car 15 or whatever they called it, the cut down commando version of the M16 first came out. That's when I was a kid and was reading about the Vietnam and stuff like that, and it was like, fuck, I want one of those so bad. I thought those were just the most badass fucking. And now I can buy them, and it's like, 12.5-inch barrel 223. I don't think so.
Yeah, just think of all the gophers you can get with that.
Yep. Oh, if I could find someone who'd let me come out in their farm and slaughter gophers, it'd be great. But a lot of people don't let you do that anymore. It's just, I don't know, encroachment of. They're worried about liability nowadays. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, what if your bullet bounces and goes 5 miles and hits this guy's cow? Well, the cow will go, ooh, and continue on with its life. Seen it happen.
At least when you come down here, you'll get to go out and shoot pigs and coyote and everything.
Pigs. So bad. Because
coyote.
Coyote's fun to shoot. I've shot lots of them. You just get them because they're, they eat our cats, right? And if they eat the cats, then the mice go crazy. So, kind of need the cats around.
Yeah.
This thing, we had farm dogs. They would not protect the cats from coyotes. Coyote went after a cat. They'd kind of go, oh well, and trot away.
That lucky son of a bitch gets to chase the cat.
Yeah. son of a bitch, if I did that, they'd shoot me. Because, I mean, pretty much like you'd come out on the deck and go, oh, damn it, bam, bam.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember actually firing the 30-06 off the deck one time at a dog. Because it was like my neighbor phoned me and said, there's a dog just came in through our yard and killed like 3 of our cats and it's heading your way. And I was like, really? Okay, so I went out on the deck and I'm kind of watching and sure as shit, here's this dog come running over the hill and he's just going, eh? And, running straight towards the farm and the cats. It was like, oh, crap, eh? As soon as he got into the close to the barn, the cats scattered, and he was going after him. So I, ran inside, grabbed 30-06 because it's first gun I could get to, and came behind. It was deer season, so this dog, like I popped one round off at him from the deck. I'm shooting down into the corral, right?
Right.
So the first round blows dirt up in front of him, and he looks up and goes, "Oh crap!" And he starts running. Eh? And I was kind of like, okay, oh, gee, that way's kind of towards his neighbors. Oh, good, he's running towards the hill. And, yeah, the dog went for some bush on a hill, and I just piled him up. It was a killer dog. And, yeah, after, when we went and checked on the body, he had blood all over him and cat fur and shit. So it was a dog my neighbor had phoned me about. So it was a wild dog, obviously. But it was fun to do that kind of shooting with 30-06. I'm going to tell you, man, we got a running, dodging dog. Oh, God, Pete is going to start attacking me. Yeah.
Yeah, the coyote around here, they go after small dogs and everything.
Oh, yeah. I knew these people, and they had moved from I think it was Ottawa, out onto a small hobby farm in Saskatchewan, right? So they had about 80 acres, and they brought these house cats from Ottawa that had never been outside. And they let their cats out because they thought, oh, it's on a farm, the cats can roam free.
Yep, we got all this acreage, nothing will bother them.
And the coyotes ate their cats. I guess the one cat disappeared and they couldn't figure it out, and then the other cat, I guess, was coming across the yard, and the wife was watching the cat, and this coyote comes running over, just grabs cat and keeps running. And they were like, "Oh my God, coyotes!" Well, yeah, it's because your cats didn't know what coyotes were.
Right.
Yeah, like you got a farm cat that's grown up on the farm. It knows what a coyote is, and it knows where. Like, I'm out of here. I'm going to find a hole. Well, fuck, it's only midnight. A little after midnight, but...
Yep, 2:07 here, so...
What part of the country are you in? Here. What part of the country are you in again?
Great Lakes, Ohio.
Oh, okay. And
so if I'm not mistaken, Mike, you should be right below me, right? Kentucky?
Yep, 207 here too.
Yep. And I'm right in the middle of the damn continent, basically. Well, maybe a little bit north. Yeah. We don't polar bears or anything like that because we're nowhere near the ocean. We're nowhere near anything.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of flat prairie. And we're far enough north, we don't even get tornadoes very often. It's like, and when we do, it's like we're this big, huge area, so the odds of a tornado hitting a city or a town are almost nil.
I guess there were some more today, I guess.
Yeah, I know. You guys have been getting the shit kicked out of you. The Midwest area, the Tornado Alley. That's like, wow.
Yeah, we could always put our tin hats on and say it's
Weather
Whatever
machine.
that-
HARP.
Yeah. HARP,
Yeah.
that's it.
HARP. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because apparently the government sold it to some private company. That's what I saw in a YouTube video. So it must be true. Yeah, this thing is, I never prep because of, I think, giant government conspiracies and shit like that. I prep because, like, yeah, EMP? Oh, yeah, that could happen.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a
we've-
possibility.
Yeah, there's been times when the sun's just gone burp, and all the electrical stuff on the world just started on fire.
Yep.
Yeah, and that was 1880s or something. It was just telegraph wires. Okay. Nowadays, people's phones would be exploding in their pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the cars, everything would just quit working because everything's electronic now. The only vehicles you'd be seeing were the guys who had the old restored hot rods and shit.
Yep.
A lot of Mustangs, GTOs. Guys who hadn't gone and went, oh, it's much easier to put an electronic ignition on it. Points aren't that hard to deal with. They're just, you're never going to get uber efficient with them.
All right. Well, I mean, we put electronic ignition on the Roadrunner, but we kept the old distributor and points and everything else.
You can put that back on.
Yep. The 59, of course, it doesn't have electronics.
You have like a set of points, and you can generally restore them and clean them up with the abrasive striker bit from a book of matches.
Right.
I've done that. It's like, damn, the points are burned. Anybody got a book of matches? Oh, cool, man. Take a little abrasive off and rub it on the points until you get the burn marks off them, and then, oh yeah, they're working again.
That's the thing I hated about the Roadrunner, man. It had dual points.
Oh yeah, no, I had a charger like that. I had a '67 Hemi charger.
Oh.
I know, it was the ugly one, the fastback.
Yeah, but still.
It was neat. It was heavy too, eh? And it was only fast for about 2 weeks after you tuned it up, and then it would just, get worse and worse and worse, and you had to tune it up about once a month, basically. It was a bitch. And now it was a higher mileage. I think it had like 70,000 miles when I bought it, and was starting to rust out already.
Yeah, but still, that thing had been worth a fortune right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I sold it to a guy who pulled the Hemi, sold it to a guy who was going to use it in a tractor, pulling tractor, and put a 360 in it. It's still out there somewhere. You can tell it's a Hemi one because it's got the disc brakes. Yeah, it's just like, ah. Yeah,
Hell, just the engine alone is like 15-20 grand right now.
Oh yeah. Well, original early Hemi like that, like a '67. That was when they first got the 426s, right? That was right after they went from the 392s. Yep. I got another car. I got the last Ford Ranchero, or the last of the Fords that had a 429, which was a '73 Ranchero. Last one of those, sitting in my garage. It's actually all kind of bent up right now, but that's because some stupid woman on her cell phone decided to do a U-turn. Yeah, but I just tonight I found a front clip for it, like a set of front fenders and stuff. So
cool.
Yeah, all I'll have to then find is, well, number one, the decals. Oh, those are a pig. For the wood grain. Guess mine's the Squire. It's the most luxurious pickup truck you've ever fucking seen, man. It rides like a car because it is, but it's a station wagon. I'm not shitting you, 1,600 pounds of shingles I put in the back of that truck before I restored it, and drove them home.
Yep.
It'll pull anything. Unfortunately, like without weight on it, it just melts the tires. It's got no traction on the back end. Yeah. I can do the most impressive burnouts you've ever seen, though, without even touching the brakes. I just like punch the gas and it just sits there and melts the tires.
Yeah. Yeah, because how I had a, well, I mean, I wasn't even old enough to drive yet, but I had the first car that was supposed to be mine was an El Camino, had 350 in it, and that thing would just scream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my brother-in-law had a El Camino with I think he had a 400, but he changed the heads or anything. There's something he didn't like about the 400, so he changed stuff around, and it just made it a completely different vehicle. It was so freaking fast, it was scary. But, like, again, no weight in the back end, right? So
Right.
it would have been the coolest thing for drifting. Now I keep thinking, wouldn't that be neat if you got a drifter, somebody who knew how to do the drifting, gave him a Ranchero or an El Camino and said, now drift with this, especially with a big block one, eh? It'd be just like this fucking cloud of smoke all the way around. Yeah. No, it doesn't even accelerate, and it just keeps spinning the tires.
I tell you what, that El Camino, man, it rusted out like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, my Ranchero was surprisingly rust-free.
Yeah, hell, we had a 2x4 holding up the gas tank.
I've had a few old half-tons like that. Oh, fuck, I had what the hell was that thing? A 66 Dodge half-ton? But it had slant 6 and 3-speed on the tree. But it had the worst freaking suspension. The back shocks, I don't know whether they didn't work because they didn't bounce. The springs were so heavy in the back, it was just like it was solid. So you'd hit a bump and it would just like the whole back end would just jump over, but it didn't bounce up and down at all. So it wasn't the shocks didn't have any dampening. It was there was no freaking suspension back there. There was so many leaf springs. I don't know what
have air shocks in
it, but yeah, and I drove it all the way to what was about what would it be in miles? 500 miles. Yeah, I drove it 500 miles on a long weekend, and because my dad had another truck that was a little newer that I could take this drive because the drivetrain in the truck, it was 6-cylinder 3-speed standard, but it was like a slant 6, so it had lots of power, cheap on gas, run forever. And my dad had I think it was a 1969 Dodge half-ton, so we thought, I'll come down, I'll swap the motor and tranny out of the 66, put it in the 69, and have a newer truck that's in really good shape, with this really good engine. Unfortunately, between 66 and 69, they changed the whole clutch system, so I couldn't transfer the transmission. And the transmission I didn't have a transmission for the other truck, right? So I'd already took the motor out of the one truck, the one I drove down there, right? The 66. So I was like, oh, fuck, once we started to try to put it in, we realized, this isn't going to work. Now I got to go back to work in another day, right? So we had to fucking put the engine back in the shitty truck, and I had to drive it all the fucking way back to Saskatoon. It was just like, and because it was just torture to drive. It was like straight front axle with probably 400,000 miles on the kingpins and stuff. So it was a little sloppy. So I mean, there was no inattention, and it a 6-cylinder and 3-speed standard and a 66 pickup truck, 50 miles an hour is pretty good. You're not going 70 ever unless you're going down a hill. And then you better be coasting because that would over-rev the engine. But, it was just awful. But, hey, that's part of what builds character. And that's what I kept telling myself. This builds character. This builds character. And I'm thinking, I'm 20 years old. My character's built already. This just sucks. Like being on a long motorcycle trip and, it rains the whole fucking drive.
Right. Yeah, I wish we would have kept some of the cars we had back in the day.
Oh, yeah, I know. What was your biggest one that you didn't keep that you wished you had?
The AAR CUDA.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's big
I
money.
should have kept.
Hmm.
Panther pink.
Really?
Yep, that's why I got the tattoo and everything else.
Oh, man. Yeah, for sure you should have kept it.
It was one of. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I had it broke down one time. It was like one of 21. And then I had it broke down to, I think, one of 7 for something else.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's my Ranchero I can break down like that, but that's not my one keeper. I would have, personally, I would, oh, it's a tough one. It's in between no, it's not even. I would have kept my Charger, my 67 Charger with a
Yeah.
Hemi. I mean, it was such a luxurious fucking car. It had so much neat shit in it. It had 4 seats and 5 cigarette lighters. No, 5 ashtrays. Had 3 cigarette lighters. 3 cigarette lighters. Like it had one on the dash. It had one on the passenger armrest, which also had an ashtray.
And
And
of course, there were ashtrays in both back.
3 ashtrays in the back. Right.
Oh,
There was
3?
one in the middle. Right. One in the middle armrest. There was an ashtray and a lighter. And then there was 2 ashtrays on each side.
Right.
Yeah, but it was 4 bucket seats in the car. It was really kind of neat because the console went all the way from the front all the way to the back.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was, you didn't really climb over. Well, you would have had to climb over. It wasn't like you could slide over. But yeah, I thought it was really funny. It had 5 ashtrays and 4 seats. I was like, that car was made for smoking in, man.
But they all were.
Yeah, back then, yeah. But yeah, the radio controls were kind of pointy. It's like, yeah, that'd be great to smash your head into. But the really cool thing was it had backlit gauges. Like the numbers lit up. The lights were behind the gauges. Really cool. They would
Right.
kind of glow. It was the coolest thing, coolest dash ever. And 150 mile an hour speedometer. That was fucking badass.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it would
Hell.
probably go that fast. I probably went that fast a couple of times, but I often didn't have the greatest tires on it. And back in those days, your tires would just explode.
Yep.
Like it's really funny. Like people today go, ooh, I wouldn't want to get a flat tire, and I'm like, fuck, man, we used to get a flat tire once a week. Yeah, nowadays it's like I never get a flat tire. I don't even carry a spare for my truck. Like, I mean, you're not gonna punch anything through those fucking tires. They're like 3 inches thick.
Right. Yeah, that CUDA, let's see, it had power steering, power brakes, but it had a foot pump windshield washer.
Yeah, I remember those ones. Yeah, on the Dodges.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had like a squeegee ball on the floor.
Right. I mean,
Yep.
this thing was, power this, power that,
Yeah.
but it had a foot pump for the windshield washer. It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, I actually had a 66 Plymouth Valiant, and it actually had a electric pump for the wiper or the washer.
Right. Well, I mean,
Still
even
had
the
Yeah, high-low beams were down there though.
the 69 Roadrunner that we got. I mean, it's got electric windshield washer pump. Yeah, this 70
Might have been a
AR I
weight
had.
It might have been something to do with weight. I mean, it might have been because
Yeah.
we're paring this car down to make it, and that's part
Race.
of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That thing
No,
would
it's like-
scream now.
Yeah, the early Roadrunners, right? They had a taxi carrier. They were, no power windows, no power anything really, except maybe you get power brakes. But
yeah,
you know,
the
and maybe
69
power
didn't have it.
steering, yeah, and maybe power steering, but that was an option you ordered. I mean, I had lots of cars when I was a kid. It was like power steering was like, whoa, this is something new, right? When
Right.
I was 16, 17, it was like all our vehicles were standard steering.
Yep.
You should try parallel parking in a 69 Dodge Power Wagon.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Yeah. It's like, son of. That's why everybody back then had really strong arms. Whereas today, like most people today, I mean, yeah, they got strong thumbs, but yeah, again, they couldn't drive a car like that. I'm pretty sure, you know,
Yeah.
you put most people from, you know, ordinary people from today in their 30s, put them in a 1960 pickup truck with a manual transmission and stuff, and ask them to drive
Three
it.
on the tree.
Yeah, well, three on the tree would really fuck them up. I mean, like the 4 speeds, maybe not so much because they usually had the gears on the, you know, written out. Of course, they'd always get in the pickup truck, put it in first gear, and go like 2 miles an hour and go, what the hell? Yeah, it's called bull low for a reason. You don't use it. But yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be able to drive it. Oh, I can't turn, I can't steer. Oh, it doesn't stop. Like manual brakes, if you're not used to them, eh? It's like you put your
Exactly.
foot on the brake as if you think it's gonna just like brake, and it's like, oh fuck. Like, I mean, I've had both feet on a fucking manual brakes to get them to lock up the tires.
Especially if you go through water, then you're fucked.
Oh yeah, especially the old drum brakes. Oh crap, I had my '66 Valiant. It was just the coolest little car because it was tiny and light. And originally it had a 176, and my dad upgraded it to a 225, and then he sold it to my sister, and then she sold it to me when I turned 15. So I had a car a year before I could drive it.
Yep.
But you know, it had a 225 slant six, 3-speed standard. Well, I put a floor shift in it, so I had a Hurst floor shift bolted onto the transmission tunnel, and I put bucket seats out of a '68 Charger in it, and you know, it was like your real backyard hot rod.
Do you have pistol grip?
Sorry?
Pistol grip 4-speed?
Nope. I had the Hurst T handle. It was
Okay.
an aftermarket shifter, eh?
Okay.
Yeah. My '70 Cuda convertible had a pistol grip. It was terrible.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't like it at all. I was so used to the T handle. It was just like, pistol grip. Could get used to it. Hand was turned the wrong way. I don't know, but yeah, that little Valiant was just the greatest little car. And then I got a buddy of mine had a wrecked. It was a '69 Cuda with a 4-speed and a 340 4-barrel, not the 6-pack or anything, but 340 4-barrel was a decent engine. And then with a 4-speed, so I bought that from him, put it in the Valiant. I had to cut the drive shaft and get a drive shaft manufactured, like balanced and everything, and put that in that little Valiant. Well, now I've ruined it because it was fucking near undrivable. It was so scary fast because the car weighed nothing. Eh? I mean, this thing at this point it only had like bucket seats in the front, and it, the back was just like carpet. Yeah, it was no. Took a windshield wiper container with the motor on it. I think it was from some other car, Ford or something else, but it had the motor on the bottom of the container. Put that in the trunk, wired it up, and I would fill it with bleach. And then, when we're cruising around town, when I wanted to kind of show off, push the button, and I had 2 windshield wiper sprayers that would spray on the back tires, so I could just do this smoke show for like 3 blocks. That was fun.
Yeah, there's
Looking hard on
the
tires though.
there's the AAR.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I mean, Dodge could be so outrageous, and I love my '73. Unfortunately, it's got the big sticky outy bumper.
Yeah.
The 72 had the one that was all molded in. I so prefer the 72.
Oh,
You know,
really?
but oh yeah, I like 72 where everything's kind of soft and molded and rounded.
Yeah, my brother had a 73 Charger,
Oh yeah.
and that thing bounced off of pretty much every tree in our county here. Because, yeah, you drive it in the wintertime and you couldn't stop, you couldn't steer, you couldn't do anything.
Oh yeah, they were strange cars.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good
Eh,
guy.
not bad.
I'm a little disappointed at the crowd tonight. What's going on?
Yeah.
I think Yankee won't join because he's mad at me because I made fun of the bags under his eyes on one of his videos, and so yeah.
I don't think he gives a shit about that.
No, really? I thought I'd cut him to the quick and hurt him badly, so I was kind of.
I don't. This is Yankee we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got pretty thick skin. Well, you'd have to if you look like that. Can't help it. He's just like the perfect foil because it doesn't bother him, and you don't get to insult people that much, at least like that.
I'm trying to find a picture of the Roadrunner.
Man, most of my pictures are in a cardboard box upstairs somewhere. I got pictures of myself at I think 18, giving my nephew a ride on my Kawasaki 650, and we're going down the highway at about 90 miles an hour. And my sister's out there with the camera taking pictures of her 5-year-old son sitting in front of me on a Kawasaki 650, his little running shoes sitting on the cylinder heads, no helmets because you didn't have to. We just go, and our hair's blowing in the wind. Fuck. Like nowadays, you get arrested if you did that with a 5-year-old. Oh, it's just so weird. Like, we've become such a nanny state,
Yeah, here's the 59.
Yeah. That's nice. I love wings. That is just so cool. That's so Jetson,
Yep.
George Jetson
Bel Air
style. And the fender skirts, which were a real pain in the ass because if you ever had to change a back tire, you had to take them off.
Yep. Tell you what, that's a tank though.
Oh yeah. Yep. I had I think a 60. I think it's 65.
2 miles to the gallon.
Oh no, this thing gets decent gas mileage.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, they actually, Chris, they actually would have a 6-cylinder engine and a 2-speed automatic transmission, and they would get 17 miles per gallon.
This one's got 283.
They wouldn't go very fast, though.
This one's a 283, Bob.
Yeah. They would sound like they were really working. Mind you, my sister had an old Pontiac with a Blue Flame 6-cylinder engine.
Does it burn oil?
No.
Nope.
No. No, they were good engines. And those 6-cylinder straight 6 engines from back in those days were damn good engines. Not a whole lot of horsepower, but good torque. Like I say, this Blue Flame my sister had in this giant Pontiac. If she was going 30 miles an hour down the road and she punched the gas, it would downshift into first gear and actually chirp the tires, as it punched, and then it would accelerate up to about 60 miles an hour in first gear and then shift into second, and you'd maybe get to 90 miles an hour, but that was about it.
Yeah, those were the high state patrol cars there after 1959 because they only lasted about a year or two because those wings, the rear ends were floating off the ground.
Oh yeah. Well, I know the one of the reasons why Petty.
Talk about the Daytona.
Yeah, the first Petty. Cowboy hat Petty. Damn
Yeah,
it,
Richard.
man. Yeah, I hate the holes that are growing in. Yeah, Richard Petty. Holes growing in my brain from old age. He actually switched from Dodge to Plymouth because he didn't like the 67 Charger. He said it was just like, because apparently it was on the NASCAR track quite unstable. Like anything over about 160 miles an hour, because of the shape, the back end would start coming off the ground.
Yep.
That's really bad when you're trying to go around a corner. So yeah, he actually left Dodge because of that and switched to Plymouth. Kind of weird though, the thing about Dodge and Plymouth used to compete against each other even though they were the same corporation.
Right.
Like, you know, it'd be like, well, Chevy and Oldsmobile did it.
Yep.
Like in GM, like the Oldsmobile was kind of different than GM.
Corporations like to pit different departments together, against each other to try to make one boost the profits. It's a win-win because one will boost the profits over the other, and then vice versa, and it'll make money for the parent company. So it doesn't matter who wins or loses.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, very good point. I mean, and it's been proven that competition does, tend to lead to innovation and stuff.
At an extent. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Sometimes competition can lead to what do you call this? What do you call this? Unrealistic expectations, and
or just trying something
underhanded tactics. It's just.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, Chris. I mean, it could be as, if not the underhanded stuff, it could be stuff like, they're trying so hard, they're reaching out so far that they're actually going to have an unrealistic expectation of success because they know they have to surpass the other guy in their, in how far they're reaching, right?
I'm a firm believer of diminishing returns.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Which is something that's lost nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, no, the concept of diminishing returns. We got people still companies still trying to set unrealistic goals that and then and if they can't get to them, they blame internally. It's like it's your fault. We didn't reach this goal that I set. And then they won't accept the fact that it's impossible to reach.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I see that even in the old company I work for. I mean, every year they always budget for us to make more money. And I keep thinking, yeah, but there's only so much money to be made out there for a lumberyard. So, like, expecting us to always make more. I mean, eventually we're going to reach a pinnacle, right? And there's just no more business out there. This is all we've got. So it always, because they always make a big deal. Oh, we didn't make budget, and it's like, well, yeah, maybe because your budget was like 30% higher than last month's. They budget for us making more money, even though and it's every freaking month.
Yeah, that's everything, though, Bob.
I guess. I don't know.
It's everywhere.
Yeah. It just a lack of common sense bothers me.
Smart and honest entrepreneurs and business people,
Yeah, they're hard to find. You're a robot in a bit, Chris. Gotta say, I like that picture daughter drew of me.
Do what?
I say I gotta say I like that picture my daughter drew of me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody else is coming in here.
Yeah, anybody else in the external? I actually haven't even looked.
It looks like everybody just jumped out. I know Sandy was talking. Great Laker was talking. There's still people in the I Hate Guns room. There's still people in the AK-47 room.
Yeah. Well, sometimes people just don't. I mean, I've had the last little while. I haven't been big into getting into chats. I've been just. And truthfully, I mean, yeah, I've been watching YouTube videos about PT boats in the Pacific in World War II in color.
Oh, shit.
Fucking right on, man. 2 hours of PT boats zipping around in, World War II. That's entertaining to me.
Yeah. Yep.
Or, it might be a cheesy zombie movie. Who knows? I actually I watched a series of zombie, or not zombie so much as apocalyptic end of the world things that were just done by people, not like a movie, and they weren't bad. I was like, fucking, that's pretty impressive. It's way better than the 8mm film school stuff that I knew people used to do back when I was in university and stuff. Found all my old 8mm movies my mother took.
Oh,
when
really?
we were kids growing up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's got me at, I don't know.
Do you
maybe
guys understand
3?
everything I said?
You roboted there at the end there, Chris.
Yeah.
Still there?
He's still there. I think he's just probably just because he's been roboting. He's probably in his car.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. See? Crazy man. Just taking the chance, Chris. Good God, man. What if you had an accident now? Everybody would be like, see, it's because he was in a chat. Oh, God, look, he left. Oh, crap. I was only bugging him.
Yeah, he probably... I've done the same thing, been on my car and...
Oh, yeah. I don't think
go from tower to tower. It kind of screws up. I was wishing Cello would get in here.
I've never done that in a chat. Gone on a chat. My phone. Apparently, my phone will do it. I'm just too old and lazy to learn how to do it. It really comes down to, oh fuck, it's not worth it. I mean, I figured out how to get a game on my phone, and that's fucking good enough. I can do this hill climb game when I'm bored. Yeah, I gotta get to do readers, ebooks and stuff, because that would be kind of handy. Because now I have to carry a great big Kobo around, and unless I'm wearing my car pants, it really doesn't fit anywhere.
Let me see here. I've got 2 games on my phone.
Yeah.
It's Zombie Headquarters.
Zombie Headquarters.
And then Iron Man 3.
Oh, yeah, Iron Man 3 might be kind of cool.
Oh, it is. The graphics are fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like my silly little hill climb game because you get these little vehicles and you go along and the hills just get steeper and crazier, and then you're going through caves with icicles and and you get different choices. Pick the diesel monster truck. You go into the cave, you die because you get squished in between the roof and the truck. Okay, can't do that one with that one. And you can also get a Segway. Segways suck at everything. Don't understand the idea of a Segway.
Segways.
What's that, Chris?
I love segways. It makes patrolling even. I used to walk around when I was an MP. I remember having to walk around everywhere for patrol.
Yeah.
It helps out if it's a long.
Give me a scooter then.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Scooters can't get into tight spaces.
3-wheeled, scooters.
I can't.
Oh, those little scooters will get in tighter places than the Segway will. Segway won't get in tight places. Too wide.
Yeah, but the scooter's too long.
I think we lost.
No, those little 3-wheelers, those rascals and stuff, those things will go fucking near anywhere. Well, except upstairs. Although apparently they're working on a tracked version. That'd be spooky.
Are you having an old moment again, Bob?
Oh hell no, I have them all the time now. It's kind of like having the young moments when I get up and go, oh,
It's
never
like
mind,
them
I'm not
youth.
gonna go there.
Them newfangled gadgets them young'uns use and stuff.
Yeah, I know. And it's funny yet I'll still like plug my MP player in the dash of my truck and listen to my Country Joe and the Fish and shit.
Yeah,
Because I
you know,
can put all my records on one little fucking device that plugs into the dash and plays all my music while I drive to work all of 3 minutes. Actually, got my best time ever going to work. 3 minutes from leaving my driveway to getting to work. Took 3 minutes, and that was down the freeway. That came out, caught every light. Just
Nice.
up onto the on-ramp of the freeway, and it was dead empty, and I was like, kind of
Open her up.
yeah. Well, you want to. This is what drives me nuts about freeway on-ramps is people who fucking slow down on them. It's like,
Right.
God damn it, get going the speed the cars are going, and then you can merge. I usually try to get a little bit faster than them, so if there's a guy in a Porsche, I can like pull ahead of him and on the merge lane and kind of get in front of him in my truck because it's funny and it pisses him off. I probably shouldn't do that because it's not nice, but I do anyway. I don't like people who drive Porsches and fancy cars, and especially here, like a Porsche sports car in Saskatoon. Look at you, fucking insane. We have potholes that can swallow your car.
Yeah.
I mean, I drive a 3/4 ton truck, and but how much I'm beating the suspension up, and you're driving a Porsche? Oh.
Someone needs to fix those potholes, don't they?
Yeah,
What happened to your-
we could,
what
but
happened
nobody
to-
wants to pay more taxes.
What happened to your great Canadian
I actually don't
social
mind.
system?
I'd rather just drive my
Social
truck
service system.
than to pay more taxes. And I'm pretty sure
Probably-
the rich guy with a Porsche, he doesn't want to pay any taxes because he's rich.
Yep.
What happened to the great Canadian social system?
Oh no, we have it. It's just like I'm like, I don't mind the road. And my wife drives a Fiat 500. She doesn't have a problem with it. She just dodges in between the potholes. It's a fucking go-kart, man. She does look like she's drunk when she's driving down the street, but she's just missing potholes.
My dad loves Porsches. He used to own one, like an old 80s Porsche.
Oh yeah.
Kept it
Hey,
in
it
the
would be
storage
cool.
locker.
I mean, yeah, I would love to own one for a toy or something, but to buy one, like, we have people who drive them every fucking day, winter and summer, like little 2-seat Porsches.
Damn.
It's like apparently they must be good cars because I've never seen them stuck. Whereas I've seen lots of minivans stuck. Well, front-wheel drive did give the minivan much better traction than a rear-wheel drive vehicle in the snow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm one of these guys. I put studded winter tires on my vehicles in the winter. It was because I grew up in the country. And if you didn't do that, you were going to die. Because you'd be stuck there until you froze to death. But, yeah, I mean, you put studded winter tires on your vehicle, and you could fucking go through so much shit. I mean, it is just literally amazing. And it's really funny to have studded tires and be driving on an icy road and watching cars go sliding by you, and you're just like driving like, it feels like I'm driving on a gravel road, basically, eh? And it's got a little bit of give, but not much. It was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But I've always done that because I grew up in in a place where that was just something you always did, eh? So
Yep.
it's beneficial. Can't convince my wife of that. She will not spend the coin to put studded winter tires on our Fiat. And I just went, oh, it would be so badass. And, parking lot slaloms, because we have ice slaloms in the winter in
Right.
parking lots. You'll have a slalom course set up for cars, but it's on ice. That's all you got to do is just pour some ice on the asphalt. Ooh, we wore the ice off. Well, let's take a 1-hour intermission. We'll pour some more water on there. And it'll be ice again.
Yeah, there's people still around here that use, studded tires in the wintertime.
Yeah. Oh, it's. I mean, to me, it's. And the thing is, it's not that uneconomical because you only put them on in the winter. You take them
Right.
off as soon as the snow melts and stuff because you don't want to run them in the summer because they wear the studs, number one, and it wears the rubber out because winter tires are softer rubber. They don't like the summer heat.
Plus, they'll tear up the blacktop.
Oh yeah, and it'll tear the tires up. So, you take them off, but so you only use them in the winter. I've had winter tires. We had winter tires for the minivan, studded winter tires. I think we had 6 years on them, and they still had about 50% tread, and the
Yep.
studs were still in them. After 6 years.
We do chains here.
Well, chains are okay, but I mean they'll beat the crap. They will actually beat up your vehicle because they do break.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's why you better to have studded. And that's the thing is chains are kind of in if you have studded tires and you're going up into the ice and stuff, chains are the way to go. Or cables. They have cable ones now that aren't bad.
Right.
Be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, but the best to go is studded winter tires, but like I say, it's a softer rubber, so it's got more give in the cold. And the studs are just they're just so good on ice. I mean, you will still slide. I've had mine dodging like a 4-wheel slide at 60 miles an hour on the freeway because it was ice. It's like, yeah, okay. It's going a little bit faster than I should have been on that corner, but as long as I just kept the power on it and kept kind of steered it into the slide, but still on the road.
Yep.
Wow. It's like, oh crap. Yeah, it's when you start seeing your tack go up and your speedometer's not. It's like, oh, something's wrong here.
Yep.
I actually one time got caught with I think it was a rental car at cruise control, and I had the cruise on and hit ice.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And all of a sudden, I just, kind of watched the speedometer going, whoa, as the tires were spinning, because front wheel drives do that, right? And it was like, holy shit. Click it off. Okay. Realize I'm, on a bit of a corner, but going way too fast for being on ice. Was just here, just kind of holding it on the edge there. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it just turned enough not to go off the side of the freaking road. And, 60 miles an hour. That's why, I've never use cruise in the winter if there's any kind of bad road conditions.
Right. You see that link in the side chat there, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just bought that.
Oh, did you?
That's why I was hoping Cello would get in here. I was going to ask his opinion on it before I bought it. But
Kind of neat, man. So the 300 Blackout, what cartridge is that really? I mean, it's obviously 30 caliber, right?
right. It's like taking an AK bullet and sticking it in an AR case.
Right. So is it still neck down a bit?
No, it's what,
So
straight
it just
wall.
basically looks like a straight cartridge.
Right.
That's kind of like the olden days.
Yep.
Yeah, 4440, any of the Sharps cartridges, they were just like big giant cartridges going to a big giant bullet. stuffed full of black powder. So these things are what? What's their velocity there? Are they slower than an AK round? Faster? I mean, apparently they're really good
Slower,
for
I believe.
stealthy.
Slower, I believe, because I think the higher grain rounds are actually subsonic.
Yeah. How bullets? How many grains?
Well, they range anywhere from like 140 some to like 200 and some grain.
Well, kind of about like a 30-06 round,
Right.
except half the velocity, if that. Yeah, I got 30-06 rounds, so I'll go over 3,000. So, of course, those are sabots, but I don't think it's legal to have them anymore. Well, except I guess because I had them before it was illegal. It's okay. You ever see Setlow Sabot rounds for rifles though? You got a 22 caliber bullet in a 30 caliber round, and this has got a plastic case around it that shoots the bullet out, and
Nope,
it's
never
a
seen
point
it.
that just folds away. Yeah, those are neat. I don't know how effective they are. I mean, they're supposed to be super high velocity, but it's like, oh, those are 300s. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird looking round.
Let's see. This is what, the 5.56.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that's 5.56.
Let's
That's an AK round, right?
see. I'm looking.
Those are long bullets, though.
Let's see. This is 300 ACC blackout, plastic tipped. The second one is 300 ACC blackout, 125 match. This is the 220 subsonic. Then
So
this is
220 grain, so it goes the same grain as a 30-06 then, but it's subsonic at that weight.
right.
That's less than what? 800 feet per second? Less than
think
1,000 feet per second?
Yeah, it's less than 1,000. I think they range anywhere from like 900 feet per second or something like that.
Yeah. Because, I mean, a paintball gun will go 500 feet per second. A 45 is about 800. So this isn't going a whole lot faster than a 45 ACP.
Right.
Holy crap, man.
See this? That's the
That
5.56.
penetration's got to be terrible.
Actually, I think it's the energy of it
Mm.
is actually up there pretty high. So
Oh, it could be. I guess. Well, look, a 45 ACP is 230 grains.
right.
You know, we're talking 220. Now, 220 and a 30-06, that's a moose killer. You know, that's what you want for grizzly bears. Now, I wouldn't want that round for grizzly bears. I think that would make the grizzly bear really angry, and he would eat me slower. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and then of course the AK, 7.62 by 39 right here.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like sticking a AK round right into a 5.56.
Yeah. Oh, I see it completely, but yeah. I tell you, the first time I ever saw an AK round, like I went and bought the ammo before I got my SKS. So I had this crate of ammo, and I cracked the can open and opened it up, and I went, "These can't be right, because they're way too small. Like, these are AK rounds. These are supposed to be. They must have gave me that 5.45 rounds. Like somebody
No.
fucked up, because I kept looking at them and going, no, I'm comparing them to like other people who's got them. I couldn't figure this out. My daughter comes up to me and says, "Dad, it's because you got giant sausage fingers, and they're way bigger than everybody else's." I'm like, I didn't know that. Yes, you did. I've told you that like since I was 5. Yeah, it's kind of like my family thinks I have giant sausage fingers, and I look at my hands and go, "No, they look normal. I've had these my whole life." You guys got tiny little hands. So yeah, I thought I'd actually got the wrong kind of rounds because they did not look as big as they did on the YouTube videos when people were like, "Oh, this is a AK-47 round, blah blah," and I'd be like, that's a looks like a reasonable size round. I was kind of thinking it would be like a 30-06 round. And they get these tiny little fucking things. Like, what the fuck?
But yeah,
I already opened the can. They probably won't take it back. And then G-Webs told me I opened the can the wrong way because otherwise I could have sent it to him and he would have been very happy. Yeah, he said open the cans from the back with a grinder and just cut through the cans. Take the ammo because then you get the front of the cans all like pristine. I'm like, fuck, man, I don't know if I want to put that much heat and sparks into a can full of ammunition.
get a grinder, start going into it.
Takes about 300 degrees. Takes about 300 degrees.
Grinder. I know what the sparks look like. I know how much they burn. I've got pants like blue jeans I can't wear anymore, apparently, according to my wife.
Takes about 300. Takes about 300 degrees to cook off on a round.
Yeah, well, that would be easy enough to get. You're melting through the tin with a grinding disc.
I prefer using. Yeah, I prefer using the just a can opener.
Yeah, but like G-Webs opens them from the back so that he can use them for display.
Oh, from the bottom?
Yeah, he opens from the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
I guess you could just chisel. Really, you could just chisel a hole in the bottom and start pulling the boxes out and get them all out.
That's what I did with. That's what I did with my spam can. I just I opened it from the top like normally, and it looks like he's just gonna have to tape or weld the back it again to get it to seal up.
Oh no, I think he doesn't care about the back. He doesn't care about the back. He wants to display the front where all the printing's on it, right?
Oh, I know. Yeah, exactly where the labels are at. So
Yeah.
mine has a special Cabela's brand on it. It's like Mark Cabela's.
Oh, you see, Cabela's, nobody cares about Cabela's.
Huh?
They want the old Russian stuff.
No. G-Webs just wants my can. He wants the can because he likes to collect them. So the Cabela's. Huh?
Never mind. It's my mind.
You're fucked third.
I know. I was just like, oh, that sounded so bad in my mind, and then realized, well, it was only my mind. It sounded bad.
You're
shut up.
You're fucked third.
But anyway, oh, never mind. I lost what train of thought. Yeah.
28-year-old Harrison Grant.
I'll switch to my computer if you guys are still around. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I think Chris's brother came home. All of a sudden you hear people talking. It's like, ooh, there's people around, Chris. That's wrong. You ain't gonna see that. Oh, I'm gonna go to I better wait for Chris to get back. Don't want to leave without saying bye to him.
Yep. I was putting my gun up. That's why I was away for a second.
Chris had to jump off. I think his brother came home and he had changed to his other computer.
I think he just got home is what it was. Since he was in his car and then probably just got home.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, that's why I have a day off tomorrow, right? Don't have to work. This is one thing I like about retail is I can have a day off in the middle of the week because that means I can go to the gun range and there's no one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got it to myself. I can set up my camera on my tripod and do a shooting video, and Yeah, and even if I don't do a video, it's just great to go there and just be by yourself. And I mean, the big thing is now I've got this 110 round magazine. I want to go do a mag dump with it, right? And if there's somebody else there, they're going to kind of look at you funny if you fire off 110 rounds and however fast you can pull a trigger. You know, it's going to be like, oh, that's not very sociable.
So 22 is the only thing that you're allowed to
have the big mags on, yeah.
Okay.
Well, other than shotguns, 12-gauge shotguns, if they got a tube magazine, we can have a 10-round magazine if it's a pump.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is just fucking insane, because that's about the meanest thing you can think of, Red, is 12-gauge pump, 10 rounds.
What's that one with the that 12 gauge you can get with the drum mags?
Oh no, we can't get drums. We can get 5-round. Well, for semi-autos, and we can't. Yeah, drums we can't. For some reason, we can't get drums even if they're pumps.
Huh.
Because that would be ideal, right? You get a 20-round drum, pump action. It'd be better to be a semi-auto, but I mean, if you had to have a pump, even with a pump, it'd be pretty fucking neat.
Yeah.
20 rounds of 12-gauge double-up buck. Oh, gods. Talk about a storm. A lead storm. Yeah, I always think about guns that way. I shouldn't, you know, but it was all the years hunting and stuff, and it was just, you know, everything was about, you know, what I'm going to shoot, how, like, you know, what its, you know, lethality was, I guess.
Yep.
That's kind of one thing I like about our gun laws is if you shoot with a smoothbore 12-gauge, you can shoot with a semi-auto in black powder bow season, as long as it's a slug out of a smoothbore barrel. Like, fucking A. So I can kill a deer at 100 yards, and I get to go at the same time as the guys with the bows and the muskets? All right.
Now, see, I don't have a rifle barrel for my
Oh, me neither.
semi-auto.
Yeah. I got really short barrels on most of my shotguns, and yeah, none of them are rifled. I've shot, like, I got one, my Winchester 2200, which is basically a lightweight version of a 1200. It's got an aluminum receiver and stuff.
Uh-huh.
You don't think it in Canada, but only in Canada. Pity. It's got a smooth bore, I think it's about a 19-inch barrel, and I can put it at 100 yards. I can hit a pie plate, you know, and with every round, I'll be somewhere on that fucking pie plate. Yeah, I got a, you know, 2.5 power scope on it, but it works, and it hits the target. So yeah, hey, I don't have a problem with that, man. Those slugs, that's an ounce of lead moving at, you know, close to 1,000 feet per second, maybe 900 at 100 yards, but it's an ounce of fucking lead.
Right.
Like, it put holes in shit. So yeah, you do have an advantage over the bow hunters. You know, a bow hunter, you're talking 20 yards for most people. And I have a bow. I've hunted. Yeah, they're very short ranged. Even the crossbows, like we let crossbows to go at the same time as the bows and black powder. It's just like, you know, all right, you guys got shitty weapons, so you can go 2 weeks ahead of the guys with rifles. They'll say, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna use my smoothbore shotgun because I'm way ahead of the rest of them. Although maybe, you know, some of these black powder are getting pretty high tech now.
Yeah.
But it's a one-shotter.
Well, they finally changed the laws here to where we can use rifles for deer season now. So.
What up? What up?
Hey, Kisan.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
Kizan.
Yeah, most for me, I've heard like for bow hunters it's like 45 yards and within, 45 yards you're pushing it,
Yeah.
My
Oh, I
buddy,
know. And that's why, like I say, you got this big advantage here because you can use a 12 gauge smoothbore with a scope, either pump or semi-auto. And yeah, you've pretty much got the advantage over anybody with a bow or a crossbow or a black
but yeah,
powder.
I just heard the bow hunter and like, so what are you guys talking about? I just hopped in. I
Oh,
saw
yeah, talking about like here in Saskatchewan, if you shoot a smoothbore 12 gauge shotgun, you can go out at the same time as the guys who hunt with bows, crossbows, and black powder. A couple of weeks before the regular season.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. People are like, "Oh, shotguns are inaccurate. This so blah 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 blah." I'm like, if you're good enough, you can get within 100 yards easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I do.
Oh
I've
yeah,
done,
I mean,
I've done it. I've done it with a 3-inch Magnum in my shotgun, and seriously, like I had like we were probably about what was it like 75 yards out was one of those old like 5-gallon propane tanks, and it was on a stump, and my slug hit it so hard that it fell off the stump and rolled down the hill like. Yes, and it gave me like bruised fingers because just the recoil of it hitting the trigger guard, just hitting my fingers was like it bruised my fingers for a good like 3 months. Like it was pretty like tender.
Shotguns are nasty, nasty weapons. People underestimate them all the time.
Yep.
I only shot that one slug, and I never want to shoot it ever again. I have 4 more of it. Excuse me, it was 3.5 inch. Because my buddy's like my dad's a coworker. We went out and had like a planking day, and he bought a double barrel shotgun side by side, and he wanted the biggest, the baddest round, so he bought the 3.5 inch slugs, and like apparently his gun doesn't take 3.5 inch slug, it only takes 3-inch slugs, so he gave it to me because I have a Super Magnum, Express Super Magnum, but yeah, shooting that once doesn't make me want to shoot it ever again. It hurts so bad. and I shoot shotguns a lot.
I have to stop an armored vehicle.
I used to shoot shotguns every Friday night. That'd be where I would go do family trap night. I would shoot shotguns. So it's not like them.
Well, I mean, shooting. I used to shoot skeet. My brother and I would go out and shoot skeet just in a field outside of the city. And we just had a cheap little launcher that would throw the skeet out, and we'd sit there and shoot them. It was the most fun ever. But I mean, those rounds had no recoil, right?
Right.
It's when we went to the gravel pit and brought out the slugs that there's a marked difference between shooting skeet and shooting slugs.
Oh, hell, my ex, she was like 92 pounds soaking wet, and I let her shoot mine. Oh, my God, it sent her flying back on her ass, and, I mean, her whole shoulder was bruised for I don't know how long.
Yeah. But yet, we've seen Fate of Destiny fire, 3.5-inch magnums, not a problem, and she's not a whole lot more than maybe a... Ooh, I don't even know if she'd be $110.
I know.
So here's
she's shooting 500 Smith & Wesson. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, I know. But that's just because she knows how to shoot.
Yep.
No, it's what it's all about. It's just when women get started off on too big a shit, it hurts them.
So here's a picture of me like after baseball practice. I have like my baseball gear under my clothes, and
Yeah.
So I go out every Friday night. You'll see me shooting. So yeah,
that's funny.
That's family trap night.
Yeah.
And I would always go
that'd
do
be
that.
cool, man.
And again, I have my baseball hat, my baseball polo jacket, and probably baseball clothes under that, all that clothes. And it's cool because that's where it was nice. It was nice having, because our town, we have like a little small town, and then like probably about like a mile out of town, not even like on the back part of the town, there was a gun range, and then we were all go there.
Do they have a hall where they also, have?
So this is the shotgun that you can see behind there in this area. It's the shotgun like clubhouse. So
Yeah.
again, there's like a little kitchen, little sink, and then there's little tables. And then out here is where this is the side of the house, and it has like just a like kind of like a roof or whatever. So then you walk out here so apparently toward behind me there'll probably be our little shooting spots. And we have a little bunkhouse, and then it's on like a side of a hill, so it goes out. And then I forget what the distance is. I forget, but we could do continental. So you back up 10 yards. So what normally is 18 yards, right?
Yeah.
I forget. It's 18 yards, and then
I
the
think
backside is like 28 yards for continental when you back up, and there's just further distances. But yeah, it's fun. I swear to you. And then for them, I'd spend because back then in high school I wasn't a member because I never thought it was fair because if I was a member I would have to pay the same price as a person like you, Bob, where you have your daughter, your son, your wife, and you still only have to pay that initial membership fee. For me, I pay the same thing, but I don't get anything else. I don't have any kids. I don't have a wife. You know what I mean? So I also thought it was unfair. But I would always I was back in high school, so I got the student discount, so it was $3. So I was paying them pretty much the member prices for children under age of 18. And I would go shoot. For me, I would go shoot 100 rounds. 100 rounds would be nice. So 100 rounds would be, was it $12? And that's cheaper than going out to the movies and getting food and snacks.
Oh, hell yeah, and a lot of fun.
For them, it's family night. It's family night. And again, it'd be, we would make burgers or hot dogs or, you normally had to just...
older family members' daughters around, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, there was one girl that came out here and she was shooting a 410, and we were telling her, with a 410, you gotta shoot it. You got that bird. Once you see that bird, you're gonna have to shoot it right away, or then once it sails further away, you're not gonna get it.
Yeah. Oh, you have to be a sniper with a 410. You have to be really, really good.
Sniper or quick. You gotta be quick.
Yeah.
So yeah. But for me,
it's such a small round. I mean, it's such a small. The biggest it gets is saucer shaped, basically, and then beyond that, the pellets just fall away.
Yep.
For me, we had a 410 growing up. That's all we needed. It killed anything that was around our house.
Yeah.
My grandfather killed 2 raccoons with it. Whatever you needed, it would kill anything out there. But for me, the only turn off for a 410 is that for a box of 25, it's gonna be $10 compared to $6 or $5.
Yep. Oh yeah, ammo's more expensive. I mean, but put a box of slugs in it, and it's a deer slayer.
Yeah, it is.
And anything around 25 to 50 yards, basically.
I think again for me, a roof model 410 would be a good survival gun.
Yeah.
Model is smaller.
Well, you know what? I kind of disagree with that. Because of the same thing we talked about is the 410. You get such a small shot dispersion, whereas a 20 gauge would be almost as light, a lot more effective for self-defense and defense against large animals, a lot more effective for hunting large animals, and a better shot load. Not a whole lot heavier, but not as heavy as a 12 gauge.
Right.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think that's I think it'll be for me when I said 410, I mean the 410 combo shot, single shot, where it has a 22 and a 410 combo.
I don't like those ones.
I forget what's it called. The Henry survival rifle, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would. You'd be better off just to have a 410 pump or a 410 double barrel or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, I have
really, really simple, because you don't need, if you got a 410, you don't need a 22, because you can use a 410 for doing the same things you do with 22.
For me, I have
2 different ammo if you don't have.
For me, I have that. I'd call it my $100 870. I bought one for $130. So
did you get that 870? You didn't, or you did?
I did. I got it, and I gave it to my dad as a Christmas present.
Oh, cool, man.
I gave it to my dad last Christmas. I gave it to him for last Christmas.
That's
and
cool.
And then I have that black one in my picture right now. That's my baby. That's my first shotgun I bought. That's my first firearm I purchased, and that was an 870, and that's a Super Magnum, so it has that reinforced receiver.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it could take 3.5-inch shells.
Good God, why'd you want to shoot him though?
It was $40 more. I'm like, you know what? I'm new into guns. I don't, you know, what I mean, you can
Yeah.
always go down, but you can't go up.
Yeah.
Might as well get it.
You know, it'd be really cool though. Put the 10-inch extended or the 10-round extended tube on it,
Oh yeah.
and then you're fucking laughing, man. You 10 rounds of
Yeah.
12 gauge.
12 gauge.
Oh.
Oh man. That'd be
Yeah.
cool. For you have it made because you could buy those freaking cheap Norinco 870 magazine fed shotguns, dude, for like cheap,
Oh,
man.
yeah, well, you can get the ones that use magazines. Yeah,
I'm
that's
super
that's
jealous
kind of.
of that. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's really cool that you guys have that. I wish we could get that here.
Well, we can get them for the semi-automatics. That's even cooler.
Yeah,
They're
that's what I'm
basically
saying.
a clone of an 1100, which is the indestructible semi-automatic shotgun.
Yeah, I think that's pretty awesome. I'm super jealous of that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm cheap. I'm so jealous that you could get a freaking SVT-40 for freaking, was it
Oh,
three
$289.
some change?
Oh shit,
$300.
$289.
Well, I
But
mean, yeah.
extra magazines are $80.
Yeah, but
You get
Jesus
three magazines.
Christ.
You buy
It
three
actually
extra
loads
magazines,
off most of the stripper clips, so you don't really need it.
Yeah, you
I
buy
bought
3
two
extra
anyway,
magazines,
'cause
you
I
already
need
got
it.
yourself a new gun.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Did I tell you guys? You guys probably already know, but I ordered my NPAP underfolder last Thursday, and they should be here this Thursday, and I have the next 2 days off, and I'm super excited.
Oh, nice, man.
So excited for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I
that's,
was- I was
apparently
actually
that's the big
looking at-
thing everybody's buying right now down
Well,
south
I'm not gonna
there.
lie, Bob. Like for us, like it was super scary last year. Like it was so like uncertain about it. But this time it kind of settled back down. But was it March? March was it March, April, February? Those times were like the scariest of the like. I mean, you were getting a high dollar for anything.
Yeah.
PMags were going for like $75 for one. Everything, a freaking Washer 10, a $400 AK was going for $1,300.
Yeah, that's.
Like I could have, I'm like, I mean, I totally thought of selling my AR-15. I'm like, that would be so like, it'd be so nice, but nope, kept it. Liked it too much. But then again, I only had an AR-15 and I had one AR-15, one AK, and then my regular. And then one Glock 17, so 22. Now I have freaking 7 AR-15s, a second AR, or a second AK, 3 handguns. I'm set.
Yeah, they're kind of addictive, aren't they? I know.
They are addictive.
I started out with I just wanted to I already had a 30-06, I had 22, so I kind of wanted to just have one extra of each of them. But then my kids wanted 22s, and I thought I should get a shotgun. Next thing you know, I've got like 20 guns. It's just, what?
Like for me, like I don't know. So I just got the inside the waistband holster, the 511 one, from a buddy of mine, a coworker of mine. He works security and whatever, and he's like, oh yeah, he's from Arizona. He's like, I moved up from Arizona, and so I sold my gun because I didn't know the whole laws of Washington State. So I was like, oh, if you want it, you could have it. I'm like, sure, sweet. So I have the one of the newer prototypes for the 511 inside the waistband Glock 719 holster. And that thing is super comfy. I forget it's there.
Huh.
You know what I mean? Especially I carry around like my 4 o'clock.
Right.
So, yeah. So I used to carry it outside the waistband on my 3 o'clock, but I kind of moved it to more of that 4 o'clock area, and it's so like comfy. I forget. And I was thinking about getting, because there was at my gun shop for the longest time ever, we had a Glock, was it 27 FDE? And I was super tempted to buy it, but I held off, and I think it's gone now. I haven't checked. But So I feel like there's no need for me to go down anymore. Smaller size.
Yeah, hopefully here within a week, Keeson, I'll be finishing my pistol build.
Oh, yeah, AR-15. Are you gonna go with the SIG brace? My gun shop,
I
my
probably
guy,
will in the future.
my arms dealer, the guy who works at the gun shop, he was like, "Oh yeah, have you seen these SIG Tech braces and all this stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know," because I'm like, "Yeah, I remember that." Because for me, I built my AR-15 pistol, but again, I kind of not really didn't really build the upper because I bought the barrel, bought the whatever upper receiver and stuff. But I brought it over to my gunsmith and asked him to put it together for like $20.
Oh,
Because
really?
it's cheaper. Because it was cheaper doing that than it was to buy the tools. You know what I mean?
Right.
And just doing it right away. Because the only way you make money out of buying the tools is if like you buy it when it's on sale, or either like you're doing a couple more than like 3 builds. You know what I mean? Then it's worth it.
Yeah. You got together with some friends and split the cost.
Well, so last week we had the Cabela's. We had a Cabela's. No, we have a Cabela's here, and they had the Cabela's like Father Day sale. Like the last 3 weeks going on. Was it the week prior to Father's Day? Because I totally thought Father's Day wasn't this Sunday, but last Sunday. So the 2 Sundays ago. But they had the Wheeler tactical, the Wheeler AR-15 like set. So it had the plastic, what's it called? Shooting bench. It had that. It had the torque wrench, the AR-15 mat, and it had like the tear down of it, all this stuff. It had a cleaning rod, blah 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 blah. And it was normally like a $200 set, but it was on sale for like $99.
Damn.
And I was there, and I was tempted to buy it, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know, should I get it? Nah. So I didn't get it though. But I've been looking to get an armor set. I think it was like $200, and it was on sale for $99. I went down there because there was a doorbuster for like I forget. I don't know. I think it's probably like a Bushmaster or some not Bushmaster, Nikon or something like that. But it's rebranded Cabela's, and it was a 4 to 16 power, 44 objective lens scope for $75.
Oh, that's a nice price.
It was sold out. I went there when it opened. It was like I went there at like 9? When it opened up at 8 o'clock. So I went there at like 8:25, sold out within the first 15 minutes. Some guy bought like 4 of them, and I was I'm like,
that's called a lost leader. All businesses do that, or most retail businesses do.
Yeah, again for them, it's like the doorbuster special.
Yeah.
So you know how they had like camping chairs for like $4, $5.99.
Yeah.
So again, you know what I mean.
Yeah, you have to be waiting at the door when they open the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I woke up late, so that 25 minutes. I woke up at 8 o'clock, and it took me 25 minutes to get there. So I was kind of sad because I was thinking about getting one for me and one for my dad.
Oh yeah. We got local kind of hardware farm center place, that sells everything from clone Honda engines to tires for your trailer and springs and hitches and all that kind of crap. Pellet guns, sometimes shirts and jackets.
But again, for was it 98% of Cabela's gear or like clothing or anything like that? It's just made from the same company, like Columbia, Bushnell, Nikon, but it's just rebranded Cabela's.
Oh yeah. No, I know.
Just buy it in bulk and just be like, hey,
I was gonna get a Cabela's branded optic, right? And they ran out of them, so they gave me the one that was really it, which was a Baruska or something like that, Baraska. Yeah, not a bad sight and a good price. So I got it on my little Ruger 1022 now because
I have
a laser on it.
I forget what it is. Because I bought, because my grandpa has an SKS, and he's like, oh, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, my blah, 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 blah. He was telling me, like, pretty much his sight's failing him, you know what I mean? He's getting so old. So I told him I'll buy you a scope or whatever. And so I bought it, and I was trying to put it on his SKS. But apparently, I forget what it was. I forget about, so apparently, how, like, there's different SKS. So I guess I bought the wrong one. So I bought the European mount for the SKS. So when it fit with the no wrinkle one, so, like, apparently, like, people are like, oh, you just got to file it down. So I filed it down. It didn't work. I'm like, oh, crap, I'm going to go return to Cabela's. And then so I remember that I brought it over to my grandpa's house, and then I brought it back home to file it, because my grandpa lives, like, a block away from me.
Yeah.
And apparently he threw away the receipt, so I couldn't return it. Like, oh,
no, they won't.
I'm like, he's like, well, it's not my fault you left it in the bag, and I tossed away the bag, and I'm like, thanks, Grandpa. So now I bought one of those Picatinny rails, those smaller, like, Weaver based. And I put it onto, like, not even $10. It's, like, really cheap. But I bought it, and I put it onto my 1022, which now my grandpa has.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a fixed 4-power scope on it, and it's pretty good. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
No, excuse me. It was a BSA. I'm looking at it.
There you go, Kisan. That's the one I got.
Oh,
that's cool.
I'm always alt-tabbed. I'm not really focusing on the... Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that's kind of neat, man.
Yeah, mine's a 7-inch barrel, so mine's super short. It's way shorter. It's nice though. I like it.
This one's 10.5.
Yeah, actually, a 10.5-inch barrel on a 223, you don't lose that much velocity, and it makes it way handier.
Well, this is the 300.
Mine's fun to shoot. Have you guys?
300, that's even better, because I mean it's a low velocity round to start with.
Yep.
Oh, Bob dropped. You see this little toolbox I bought from Walmart? It's called the FatMax, Stanley FatMax. It has a water seal. But I was planning on making this into like my vehicle, like go-to gear. And this is like a Walmart again, $10 or so. But I have my LB, some mags. But if I wanted to, I could easily put in my AR pistol and just take out the 2 push pins and just fit it in here if I wanted to.
Right.
Go grab it
Is that locked?
It locks. It has latches, but the latches also have right here. There's a little where you can put in an actual padlock if you wanted to, or like a little like one of these little locks right here. Fuck. Right. Sorry, I'm a little buzzed. Been drinking some vodka mixed with lemonade. So like one of these little Brinks, little locks, you can easily lock it in here. But again, if I really want to get in your stuff, all I gotta do is just take a hacksaw and cut off the plastic hinges, and I'm set.
Right.
But I'll be right back.
Okay.
So here's my baby right here. You've seen it, right? My little AR-15 pistol. So here it is. It has a 20 round mag, PMag. It was loaded, or not loaded, but nothing in here. But easily, if I wanted to, I could put it diagonally and it'll fit in here. But to make it fit better, all I do is push the push pins, and I could easily put it in there and keep it in my vehicle. So and every night just bring it back in. But yeah, I like this. The rail, the Troy Alpha rail, got the 7-inch. Feels so good. I'm one of those weird guys. I'm Asian, but I have gigantism, I guess. So I have really big hands. I wear, for me, like a mechanics, one of those mechanics gloves. I wear extra large. I don't have the width or the thickness to fill it out, but I have long fingers. Long finger.
Let's see, this one, mil-spec forged upper, let's see, Ford Assist, dust cover, 12-inch rifle length free float rail with removable front short rails, 10.5-inch Odin Works stainless steel barrel.
Mm-hmm.
1/8 twist. Let's see, .750 low profile gas block. Pistol gas tube. Crank style muzzle device with crush forcer. Yeah.
The it's the KX3, so that's the Noveske, what's it? I forget what it's called. The Noveske Flaming Pig or whatever they call it. I forget.
I don't know.
But yeah, so that one, again, that's like the AR-15 style crank brake, so it creates back pressure. So
Okay.
it creates more pressure for everything to cycle, and you have a better, I mean, it's pretty cool. I bought this, again, my favorite muzzle brake is going to be the Phantom, Phantom, I forget what it is. The Yankee Hill one, the Yankee Hill Phantom flash hider, but the 5C2 whatever, the weird
Right.
designation. I like it, but for this one, it doesn't really work on this gun because it's only a 7-inch barrel. You know what I mean? Like you can see this rail is a 7.2-inch rail, and you can see like the muzzle brake actually starts inside the rail.
Right.
So again, it creates fireballs, and it's nice. It's a good, again, it was a novelty gun, and again, I always, you know what I mean, I always had the dream of, owning an SBR, and this will be the closest. But now that the dream is actually a reality, so I ordered some of the ATF paperwork to make SBRs. So I might SBR this baby. I've been thinking about getting this brace and trying that out before doing that, especially in this market. Is again, if you don't like it, sell it, and you can probably get dang near what you paid for it.
Yep.
Yeah. I have that.
I was gonna say I'm gonna grab the handguard out real quick out of my safe. Let me step away for a second.
I used to be a big fan of quad rails, but not anymore. I need to get some more draw. So, what kind of gun safe do you have?
What kind of what?
Gun safe.
Let's see the front of it. Canon.
Okay.
24 gun safe.
Yeah, same here. I have a 24 gun safe too. I have Cabela's. The Costco Big Ram or Big Horn.
Right.
14 gun safe. It's nice. My dad surprised me and got it for me as a late Christmas present. Pretty much ever since, I would say ever since 14 or so, ever since I got out of middle school or was in middle school, we kind of stopped getting presents from my parents because we kind of grew up. So instead of getting presents, we learned, got our license, got paid driver's ed, got cars. That the Cobra mount?
It's the, Fab Defense.
Oh, it's really one. I was looking at those. Those look cool. How do you like it? Have you tried it out yet?
Well, I don't have. I could have put it on my full size AR, but the rifle. But I was just gonna wait until I got the pistol. But it fits in the hand real nice. It's real ergonomic.
That, and I was looking at the Stark Industries one, the Cobra one too.
It's real ergonomic. Plus, I don't know if I can get it on the camera or not. In the back here, it's got a little
storage compartment.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. Again, with this rail, it's the Troy. I like Troy and all, but I'm kind of pissed off at them because they kind of sued Samson. Samson Manufacturing, so they're going out of business. I can see why. Trade secrets and stuff like that.
Right.
This one's super good. Again, for me, I have really big arms, so I can wrap it around. Rip it up. But it's so nice. because you have these lightning cuts, and then they also have the circles here. And if you don't like these, you can put the squid. Squid covers? So again, you get grip into it. But for me, it feels super good. Just shoulder that right there. You know what I mean? I have these higher sights. Again, the Daniel Defense fixed sights. Okay, because this is AR pistol, so I don't plan on putting any optics or red dot or anything on there. So I'm fine with that. It's nice. Where did Bob go?
He probably got tired of waiting on Chris to come back. So.
I think he just dropped and never came back in. Ooh, that's cool. Savage Model 42 review. Eric posted it in the chat. Take a look at it.
Oh, yeah.
How much? What's the price point on that?
I don't know.
22. That's pretty cool. That's the same concept. Again, for me, I think it's so cool. Like, for you get those was it round adapters for the 12 gauge, so you can shoot you can shoot 22s, 9mm, 44s, all those ones. Because you gotta do is just put in that little that chamber adapter. You know what I mean? And I was telling, what's his name? Like, I was telling, oh yeah, what's Huck or whatever. Like if you want to, how he's building those this precious, this stone bullets. If you want to test it out, I would just totally hook up with gun websites and just shoot them out of that 12 gauge with the adapter. See if they work.
Eric said his brother paid about $400 for his.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, even $400, that's the same price for that, what's called that Henry survival rifle. They're going for $400, $500 plus. Let me go see. Because I saw one at the gun show, and they wanted like high dollar for it.
Yeah.
Let's go check. They are I don't think it's. I forget what it's at Henry. Who makes it? I forget.
Makes what?
The one that what's the name? Dave Canterbury off of Dual Survival, the guy who got kicked off because he lied about his credentials.
Oh, I don't know.
He has a shotgun. He has the survival 410, 22 shot with a gun, and apparently they're going for a high dollar amount. I forget what it's called. Dang it! Shit. I don't know what you're gonna talk about. I don't know the name of it. Yeah. Oh. What is it called? Is it the M6 Scout survival rifle? That's what I'm talking about. Okay. M6 Scout.
Yeah, so if I get that pistol upper, and I really like shooting that 300, that right there is what I'm going to get next.
300.
Yeah.
Oh no, I always. I'm building that AR-308, so I'm like, yeah, there's no need for me to build anything else besides that.
Right.
This is the gun I'm talking about. It's that survival. Apparently, I went to go look on Gunbroker, and now that's This is going for like $700 minimum.
Was it lever action?
It has a big trigger, extra long trigger. So it's designed for Vietnam fighter pilots or whatever pilots, who were if they were to get shot down, they'll have a survival rifle. So it's
Right.
designed for the glove hand.
Okay.
And again, see like this little latch over here. You can pop it open and you can store like 5, 4, 10 shells and like 20, 22 shells in here, or ammunition. And then it just as a brake action. There's a little safety switch over here. You turn it a certain way so it won't the hammer won't engage the firing pin. He wrapped it in paracord, so I forget how much feet of paracord. He probably has 100 of it, 100 feet over here. And it's a good survival gun. It's like kind of like that Savage that the Model 42, but just updated. Or that one's updated. Updation to this. Can't even talk. Pretty buzz. I lost my buzz. There is some more. I've been drinking this. This is what I've been drinking. I have vodka mixed into this lemonade, and I was drunk. I was drunk enough to remember to write "had vodka" on it. So I have it was lemonade, simply lemonade, and then what's it called? Watermelon flavored vodka.
Oh, crap. Look at that. Check out that Chiappa that Eric posted in there.
Oh man,
That little badger.
that shoots 22.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. I think the whole concept of that, like breaking down and everything, is cool. But for me, I'm like, might as well toss an extra whatever, $100, and might as well just get a Ruger 1022 breakdown. If you're just gonna go just with the 22 caliber, and for me, the thing that makes me it for the other one is that it shoots 410 and 22,
Right.
But for me nowadays, because you can find a Ruger 1022 on sale for like what, $300. Like they were selling on PSA for that like not too long ago. I was talking about speaking about PSA. I haven't checked their daily deals. See if I want to spend any more money there.
If you want to get a VZ 2008.
$399.99.
Yeah, I know. We was talking about it last night.
Yeah, let's bring it. Oh, Smith & Wesson Shield for $359, $360.
1022 rifle with Laser Max stock, $219.
Yeah, seriously. I'm not gonna lie, I always find good deals, I guess. But I bought my Ruger 1022 for $80 from my best friend's mom. But now I kind of got stolen from my grandpa. I'll just bring it up. The thing that irks me about that is that I let my grandpa have it pretty much. Like, it's still mine. It doesn't really matter because we're in the state of Washington, so it doesn't matter what name is under. But it's like my gun. But he had a nice Norinco SKS, the one I was just talking about, how I was gonna buy a scope for it.
Right.
But like, instead of him like offering to give it to me or selling it to me, he gives it to my uncle, which I bet you I'm like 100%, I'm like 150% sure that all he did was flip it during the gun scare and probably bought it for whatever $300 from my grandpa, and then probably sold it for $600-700 when the gun scare was happening. And I swear I bet you he did that.
Yeah, a lot of people were doing that.
Yeah, like seriously, like I don't know. I think it's crazy because the SKS are still going for like $600 at the time. And he probably did that, and like it just irks me that my grandpa didn't offer to give it to me. I was trying to sell it to him for a premium, for it. 'Cause he says it's too, like, again, for him it's too heavy, you know. But yep.
Check out the
I just bought that new my latest gun besides my AK I just ordered was that M&P AR-1522. That's nice. I like it. Oh man, that's the triple threat barrel. Oh man, that's cool. It was on the cover for, was it Home Defense? Was it the magazine? I thought it was pretty cool. It's 8 pounds.
trips.
So did you watch the AK chat or no?
I was listening to it.
Was it good? Last time they had one was on point. The modern ones, the difference, and how, they were asking how people, felt about this, felt about that.
Right.
Like, scopes, what do you guys feel about scopes? Or handguards, or grips, magazines. I'm like, oh man, that was so good. I was jonesing for some more. I was like, man, where's my fix? I need my fix.
Let's see if I can find. Oh, here it is. Get this pulled up.
I've been watching a lot more videos on building AKs.
Have you?
I might want to try to do one. I was looking at those, the AK steel flats, or whatever, AK receiver flat.
There it is.
They're right here. $20. $20 at Brownells.
There you go. Look at that, Kisan.
I usually Googling the triple threat barrels. I think that's super cool. Can you imagine someone paying that amount of money and then just go bringing out, go duck hunting?
I know.
Because, for us, I don't know if it's different for you guys, but we can only have 3 rounds in our shotguns at any time for hunting purposes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you gotta, say, how your 870, what is it? It's 1 in the chamber and then 4 in the tube for regular, just standard 870 for just regular 2 3/4, shotgun shells. So you gotta put in a plug in there so it blocks off the it stops the follower plug, so you can't put any more extra rounds in there.
That sucks.
You guys don't have that law over there where you're from?
Nope.
Yeah. Oh man,
It wouldn't matter. Mine only holds 3 in a magazine and 1 in the chamber. So
I think it's 1 in the tube and then 2 in the magazine at the most. Here, I'm not sure. I'll say me and my dad, we always want to go duck hunt, but last year we had one of the coldest winters on record, so all the good duck hunting spots were all frozen over.
right. I'll get what it was I got on this site for.
I actually clicked out on my gun channel's chat.
Oh, did you?
A little slow loading back up. There we go. So tomorrow I should be getting my Coastal Tomahawk Spike Hawk. Can't wait. Super excited.
Let's see. Tactical. Yeah. 1892 Alaskan takedown. 44 Remington 20-inch barrel. Wow.
I think again the Ruger 1022 is a game changer in the takedown. Because again, you can mount like a little optic on there, and it doesn't really matter because as long as because you're not going to be taking off the optic off and on. All it is removing the barrel and it's got that cam lock.
There, look at that second. Second link. Yeah, it's got the little badger on there too.
Oh, that's cool.
Pricey.
Pricey, yep.
It's almost like the ranch hands.
I don't think the ranch hands are that expensive, aren't they? They're pretty.
Nah, but I mean, it's almost like the ranch hand with that big loop lever and.
Oh yeah.
In which it possibly could be, because if you look at the Tactical 1911. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm already tired. Drank too much.
Yeah, because if you look at that one, at the Tactical 1911s, if you click on one of them and look at the manufacturer down at the X, you'll see why they look familiar.
Yeah.
Armscore. So all they are is Rock Islands without the engraving on.
So
Oh yeah, now I know why I got on here. Here, look at these shotguns. This is why I got on here.
Oh yeah, those ones. 1887.
Yep, the bootleg lever action.
Those aren't considered pistols or anything, right?
That's a shot. Which one?
Both of them.
The
All three of them?
shotgun?
All four of them.
Yeah, those are shotguns.
Yeah. Well, they're not considered like any other weapon, or you know what I mean.
I don't think so.
Technically, they don't have a stock, do they not?
Well, it's got a short stock.
Yeah. For the longest time ever, I've been looking at getting a Mosin Nagant M44. Side bayonet and everything.
Oh yeah.
I just saw them on Slick Guns.
They're on Classic Firearms right now for $200.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Mosins are?
The M44. It's about as cheap as you'll ever see them.
I bought that freaking, the NPAP underfolder with your advice.
I didn't give you advice by that.
Didn't you? You're like, oh, this is a better one. Buy this one instead of buying that one.
Oh yeah, I said that's a better one, but I also was talking about the NPAP, not the underfolder.
Yeah. I got the little Samsung cheap piece. Hope it.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work. You're better off just getting used to it. Maybe doing a paracord wrap around the stock and just get used to it.
Yeah.
Cause
I'm good. I don't have a tactical beard like you guys.
That's not yeah, alright, whatever. It's not about that. It's about you're bolting a piece of plastic onto a piece of sheet metal, which
No,
gives that.
this is a metal too. I think it's aluminum.
Great. So you're bolting a piece of aluminum onto a piece of folded sheet metal. Therefore, if you drop or hit that cheek piece hard enough, you're putting an awful lot of torque on that folded piece of sheet metal, which could damage or bend your underfolder stock. Those stocks, I've seen them bent all the fucking hell and back because some fucking Iraqi National Guard fucker like dropped his rifle and stepped on the freaking stock and just bent it all the hell and back. So like, I give it a shot and see if it works good. But if it moves around or if it fucking like tweaks on the structure of that folding piece of metal, take it off. Do yourself a favor. What I saw guys do that did have underfolders was just wrap paracord around. It doesn't give you a better cheat. It just gives you like a tiny bit improvement, but then you just get used to it after if you just practice with it enough.
I think I'll be fine.
My friend has a Polish underfolder and he put a red dot and like on a whatchamacallit, oh, what's the fucking mount that goes on your gas tube?
The Ultimac.
Yeah, he put it on an Ultimac with a EOTech, and that like solved like all his cheek weld problems. Because it raised his sight picture up just a little bit, and then it just made it easier to get a sight picture. Yeah, the underfolders are strong to a degree. Like they're stronger than you expect, but they're not that strong. But then again, I don't know. There could be like they could be different from country to country. The one I saw that fucking A&G guy stepped on folded like it just folded completely. Well, it didn't fold. It bent. It was in a way that was completely
unsalvageable.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, you know, it's just like that's fucking kind of cool. I've always wanted underfolder AK.
Yeah, they're cool as fuck. I just, you know, just play with it. Have it as like a toy, you know, like something cool. Don't like, you know, I wouldn't dump a bunch of money into it anyway. Those PAPs are supposed to be awesome out of the box.
You know, they ain't gold plated yet. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! I'm looking at a $500 Mosin Nagant on the Gunbroker right now.
You've been eyeballing that for like the past month, haven't you?
This is a new one.
Newer one. This is the one that you.
Oh, this is the same model, but this is a different auction. And it's in a suburb of Portland.
Oh really?
So maybe I could. Like, I'm thinking like the buy it now is just high enough to make me not, but then I could probably go and pick it up from the guy, and then there's like
right now. Only $299.
That's got the octagon receiver.
That's got everything. This thing is in perfect condition. The only thing about that bums me out is it's got the intermediate war stock. If it had the real war stock on it, it's been refinished from the factory. That's obvious. Right. But that's the intermediate stock. If it had the war stock on it, I would jump on it. I don't know. Fuck, dude. These things are so. It's fucking 3 days. Ugh.
So okay, again, I guess uneducated in the Mosin. So what makes it so like sought after? Just because it's Finnish, or?
They're the most accurate, best made Mosin Nagants are the Finnish ones. From what I've read, most people agree. I'm not gonna say all people, but most people agree that they're better. And what the Finns did is during and after kicking the living crap out of the Soviets and during the Winter War, the Finns basically were outfitted during the war with Soviet weapons, and they basically fought the Soviets with their own weapons and were able to resupply themselves off of killing Soviet soldiers.
Yeah.
So it's like genius, basically.
Mhm.
But then they saw how that worked out for them, so they took the Mosin-Nagants, the Russian ones, and they
It re-engineered them.
yeah, they put a better stock on them, and they rebarreled them with you see Volmet, Tika. This is a this is a I think this is a Belgium, so this is a Fabrique Nationale barrel. So Fabrique Nationale, I think it's Fabrique Nationale. Tika, Seiko, and Volmet all made barrels. And so there's so many things about them that are better. It's mainly in the barrel, but it's like if you took a Mosin-Nagant and you just made it better. That's what it is. I mean, I don't know how else to put it.
I was curious. There's less produced, right? Again.
I don't know if there's less, but they're generally they're. If you know anything about bolt-action rifles, Tika and Seiko are some of the best, even produced to this day. I've shot a Tika and a Seiko, and a modern Tika and modern Seiko, and they were just phenomenal rifles. And Volmet is I've heard, I mean, don't tell G-Webs I said this, but a lot of people consider the Volmet AKs, the finished version of the AK-47 made, to be the best AK there was.
I'm sure he's not listening.
I
Right?
bet you he probably has this. He's gonna hop on here any minute and just start battling you.
Well, it's think of it's the Seiko, or I mean the Volmet AK was like a finished version of the Galil before there was even a Galil.
Especially since he was in the room.
I don't know. That's what I've read. I've read it a couple times about Volmet AKs being amazing, but I don't know. I know they're sought after too, Volmet AKs.
How's this live if we don't have a host? Are you hosting it, Pink Panther?
Yeah, that's why it's the pink room.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm like, oh yeah, where's G-Webs? So
He was in the room.
They're $1,600
What?
for a Volmet.
AK? Yeah, they go for more than that. I assume for up to $3,000.
Oh, right here, here's 2,700.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a SVT 40.
Yeah,
well,
because
SVT-40 is cheaper than that. SVT-40 is like only $1,500.
Because they only imported a small amount before the '94 ban, and then the '94 ban happened, and they just gave up. They didn't even try to really import any after that. And so
they're mostly word calibers, 223, 308.
That's the only they didn't import. I don't think they imported very, very few of the 7.62 by 39. So there's not many imported in the U.S. And they're, like I said, they're also just amazing weapons.
This one's a freaking 7.62 by was it by 51. 308, yeah, 308.
Yeah.
Ooh. Bullpup 3. Have you guys watched the Bates Motel on Netflix?
No.
No.
Because I guess it's like an offshoot of like, was it Psycho? Alfred Hitchcock, the Psycho, whatever, Psycho. I've been watching that. It's based in Oregon. I was just wondering if you watched it, Chris, because
No.
it's based off of Oregon.
I'll stick with the original. I don't need. I don't need a
Well,
sequel.
like it's kind of like, so you know how like I forget. I haven't. I totally. I don't remember. I probably watched Psycho, but I don't remember it. But you know how like there's that mother and son people running that motel.
Yeah. I
It's
know
like
this
that
part.
story, but in the modern day. So I've been watching that. Starting to get a little good.
There you are, Chris. That's what I ended up getting. Or at least one like it.
Cool. 300 blackout, you said, or say?
Yeah.
Wow, that is pretty cool. If I ever go to a different AR caliber, it'll definitely be 300 blackout.
308.
No, fuck that.
I'm already gone there.
300 blackout is it's the best because of the commonality of all the parts.
Right.
In the magazine, everything. That's what makes it such a great conversion caliber.
I remember when the gun scare was happening, like the only like magazines were left were like the 6.8. So I'm like, the 6.8 magazines are the same thing as the 223. You just only get 25 rounds compared to 30 rounds. Like people want to listen. I ain't buying it, but I'm alright.
They're not the same.
Aren't they the same?
No, they're not the same. The cartridges. That's why no. The only caliber. The only AR caliber that magazines are common is 300 to 5.56. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
6.8, 6.8, 6.5 are different magazines. They have different feed lips.
Oh,
They're
really?
longer. Isn't the cartridge longer?
No, the cartridge is basic. Well, maybe a little bit, but yeah, the opening at the top, the feed lips, everything's different.
I thought they were all the same.
Nope, you're gonna run into all kind. Like you can shove one of those two calibers, I don't know if it's 6.5 or 8, into a regular AR magazine, but you're gonna run into feed issues.
Yeah, I thought again it was like you could do that, and then all you do is instead of having 30 rounds, you can only you only put in like 25 rounds.
Nope, you're gonna run into feeding issues. You can do it, but it's I know you can. I know people have loaded in 5.56 magazines, but I don't. The other way around, I don't think works at all because the rounds will just puke out the top because it's a bigger opening.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, man.
Night.
We'll lay down. Can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for Thursday. I'm like, but like I swear I've been eyeballing this like tracking label. Or like I probably check it like over 50 times a day. See if it's even updated.
Like I said, be careful with that cheek weld thing. Don't.
Don't abuse it too much.
Well, if it looks, you'll see what I mean when you attach it and you push on it, you'll see the whole structural tweak. That's why you don't see guys putting crap on those underfolds for like 550 core.
Well, what's his name? So military arm channel. He's shown that Kydex insert where you just pinch it in between the rails.
But that doesn't put any torque on the structure.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know. But again, for that one, you can't keep that on there and have it collapse. The other one's designed to be clearance from whatever. So again, if it doesn't work, I mean.
You don't want to bet. Those things are those underfolders are so effing complicated to take apart to get off if you have to swap it out for a new one.
Yeah.
I've seen people do it. I just like scratch my head and like fuck it. I don't.
Yeah, I was watching how to do it. Apparently, there's like four different pins or something like that.
Yeah, it's amazing how complicated it is.
I was watching some guy do it on YouTube, but then again, you can watch to become a heart surgeon on YouTube. It doesn't really pan out. You're there.
Well, if you ever get sick of that stock and want to put a stock on it, I'll give you a link to a place that makes a stock. It like basically attaches a buffer tube, a AR buffer tube to an underfoot.
Yeah, I know the ACE adapter, right?
I don't know if it's Ace, but I can find the link again if you need to.
No worries. Yep.
I cannot. I wish I had fucking $500 right now. God damn it.
Wish you had $500 extra.
That's what I should say. This is like one of the rifles I need for my World War II collection, and I don't have, and it's bugging me.
Yeah, I bought that, and I'm saving the rest of it because I'm wanting to go up to that Northfield gun shop that I posted that video on, or posted in gun channels where they did that video with all the milsurps.
That's like my dream fucking shot. I'm gonna put together this AR that I have. I bought an upper, so I might as well put together one more AR. But after that, I'm not buying it. Maybe I'll buy an AK, one of these cheap ones, but I'm not buying any more new weapons. They're all gonna be antiques after this. I mean, I have enough ARs and all that shit and Glocks. I'm gonna buy some collector's pieces, pretty much all. It's like, how many more polymer pistols do I need to own? You know, how many ARs does one kid need? How many AKs? You know, if I collected. Like, collecting ARs is kind of weird to me. I have 4, and it's just like I have 4 of the basic 2 rifles and 2 carbines, and they're all the same thing for the most part.
Right.
In AKs, I can get it because there's so many different variants and cool countries and shit. But like, I have too many damn ARs, and I have 2 AKs. I don't need any more.
Trust me, I feel you.
The ones I see imported now kind of bum me out. You know, the bayonet lugs are cut off. You know, like all the good ones. I mean, not the stupid like American produced ones, but like, you know, the one like the original, the real deal with the real proper barrel and everything proper. Man, if I would have known this is the way things were gonna go, I would have never sold my Polish, and I never would have sold my Norinco. My Norinco AK, fuck, that thing was so cool. I mean, it was like, I missed that rifle, to be honest with you. Like, that was a mistake.
Well, hell, if we knew then what we know now, I mean, hell.
I also gifted my best friend a Christmas years and years and years ago. I gifted him somebody had built out of a, well, you know, when you could get the kits that sell the real barrels.
Right.
This guy built a Romanian, or is it Romanian? G, right? You know, the guard rifles. Maybe it's Yugoslavian. I think it's Romanian G. And he built this really nice, with the right wood and everything. And I gave it to my best friend for Christmas, and like, he went and freaking sold it. And I was so bummed out. I'm like, you motherfucker.
That's why you can't give shit or sell shit to friends.
Yeah, fuck friends, man. But see, like, you can't even find that shit now. Like, every rifle I see is either something with the bayonet lug is cut off, or some really noodly American-made crap that I can't trust.
Right.
Or it's an arsenal that costs, you know, $1 million effing dollars, and I can't afford. I can't justify spending $1,000 or $1,200 on an AK. That just doesn't. It's just
right.
I can spend $1,000. I can spend $1,000 and 900. 900 to $1,000.
On an
for
AK?
an arsenal? For an arsenal, yeah. Not for an AK. I'm like, if you say any AK, then I'm gonna say no. But if you get me on an arsenal, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't
That's
know.
just 5 pairs of shoes to him. I mean,
I bought my Arsenal for $600, and that was a lot when I bought it. That's
Yeah, but what year did you buy it in?
I don't know, 90 freaking
Exactly.
something or other.
Exactly. That's like saying, well, like I used to pay 99 cents for a gallon of gas. I mean,
Yeah, well,
if you can get it for the going rate, get it for the going rate. You know what I'm saying?
I bought my Norinco for $400 effing dollars. God damn it! I should have never sold that thing. No, I get it, but I added up what I'm gonna put this freaking this Bravo company together for, and it comes out less than a freaking less than a Arsenal, not the stamp one, but like a milled receiver Arsenal. Like that's kind of hard to justify like the extra money for when I can put together. If I want a modern rifle, I can just put together an AR for cheaper than Arsenal costs and get just as good as a rifle, I don't know. I was looking at one of the Sam, whatever it was. That thing was fucking cool as the day was long, but I was just like, God, like $600, $700, $800 more dollars, I could just get a Tavor and
Yeah.
have something really cool.
Yeah. At that point, I really regret not getting a Tavor, but it was either one Tavor or get, a MMP, a 686, and 2 lowers.
Which was it? Which 686 was it?
It's the 4-inch plus model.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah, so I got a real nice 686. I mean, I
Hell
figure
yeah.
that like if I can move in time before any other crazier laws happen, like federally, then I'll always be able to get a Tavor. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I figured it'd be nice, for whatever reason, if I don't move, at least I have a nice wide variety, and I have 2 blank lowers to build, the next 10 years with.
Yeah. I took my LWRC to my gunsmith. He's got like a little shop, and like put it in for commission. See if I can sell that fucker. If I can sell that thing, I can buy.
I thought you already sold it. I knew you were talking about it.
The guy backed out last minute. I thought I had it. It was all golden, and then I didn't hear from my gunsmith for like my FFL, and then I called him the next day, and he's like, "Guy hasn't shown up." I'm like, "Fuck, okay." So he I don't know, and I guess the guy came in a few days later, and he put like money down, and then he freaking, I don't know what happened. I didn't bother to ask. I was kind of disappointed.
I feel like that's what happened to me, and that's kind of how I ended up with my Arsenal, because I had this shitty ass IOAK, right?
Yeah.
And when I got it, she ran like a champ. I'm not gonna lie, she ran like a champ when I first got her. But like I was missing the cleaning rod, which they said they would send me, and my handguard was loose, and I had like massive mag wobble. So I sent it back to them, paid the shipping, and they took care of the handguard, they took care of the mag wobble, they threw in the cleaning rod. But then, I took it out, and I couldn't cycle a whole mag through her.
What?
Yeah, at all. I couldn't cycle a whole mag at all. And so I was like, fuck this, right? So this was like December, and I went out to a casino, and I came up with like some pretty good money.
Nice.
So I was like, okay, well, you know what? And this was pre-Newtown. I was like, okay, I'm going to sell my IO for $500. I'm going to buy my Arsenal now. And my boy said, he was like, just give me like a month and a half and I'll pay you for it. Because it was like early December. It was maybe like late November or whatever, Thanksgiving time. And he was like, I'll give you $500 for it, but like in January, just hold on to it. I was like, well, whatever. I came up in the casino. I can cover the Arsenal. I'll just make up this money later. But then Newtown happened, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna take it to the gun show. This was like the gun show 2 weeks after Newtown,
Yeah.
and I just slapped a piece of paper on it that said 1,000. Somebody was willing to give me 900 for it, and I just and they were from my state, so I had to drive to Baltimore to go drop it off at the FFL, and he gave me 900 for it, and my friend was so pissed at me. He was like, no, you said 500. I was like, bro, I'm not gonna wait another month to sell this to you if I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to sell it to you, and I made twice as much money. I mean, you can't be mad, bro.
And you screwed somebody.
Yeah.
Some
So I
poor
basically-
sap out there has got a crappy AK that doesn't run.
It's got a lifetime warranty.
Yeah,
For a
you better-
reason.
You better. I hope it follows the gun, not the
Not
buyer.
the owner. It's a lifetime.
That's good for you, man. So that's how you got the money for the arsenal.
Yeah. So I literally ended up only paying like $300. Well, no, I got it for 11. Everything shipped, and I sold it for 9. Yeah, so I paid like $200 for an arsenal.
My state's kind of sketchy. Like my state, you're not allowed to walk around. Well, you can walk around the gun show with a rifle, but you're not allowed to sell it in the gun show. It's really sketchy. You gotta like.
Well, I couldn't sell it. Well, I mean, put it like this: I was at a Virginia gun show, so if someone from Virginia would have came up to me and said, "Hey, I want to buy your gun,"
Yeah.
we would have had to go to a table that had a Virginia FFL there, and I would have just done it there. And luckily enough, everyone from Maryland goes to the Virginia gun show, so half the people there are from Maryland already.
Nice.
And luckily enough, the guy who offered me the most, because some guy offered me 800, another guy offered me 7, he ended up being the 900. I took down his number, and I called him at the end of the day. I was like, "Hey, bro, do you want it?" He's like, "Yeah, meet me at this FFL tomorrow." I was like,
Yeah.
"Straight." And there was a Golden Corral right next to it, so I got Golden Corral breakfast. It was a double win.
It's weird. Like transferring shit my state from person to person is hard. Like.
Oh,
a lot
really?
of yeah, like.
We have no private sales over here, so you
Yeah,
have
we
to
don't
go
have
through
we
the-
don't have any. Well, yeah, I don't even understand like how it works anymore. Like, especially after all the stuff we talked about earlier. Like, it's weird. But like transferring at the gun show, they won't do it. So you have to go to like a gun store or an FFL to do it. And some gun stores are weird about it. They won't transfer it from person to person unless it's like. I don't know. Unless you get like it cleared first from them, like you ask them if I don't know, man. I haven't figured it out. I've been going through private FFLs for a while, but one of them moved. One guy moved away, and my other guy's in the fucking boondocks. So, you know, if I have to drive out there with somebody, they'll probably think I'm gonna murder them or something, going out like into the woods and shit.
Oh, and the
So-
best part about my arsenal was that so I paid 11 with transfer and shipping and everything. So it was literally being sent to my FFL when Newtown happened, and in Maryland we have a 7-day wait period. All right, and
Yeah.
basically what it is that if you get a denied within the 7-day wait period, then you go through the whole, arbitration aspect of it. But
Yeah.
if you get no response or a yes response, then on the 7th day, the FFL, on their recognizance, is allowed to, release you the firearm.
Yeah.
So, but Maryland, because we got so swamped right after Newtown, our wait period stretched from 7 days, because then they sent out a letter and said, please don't release anything until you get an absolute okay from us, because
Yeah.
we're so overwhelmed. We don't want people like jumping the system.
Yeah.
So that 7-day wait period became like 140-day wait period for some
Oh,
people.
crap.
Like when I got my Glock, it became a 120-day wait period. When I got my Smith & Wesson, all right, so well, whatever. But the point was that my arsenal went in so early, right after Newtown, that it only took me like 8 days to get it. And then they
Yeah.
released that letter saying, please don't release anything. And at that point, it was up to the FFL if they wanted to. So, if you were a repeating customer and the FFL had already released something to you within the last like 3 years, they were giving it to you on the 7th day. But if you were a first-time buyer, you were fucked, because you would have to wait 140 days, and then you'd have to wait another days before you were allowed to buy another gun based on Maryland law. So some people so the law was coming down, and people wanted to buy like 8 guns and weren't allowed to.
Yeah, it was ours is the same day, like, but like we had people that were it was taking them like 72 hours to do a same day check, which I mean, like you have 7 days, and what was that, 120 days, from 7 to 120 days? What is that? That's like
20 times.
Yeah, 20 times. Yeah, instantaneous to 72 hours is the same thing, where it's just like they had they had people coming back the next day and hanging out and waiting to see if it would go through, and then having to come back the third day and hanging out. This gun store I go to sometimes is just a mess. Which, I mean, like, you have 7 days, and what was that, 120 days? Oh my God.
Hey, G-Web, you got the other chat running.
I don't know. I gotta figure out how to transfer. I gotta figure out an easier way to transfer guns from person to person in my state. Like, the gun shows are really weird about it, and
Well, see, like I mean, like me personally, like I look forward to the day when I can do a private sale, and I know it's gonna feel weird for me. Like I know I'm gonna feel like I'm doing something super illegal, like I don't know, kind of like open carrying, you know what I'm saying, where like you're kind of sketched out about the whole aspect in the first place, even though you know you're totally in the right. Like I dream of the day that I can make a private sale, and I'm gonna be like so giddy and laughy about it. I'm gonna feel like a criminal as I do it.
There's been like undercover cops at our gun shows here that have like tried to do stings and stuff. Like there's all kinds of jacked up shit that our local police have done at gun shows around here.
We get a lot of
that a bad thing, though? I mean, is it wrong for law enforcement to enforce laws? I mean, if they go in there and have what do you call him, like undercover dude, acting like he's illegal and he's buying a gun in the bad way.
But they do some sketchy shit. Like they try to like what's it called when you basically make somebody commit a crime?
Entrapment.
Entrapment. Yeah, they do sketchy things where they like I've heard and I've seen some things, and I was probably 23 or 4 years old. I was like on leave from the army, and I was like, oh, there's a gun show. I'll freaking go to a gun show. Why not? Back like I used to in the old days. And so I'm walking around the gun show, and I have a concealed handgun permit, but our gun shows make you unload, and then they stick a. Is
this a different room than before?
No.
No.
Why isn't it live anymore?
We are.
We're live. It says live in the corner.
No, I'm in here, but on gun channels it's not. Showing some dead window, isn't it?
Really?
Not my screen.
Oh,
it's
no,
funny
I didn't
because
refresh. I'm an idiot. I don't know how to work the internet. Sorry.
It's funny, but who's though? So how's this live? Who hosted this? Because the host is obviously not here.
Yeah, it's just Pink.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pink Panther's the host.
My internet ran out, and they bitched about running the thing. So running the chats all night ain't working on my internet. So I have to run them off. She's got bigger internet than I do.
How do you not have enough internet?
I don't know. I didn't realize there was a fucking cap on it. I guess after doing so many nights of internets off of my pipe, they're like, hey, guess what? You do have a limit, fucker, and you went past it already. So anyway, that's why we're not doing them ourselves, but as soon as we get that shit figured out, then we'll be back to doing them ourselves. So for now, people are just standing in and running lobbies, and we're just hooking them up in here.
Nice.
Hopware. But yeah, no, like, you know what's funny? Like, so like I just recently, like this is my first gun show since I got my Utah concealed carry permit. So I was carrying in Virginia when I went to the gun show, and I knew that they put the little zip tie through your pistol or whatever. So I was like, okay, well, whatever. This is I mean, like, this is a good chance for me to do a lot of fucking walking with a pistol on my hip and, let it bother me and try to get used to it, whatever. So I kind of use it as kind of like a practice implement or whatever. And when I went to the gun show, so they put the zip tie through it, and of course I'm rocking the extendo because I go hard like that. And so I pull out the extendo, and they're like, "Oh, you have ammo in your magazine?" And I'm like, duh, I was just carrying it until I walked to the door. And like, well, here, I need to hold on to your magazine then. I'm like, what are you... And the car is like parked like a quarter of a mile away, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, people just, I can't just insert it back in with the, you know, with the zip tie and try to smush it. They were like, no, we need to give you this poker chip that has a number on there. And I'm like, well, this is like a $50 magazine with 22 rounds of PDX hollow points. This whole thing is like $75, $80. I really don't feel that comfortable leaving it with you. And then they showed me like the collection of everyone else's. I'm like, don't worry, it'll be okay.
Yeah, ours is a little different. They don't take your ammo or your magazine, or you just put it in your pocket, and they run a zip tie, and they put a sticker on your gun saying that you brought it in. And you get it, like, if you buy a gun, you get a different sticker on the gun that says you bought it in there. This is a way for them to like ID shit. So like he runs a zip tie. I unload. He runs a zip tie. I put it back in the holster. Magazine in my pocket. So I'm going around the show. Nothing really weird happened. God damn it, this story sucks. Go back out. I leave the show. I go back to the desk where the guy is. I'm like, could you take, do your little pliers? Can you cut the zip tie off? He's like, oh sure. He cuts the zip tie off. I'm like, thanks. See you later. I should also say that there's like a crappy security guard at the door that asks if you're taking any guns out, and they look at your sticker. Anyway, he cuts the thing off, and instead of putting my pistol back in the holster or loading right there, I was just like, fuck. I had a bag with me, and I just kind of put it in the bag. I'm like, fuck it, I'll deal with it when I get in the car. So I get in my friend's car, and we're driving down the highway, and like 3 unmarked cop cars and 2 marked cars roll up on us and pull me out of the car and my friend out of the car, guns drawn and everything. And like, you had a concealed weapon. I'm like, I have a concealed handgun permit. And you're like, well, we saw you. We don't know that. Like, where's your gun? Blah blah blah. I'm like, nothing about it made sense. They throw me in the back of the car in handcuffs. They pull the wallet out of my pocket, and I see the cop open my wallet up. He pulls out my state ID, then he pulls out my concealed handgun permit, and I see him, like, his face kind of like, oh shit. And then he pulls out my military ID, and then he like goes, and then he's like, you're in the military? I'm like, yeah, I'm in the Army. And then he walks to this plainclothes cop, and they start talking, and I can see the plainclothes cop is getting really agitated, and some other cops trying to make small talk with me about what I do in the Army, and I'm so pissed right now because I can see what's happening.
You should be like, I walk around with my gun like I am now.
They were trying to bust me for having a concealed weapon when they could have just asked me, like, when they saw me put the gun in a bag. They could have asked me, do you have a concealed weapon? Are you, they could have just right there asked me, but they fall on the freeway.
Well, how are you supposed to transport a firearm if you can't put it in a bag and you can't wear it? Then what the fuck, do you have it teleport or hover over your head or something?
I got badge numbers. I filed a formal complaint with our department. I fucking went through but see, I was in the Army, so I'm like bouncing around from fucking foreign country to foreign country. And so, like, it got just lost in the shuffle.
Oh, this was a while ago, you mean?
Yeah, it was a while ago. It was like 2004. And so, like, I wasn't able to follow up, and and so they basically got away with it. And then, if that wasn't enough, at a separate time, at a separate gun show, like maybe a year later, maybe 2 years later, same thing. Get the tag, zip tie, unload, ammo's in my pocket or in my bag or somewhere, and I'm at a freaking table. I'm kind of like bent over. I'm not bent over, but I'm like looking at something on the table, and I guess I was printing a little bit with my T-shirt, and a plainclothes cop walks up behind me, grabs my left shoulder, and with his right hand puts his hand on my fucking holstered, unloaded, zip-tied, yes, all that shit, on the gun. And it's like, what are you, like, Portland police, what are you, like, and I'm like,
well, you probably look like a dirtbag or something.
Well, that's...
Dude, are you colored?
No, I'm
that's,
fucking.
I assumed you were white, so yeah, you're probably just urban.
Yeah, I'm urban. I'm like DB. No, I look like I was in the army, dude. I had like clean cut, like I look like a normal person. I have tattoos, but they're like hidden if I'm wearing dirt. And like, no, he just like, I'm like, what are you fucking doing? I'm like, get your fucking hands off. I was like pissed. And there's like some old dude at the table. He's like, what the hell's going on here? I'm like, this fucking idiot came up and grabbed me by my fucking gun. When I'm like, I was making a big scene because I was just, after that happened to me when I got pulled out of the car and thrown in, I was pissed. When this happened to me a second time at the same fucking show, I was losing my effing mind. I was so mad. I was like shaking. And like he's like, there's no need to. I'm like, yeah, there's a need to. You could have just asked me. You could have just asked me. You don't come up behind somebody and grab their fucking gun in their holster. I'm like, if I did that to you, I would be under arrest. You'd probably be tasing me or beating the shit out of me right here on the floor. And he's like, there's no need to go.
If you reacted, you'd be the same result, which is bullshit.
No, it was a terrible experience. It kept me from going to gun shows for like a little while because I was just like so like bent out of shape about it. And I filed another complaint. Nothing happened. And like I said, like now I go to shows and I'm like, I put my gun in my bag to the point where you can't even fucking see it. Period. I'm a lot more careful, and I asked other people that were, because it was really, it was a pretty extreme, two really extreme situations within a short amount of time, and I asked some other people, and they're like, yeah, there's been some weird shit, like, like, there's been a lot of, like, undercover cops trying to, like, get guys to, like, sell them guns without going through an FFL, trying to fucking get them to, like, break rules so that they put under, they can get busted. What was it called?
Entrapment.
Basically entrapment. And I guess things have changed. I asked somebody I kind of know, acquaintance of mine that works or has a booth at the show, and he said things have changed because there were so many complaints. But there's always a really heavy police presence at all the gun shows here. Like, I don't think cops in the city have enough to do, so they just like roll up in force. I don't know.
Well, see, mine's in Virginia, so it's different, and the ones locally in Maryland, like, because there's two counties on the Maryland side that basically hug up on DC, and mine doesn't have any gun shows, and the one next to us just after Newtown, Passanak, where they have the more gun shows, and there's really no point of going to a gun show in Maryland, so I go to all the ones in Virginia, and they mainly have state troopers there,
Yeah.
and I have seen people like file complaints like, oh yeah, this guy just like grabbed something off my table and ran off with it. I mean, I don't know if it was a gun or if it was like, I don't know, a paracord bracelet, but
yeah.
I mean, like and it's funny because like in DC, like obviously it's like right across the river. It's like 15 minutes out, 20 minutes outside the city. So like you would expect to see like ATF or FBI, and them fuckers stick out like sore thumbs too. But honestly, I haven't even seen any.
Yeah.
I really haven't.
The weird thing about the difference between concealed handgun permits in my state are done by county, by sheriff. So each county runs its own concealed. They all run under the same rule. They have the same. They don't do it all different. I mean, they all have the same framework to work within, but so it's basically like a bunch of little states in my state all doing their concealed handgun permits on their own, that's why Oregon doesn't recognize and very few people recognize Oregon because it's so complicated. Like Oregon, every county would have to recognize.
No, most people take Oregon. It's just that you can't get in Oregon unless you go there.
Yeah, I thought Oregon doesn't recognize anybody else. Is that right?
Are you sure? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Oregon's
Oh no,
funny
yeah,
like
that's
that.
right. Oregon won't recognize other people. That's weird.
Yeah, it's because, and the reason is it's not because we
It's
tried
because
to get
they
it.
hate guns.
No, it's not. It's because it's all county based, and so every county would have to be on the same page, and it's hard enough to get them to do what they need to do. You add that to it, and it just gets even more complicated. Not
But
just,
they will give one out of state. You just have to go to Oregon to get it. You can't
yeah.
get it from out of state.
I'm not justifying it. Trust me, it's a pain in the ass, and it irritates me. But I'm glad we have at least something, and what we have is better than most states because, what Georgia just got, we've had forever. Like, you can have a concealed handgun permit in like a bar or in places like that without getting in trouble. Unless you're drunk, then you're probably gonna get in trouble. What was I saying? Fuck. Oh yeah, the cops here they're one of two things. They're either like heavy-handed and way over the top, or they're cool as hell. And it's like, I think I've only found at the gun shows the heavy-handed ones.
See, most of our cops around here, they're like heavy-handed, but not like in the law-abiding way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Put like this, like, if I were to get mouthy with a cop and probably like either punch one or spit in its face, I would say 9 out of 10 times you could find me beat up on the side of the road than actually going to jail for it.
Yeah, our cops won't do anything like that, but they'll like put their hands on like the two stories I just told you are very good examples of what our cops do. Like, they'll tase you as quickly as look at you, but at the same time, I've had cops pull me over, and like, I do the whole concealed handgun permit, and they're like, "Oh, this is a cool pistol," like, blah blah. They're asking me questions about it, like, "Oh, where'd you get it?" Like, they're totally interested. Maybe I'll get one of these, for like, off duty or whatever. I'm like, "Oh, that's cool," And I've also had cops like not even care. They're like, "Yeah, whatever, leave it in the holster or whatever. I don't give a fuck." I've had cops also be like, get agitated and be all like jumpy and weird. So, I don't know. Our cops are good. There's a few we have some bad apples, unfortunately.
I got a friend that got tased 7 times and wasn't charged with a single thing.
Holy shit.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they rather beat you up and not charge you, because then they know that they're not they're like you're not gonna say anything, because like, what are you gonna say? Well, I got caught with 5 grams of crack and I spit in the cop's face.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, why aren't you in jail? Like, oh no, because he beat me up instead. So at that point you just take your beating and just.
Yeah, the cops that pulled me out of my friend's car after the gun show that one time, like, he fucking threw my ass on the ground, like threw me on the ground and just like landed, like, knee in the back, the whole 9 yards. I'm like, fuck, dude, like, it was a bit heavy-handed, but unfortunately, like I said, I left the country, so I wasn't able to like fucking continue to follow it up. And honestly, at that time, especially, our department was under federal scrutiny for being heavy-handed. And apparently, one of my good friends in the Army is a cop in my city, and things have changed a lot. Like, that kind of cowboy bullshit isn't tolerated anymore because, like I said, federal scrutiny changes a lot of shit. Whereas me just lodging a complaint with the department wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, our gun shows we're not allowed to carry, so.
See, and I think that's bullshit. I understand unloading, or I understand checking, like, because they want to know, like.
Well, we're not allowed to carry concealed, I should say.
Yeah, see, that I kind of have a problem with, but the unloading the guns and the putting, like, they put the stickers on it so they know you brought it in. I'm fine with that because it makes it easy if somebody steals a gun off a table.
I don't want a sticker though. Like when them things get stuck on there pretty well. How annoying them things are to get off. I don't want a sticker.
They're not that kind of sticker. They're product stickers. They're designed to just be adhesive, but not.
Okay, so they're not like that paperback sticker or whatever.
The sticker
they're not
goes.
there to fart with any. They're not there to screw with people. They're just there to stop stuff.
In fact, they didn't put
Actually,
it on
it's
the
just
gun.
there. Honestly, I mean, we're just saying this live, but it's not like that many people are criminals to gun shows that watch this, but there's not that much crime at gun shows. They just there as like an effort to do it. You know, it's sort of like a handrail made out of plastic. It's there to let you know that, you know, politely that this is the path, but it's not there to really stop anybody.
In fact, they don't even put the sticker on the gun. They put the sticker around the zip tie for two reasons. A, they don't want to stick a sticker on an antique, and B, a lot of, you know, most guns are well oiled, and so the sticker will just
So
fall
it's not gonna
off.
stick. Yeah.
Yeah, so they put it around the zip tie and they stick it to itself so it stays on the zip tie, which is a great way to do it. No, I appreciate the, you know, I can appreciate what they do at our gun shows. I just hate the. I mean, I remember the days when you could do a person-to-person sales, and like our gun shows used to be like 1,400 tables, and it would be like cool old guys with like, you know, that weren't FFLs. Maybe they had a curio license or something. I don't know. They would have and they just have a table full of old cool stuff, or you'd have a guy that just like, you know, I'm gonna sell part of my collection, or I'm gonna sell some guns, and I'm gonna get a table at the gun show, and so there'd be so much stuff. But since they, you know, they don't do person-to-person sales at our gun shows, our gun shows have gone from 1,400 tables to maybe like 800, and like half of those don't even have guns on the table. They're like knickknacks and shit.
Right.
And so, like our gun shows are like not nearly what I used to be able to go to a Portland gun show and find what I was looking for. Somebody would have it, and now maybe one table will have one thing, like maybe, you know, or maybe a different model, kind of close. You know, it's a bummer. And it's bullshit. It's just like what we were talking about earlier. It's like it's slowly chipping away at, like, I mean, yeah, there may have been like gangbangers going and like there may have been people abusing the system, but like, why not just them? Why why does everybody have to pay for the freaking, you know, the crimes of a few? It's fucking.
But see, but then all right. Well then, like, you know what's you know, like what I think is even more important than adding to that. It's not just paying or being required to do something. It's a loss of a liberty that we're asking for. You know what I'm saying? We're not just saying, okay, well, you know, take this extra safety precaution for the children. It's no, give up your life, liberty, you know, pursuit of happiness. We're talking about constitutional rights here. We're not just talking about, oh, it's a zip tie here and a sticker there. No, we're asking for the whole. I mean, when you say, you know, my Second Amendment right, or anything having to do with that shall not be infringed. To me, the whole fucking thing is the kit and caboodle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There is no piecemeal in it where, oh, it's a zip tie here or no private sales there. It's, you know, you're going for the whole heart of the matter.
What I don't understand about what I don't understand too is, like, why not just like leave the private, like, let the private guy have his table, but just make it like put a table full of like people with like FFLs, you know, like have a table full of people that run to an FFL so you can like go in there, you know, like, oh, hey, Joe Schmo, who's not an FFL's got an M1 Garand I'm really interested in. I can go over this table and pay this guy 25, 20, whatever. He could charge, I don't know, he could even charge a little more because he's doing a service. Like, he'll run the check. He'll transfer the rifle from him to me. Problem solved. Like, I don't understand why they had to shut it all down and just basically neuter the gun shows in my city. And I think it was pressure from the politicians, the local government around here that stopped that. And liability. It was probably also like the zip ties and stickers are not. They're not. That's a liability thing. That's an insurance. You know, insurance bullshit or something like that. So they can't get sued. I don't know.
We'll see here, like when they got rid of private sales, I believe that was since like '94, and what they did in '94 was that they also required, you know, how I said, you know, like our state does our own background checks, but they also required on top of the 4473, I believe it's called a 77R in the state of Maryland. It's something R in the state of Maryland, and basically what it is, it's the state of Maryland's own 7743 or whatever it's called, and it's their own form. And so basically, when this Newtown law kicked in, the assault weapons ban kicked in, they basically, and you know how DB was talking about, well, is the 4473 a de facto registration? And it is, because every gun purchased in the state of Maryland since 1994,
Yeah.
since it had to be done through an FFL and it had a 4473 on it, and it also had this Maryland piece of paper, Maryland already had a database built up. So all they had to do was turn on the on switch. So basically, if you lived in the state of Maryland, if you were an old guy, or if you were over 21 before 1994 and you bought a gun, a handgun or an AR, then you had to go into police barracks and register that. But the last 20 years of firearms arms purchases, you didn't have to do anything because they said, don't worry about it, you'll already be registered.
Wow. That's... yeah, like I said, like my state's blue as hell, but like has a big red streak running right through it. Like all the Democratic leaders of my state know that if they've tried to do little things here and there. My city tried to do a couple things, and it was more like a politicians trying to flex to make it look like they were doing something. I mean, they made it a crime not to report your gun stolen if it's stolen. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't report a stolen gun? Like, I don't even understand. That was like a feel-good measure if I've ever seen. That makes no sense. Like, why wouldn't you report if your house is broken into, your gun stolen? Why wouldn't you report it to police? So there's a lot of feel good shit that my city did. But like our governor knows that there's nothing he can do. I mean, he can try, but he'll be out of office so fast it'll make his head spin.
Hey, quick question. Since you said your permits are done on the county level, and I'm guessing your city, how you said is in the anti-gun part of the city.
Yeah.
How do you, like is it still hard for you to get your permit then? Because whoever the county or city leader is.
I had where I was originally living, which is Multnomah County, which is my city's located. It was easy. The Multnomah sheriffs don't care. I mean, it's the Portland City Police that are a pain in the ass. And then
So if you were a city resident, could you actually get a permit, or is it extra hard, or?
No, it's not any. It's like I said, it's all through the county. So it's the sheriffs. The sheriffs give a flying fuck what the Portland Police think.
Oh, wait a minute. So your city is actually in the county, because right around here, you have, all right, so for example, Baltimore City is Baltimore City. Then you have Baltimore County.
Oh, yeah.
You have Washington, D.C., which, I mean, because it's federal, it's its own city.
Portland is in Multnomah County, so we're in a county. We're a city within a county. Does that make sense? But I have, my permit is Washington County. So now I actually switched because I moved. And so I had to transfer it. I had to go because you're supposed to have the same address as you live in. You know what I mean? So when I moved, I had to switch from one county to the other. And the other county I went to was even they were even nicer and easier and cooler about it. Like they were this nice. There's these nice old ladies that run the freaking. The concealed carry freaking license office in Washington County, so they were just like, yeah, no big deal, and they're all it's weird, so weird, but no, it's the city can't do shit because it's up to the county. And in fact, the city isn't even they're not even unfriendly to conceal. I've never walked around. I've never seen a sign. I'm sure they exist, but I've never noticed one that says no guns allowed in this establishment. Never seen it.
You know what's funny? In Maryland, they don't exist. But now since I've been carrying in Virginia, I look for them, and you'll see them some places.
I'm sure they are, but they're so few and far between. People here, it may be a blue state, but people generally leave everybody else. It's one of those states where it's nobody fucks with anybody. You know, it's like everybody's, you know, it's like, you know, gay rights and, you know, like you're allowed. Like I see like libertarian like freaking like when the last election there was like people like libertarian freaking people holding signs everywhere and you know Democrats and Republicans. Everybody just kind of lives together. Nobody really wants to fuck with anybody else. So it's pretty it's pretty open. I don't want to say liberal. It's just open. Like you'll see like a pickup truck with a Browning or a Glock sticker, or like you know a vet.
With an Obama O.
What's that?
You'll see a Glock sticker with an Obama O.
Yeah, you'll see like you know a veteran's license plate and like you know like a Greenpeace sticker or some shit. You know, it's weird. The city's so weird. I know so many people that own like AR-15s and guns, but will vote Democrat on a regular basis.
I know plenty of people like that.
Yeah, there's a big
Put it this, and it's not just voting Democrat. It's I mean you can have a pro-gun Democrat. They're hard to find, but I mean they'll still pick an anti-gun Democrat is what I would say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like they won't bother to look for the pro-gun and then see what else they match up with. It's just okay, D all the way down.
Yeah, I see. That's not. A lot of the people like there's a big movement in our city too to hold our when shit started getting crazy. There was a big movement in our city to not. Like a huge movement. It was like people with like I said driving Subarus with Obama stickers saying you're not fucking taking away my 15-round magazine. Don't even fucking think about it. That's why nothing happened in the state because it was purple that said you're not taking away our whatever you want to take away. It wasn't red or it wasn't blue. It was everybody.
See, the funny thing is about my state would get mad if you try to take away its gun, but there are too many gun owners in my state that would be okay with a law like, for example, you'd have to have a safe or you have to keep your gun locked up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they'll give them all the little, as long as it's not an absolute ban, they'll give them all the little picky shit.
Yeah, it's
like they'll go down to 10 rounds. They'll go, you know, like they'll take everything but an absolute ban.
They couldn't do anything. They tried to do some stuff. They suggested it, and it just got. They got swamped with so many phone calls that they just abandoned it. Like I said, my county did like some like dumb stuff that meant nothing. It was like it was feel good bullshit to make soccer moms sleep better at night, and it didn't mean anything. You know, I have to say, like, Artisan Tony kind of like, called me out earlier during the earlier chat, and I was like a little surprised. But like,
when he started going really right.
You know, yeah, I think we do ourselves a disservice when we get into like political parties, and in this argument, like if we like, I guess what I was trying to bring up earlier is that I don't think we're safe with either party, you know, because there are Republicans that are just as much of a danger, and there's Democrats that are totally on our side. And if we only look at things through party lines, we're doing our right a huge disservice, you know. Like I don't care who votes for what. It's all about voting for the right person for the job. It doesn't. I don't give a fuck what party they're in. And if they're
I totally agree.
If they're a Democrat and they're like, I'm gonna fucking keep shit the way it is, like, or I'm gonna approve your right, you know, I'm a gun-toting. I'm fine. I'll vote for him if he's.
Well, I can't understand Tony when he starts talking like politics, like Democrats, Republican stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying. Oh fuck yeah! I totally forgot that I was bidding on something and I won it. He always is like, no, blah blah blah. Obviously, we know what he says, right? But then does he really think that like just because somebody's Republican that they're gonna be cool? Like, I mean, it's fairly obvious that they're just as much a dicks as of the Democrats. So
yeah, exactly.
I really don't understand him sometimes, but I don't think deep down that he really he's just a Republican. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he even says all the time that he's not. Right?
I don't know. I think we definitely. There are a lot. I mean, obviously, like Second Amendment stuff has a strong Republican vein in it, but once you turn this into a, I think there's Republicans that literally will go out there and be like, yeah, NRA, GOA, and they don't give a flying fuck. Like, they don't care. They're just using that to get more vote because the GOA and NRA are huge, powerful they're very powerful lobbies because of the people they have backing their lobby. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I'm safe to say that I think that the Republicans have a lock on the 2A movement, but I don't think, while they own the 2A movement, I don't think they are the owners of the 2A movement. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't think all
No,
of them.
by default, it's thrown on them and they accept it. But I don't even think that they fucking possess it. That it's something that they'd want if they had to. Well, I mean, they would. You know what I mean? If they could ignore it, they would ignore it rather than champion it.
Yeah, they don't have our best interests in mind. Like a lot of them.
I really hope that, or I don't know, hope. I think that it's pussy to hope. We need to figure out what it is to do this time around to make a third party viable. I mean, how long do we have to go through this fucking back and forth? I'm hoping that they give us such horrible choices this time around. I mean, I hope that all these people that voted for Obama are like, oh man, I regret that decision. Yeah, so I'm not going to just take Hillary, without question. And then obviously the Republicans are going to be all bent out of shape because they can't be freaking satisfied with nothing. So I'm hoping that leaves it open for a fucking libertarian or somebody to come in, and I'll take any. What else is there besides libertarian that could really do it? Tea Party, I guess.
No,
that's the thing.
No.
Tea Party. I don't see it so much on the federal level.
How big is the Green Party? Yeah, a gun party wouldn't do it as much as I'd think that'd be neat. Then it's just sort of. I think libertarian is the way to go. Just people that can attract people from both sides. A
pro party? You need a party that's pro marriage, pro choice, pro marijuana, pro gun.
Dude,
you rock it up.
Like I would.
That's all libertarian, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's libertarian.
Except the only thing I don't agree with libertarians, are the libertarians that we've dealt with are their foreign policy about pulling troops out of everywhere and bringing every troop from every country home. I don't like that.
I don't know. I agree with you that I think it's foolish, but I like I don't care. I'm foolish on a bunch of shit too, or whatever. I'm willing to gamble though, and to see a better society, I'm willing to gamble in some respects. And I don't mean gamble with our rights or anything. I mean gamble with, I think the population as a whole is ready for shit that other people take as a given that it's not ready for, as far as change and stuff. But look at the gay thing. How far back would you have gone when gay, marriage, whatever you want to call that whole concept of nobody giving a shit about gay people anymore? Like in the 80s, could you do that? No. In the 90s, grunge and stuff, I guess people, a little bit maybe. But that only took 2 decades. And all of a sudden, the 2000s, it was happening, and it happened, and if it was a deliberate push, they did it well because it happened, and now, everybody just assumes everybody's down with it, except for if you're an extremist or something, right? I mean, it's literally nobody even questions it anymore, so all I'm saying is, huh?
Tea Party. There's a lot of hardline Republicans that are not.
Well, there's a lot of hardline, I don't like gay people, and they might be Republicans, but all I'm saying is that you've got to get to extremists at this point to really get people that are going to stand up and get really concerned about gay people. So that only took 2 decades, is all I'm getting at. How long did it take for, women's rights or minority this or that? That took...
That's still going on.
Long times, right? So... No, it's not still going on. People can act it's still going on, but look at now. Take a snapshot of now, and then take a snapshot of the fucking 80s. Even.
Women's rights took about 2 decades, as far as the right to vote.
2 decades.
Yeah, the right to vote was
decades, more like 100 years.
Yeah, they didn't have a right to vote till the
took them a fucking long time.
Yeah, but by the time they organized and actually made movements about it,
well, first off, they sat around not doing shit while they were building the country. I don't know why women didn't just get up and go, "What the fuck are you saying, men only?" Right? But at some point, it took them from the 1700s to the 1900s to basically get it written down, at least. So that was a long time for change, and that's not just us. That's the U.S. That's not the rich people in the U.S. That's not the white people in the U.S. That's not nothing. That's just the world society in general, changing. And people like frickin' Hitler popping up and showing us what, when you take that kind of bullshit to the extreme, how evil that shit is. So people just, the consciousness of the world evolved. And I'm suspecting that's sort of what's going on with all this other stuff. But all I'm getting at is that if it only took 2 decades, really, for the whole gay thing to come from, like, being hidden to being accepted to being the norm almost, and we're talking about 5% of the population. We're not even talking about a significant number of people that, like females, like, 50% of the effing population, no matter where you go on the planet, there's 50% females. And it took them the whole time of the species of this planet up until the 1900s for them to have a piece of paper that said you're equivalent to a dude, right? I mean, society changes, so it shouldn't be that hard, as all I'm getting at, for us to empower the gun owner like everybody else is.
I was seriously. I'm gonna look at who's running, but if it's like the last 3 elections that if it's anything like the last 3 elections, then I'm gonna find a third party. I don't even care if he has no chance of winning. I don't care. I'm gonna put my vote. I'm not gonna not vote, but I'm gonna vote for a third party if there's better.
Well, what do they need to actually get funding for the following election? Isn't it what is it 15 or 20%? If they get 15 or 20% of the
5
vote
or something, because the Green Party is still viable, and I don't even hardly hear about them.
Yeah,
the Libertarians are definitely viable. Who's the other one? There's another one I thought.
No, but
Communist Party is still on there, I think.
On a national presidential election, if you hit 12% or something like that.
The last time was an independent, and that would have been Perot or that other guy with the cars.
Yeah, it was either Nader or Perot.
Right?
It was actually Perot.
Perot was just look, I got money, and I'm not a Republican, and I'm not a Democrat, right? Or maybe he was I'm a Republican. I forget now. It was a long time ago. I didn't really pay attention, but I think he might have been I'm a Republican, and everybody else said, oh, no, you're not. And then he said, okay, I'm not a Republican, but now I'm still got money, and I'm still going to do it. Because I think that's what happened, right? He got in the way and screwed the Republicans or something.
Yeah, he basically well, I honestly that's the way they look at it. To me, the way I look at it is as a fucking another option, because I'm sick of I got vanilla or chocolate. That's not a race thing. That's just
no. I know what you mean. You get this side of the coin or that side of the coin, so flip it.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
I want some variety here.
No kidding.
Just add some sprinkles.
We're preaching to the choir, but that's gonna make them actually get off the fucking shitter and start coming up with real things. And
there's got to be a person out there that's viable for office that's pro-freedom. I got one side telling me that oh yeah, we're pro-freedom, but we don't want these people to get married, and we don't want the women to be able to do what they need to do or what they choose to do, whether we feel it's right or not with their own bodies. And then I got this other group over here being yeah, a whole Second Amendment thing. We got to rethink this. I'm so both sides are telling me how to live my effing life. And if I want to have an abortion, gay marry, and own an assault rifle, as long as I don't hurt anybody, I should be able to, because no matter what, I have to live with the consequences of my own decisions, and it's not your job to tell me how to make those decisions.
I'd agree with you on everything except abortion. That one is going to be a tough one, because there's still that little baby, and depending on how the people coming at it define that, then like I say, that's not going to be as black and white as this is a right and that's protected. You know what I mean?
I agree, but like I said, it's your life to make your decisions, and you have to live with that choice. And if I think it should be an option for certain people to be able to make that decision, whether somebody's using that as a form of birth control. That's a whole nother thing. I don't know. Let's not get into this conversation, because this is but I'm pro.
But that's why it's a stalemate, is because you got one side of the coin and you got the other side of the coin, and they just take opposing views, and then they know no matter what the hell position they take, it's gridlock, and they both win.
Right.
Because they get to say, well, they're the bad guys. They are the ones that are bad, and then there's no reason to come up with an actual solution. I suspect a third party would create that incentive because it wouldn't just fall down the line, and a single issue voter might have 2 options now.
We need options. We need. I mean, that's the only way I can see us getting out of this like insane.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you get enough single issue voters that are in this position, and abortion, I think, is one of them single issue ones. There's way too many people that are too worried about abortion one way or the other. Way too many on both sides. The whole gay thing is a single issue for a bunch of people. The gun thing, obviously, and then who knows what other ones that are big.
You get throw pot in there for certain people.
Oh, definitely kids, yeah, and they vote. So I don't know, is the environment really single issue? I'm thinking if you're into the environment, you're probably more worried about other stuff that you. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't want to rule it out.
But second issue, I mean think about like if you find someone that's pro-gun and pro-environment.
It's not like a liberal is going to vote for a conservative just because they did one thing pro-environment. I don't think.
We had a president that was pro-environment, pro-gun. His name was Teddy Roosevelt. You know, and look how good of it. Like he was a great president. You know, he's one of our best. I just don't understand where.
Well, people come from a different stock back then,
right? Yeah, no
I think.
Yeah, no.
So we got Obama. You know, that's a different lifestyle when you grow up and go to school and travel around the world. And I don't know what Roosevelt's thing was, honestly. What his childhood was like, but I got to assume there wasn't as much air conditioning and shit.
His parents are rich as fuck.
Yeah, but still, I mean, being rich back in the day just means you were like standing over here and not getting dirty, but you're still in the same ass heat because there was no air conditioning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
It was just tougher lives back then, no matter what position you're in.
Well, we know what Hillary's position on drugs or on guns is. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't want to be whatever it is hater, but
she said that
what the hell she is. She's freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Well, she said it in.
Yeah, like she said about a month ago, and DB always quotes that interview where they were like, you know, the amount of freedoms that Americans have to walk around with a gun on their hip, concealed carry licenses, is way out of proportion to what the rest of the world is doing, and we need to put an end to this.
Right.
So I can hate Hillary based on that one statement and not vote for her based on that one statement. It has nothing to do with the fact that she's a Democrat. It has to do with the fact that she made that statement.
There are people in countries that wish they could walk around with a gun to freaking protect themselves. Trust me, I've fucking seen it firsthand. Like there are people that are left hanging out to dry with no way to defend themselves, just waiting for some.
Well, but you didn't get to live the same kind of hardcore. Or did have the same kind of hardcore visit to those countries like I'm sure Hillary Clinton had, because there's no way she just walked out onto the tarmac with a bunch of freaking armed guards, walked quickly to the airport, and then was limousine to the hotel. So you have no idea what kind of strife and horrible things she saw along the way.
Yeah,
right, so
I hate to tell you, but the windows in those armored limousines don't roll down, G-Webs.
But she imagines she went past some pretty heinous shit, so she knows.
Wouldn't you almost want to be like an Iraqi citizen where you're only allowed one fully automatic AK?
I wouldn't want to be an Iraqi citizen for any.
I wouldn't either, but for that one fully automatic AK, I'm thinking about it.
No.
Well, we'll send you over there.
One is never enough.
You can help stabilize the government. I've seen those Iraqi AKs. They'll beat the shit.
Doesn't matter.
I've seen them stacked like cordwood, dude. Like literally.
As long as they had a slant brake on it, I'd take it.
Well, you might not get a butt stock, but they'll have a slant brake.
Yeah, hell, I just had my family reunion, and my whole family is hardcore Democrat. I mean, yeah, you cut them, they bleed.
Pink Panther?
Huh?
What state are you in again?
Ohio.
Ah.
But yeah, my mom brought up, she's like, yeah, I'm disowning my son, because...
Whatever, dude. I would be so pissed if somebody said that to me, because Obama is... Dude, just bring up drones next time your mom does that. Drones.
Oh, I know. Well, I mean, she was joking, but yeah, they just the fact that I was actually going against the only vote Democrat idea, yeah, they were kind of shocked at that.
I've said it a million times. You got your basketball team, you got your baseball team, but don't treat politics like a fucking sport. That's the
Right.
worst thing you can do. Like, it's not a sport. Like, yeah, like, fuck the colors, fuck your animal mascot. It's a job interview. These guys are trying to freaking get a job, and we're interviewing them for a job. Like, vote for who will do the best job.
Right.
That's very interesting. I've never heard anybody put it that way, but it makes you think, just putting the tinfoil hat on, why doesn't it really go along that, 90, well, I don't even know. It's pretty much every month now, there's some professional sport doing something, right? By the time you put baseball, basketball, and football, that's all year, right?
Right.
So all year long, you've got this, like, indoctrination of team building, and that to, like, encourage that whole concept of rah, rah, rah for my team. That's crazy. I never thought about it that way.
No, we treat politics like we treat sport. If you look at any other country, like, they don't, like, treat their politics quite I mean, the British kind of, but their British election lasts like 2 months.
Yeah, that kills us. Is the fact that we let this process start way too early.
And
This process start way too early.
there's so many things that are wrong with it, but we treat it like it's a sport, and our media treats it like it's a sporting, like a spectacle, and so our freaking political, rather than treating like we're trying to find who's the best person to run the country, it's like, my team's better than your team. Oh, look at the new scandal. So and so freaking sent pictures of his freaking so and so to so and so. Who cares, dude? As long as he's not, that's his life, that's his dick, those are his picks, and him and his wife are gonna have a talk,
No, hold on.
No,
I
because
hear you,
that's
but
what-
I'm going to say if that guy's applying for the job with me and he's got his dick out, he ain't getting the job. So I hear what you're saying,
no,
but I
I'm
don't want to
saying-
I don't want to not have to know about that shit either. But
No, we should know, but the consequences are his own, and if he loses vote, like, just run him out of office, just based off of the media storm.
I get where you're coming from. But I'm going to go back to my same old reply that I like to throw out there, that sure, we're used to that because, that's what we've, from the beginning, we've had campaigning and guys getting out on the trains back in the day, and then on the radio after a while, and then eventually on TV, and then the TV networks were established and they pandered to the 4 big networks or whatever, the 3 big networks, but whatever, what I'm saying, we basically lived a generation like that, and it's going to take us a minute or two to get off of that, but I don't think it'll honestly take that long, and at least maybe I'm wrong, but I have never seen anybody look at it from the breakdown of, like, let's say the last election was 08. Or wait, was the last election 12? So in 12, we had, X amount of people getting their news from CNN, X amount of people getting it, CNN meaning cable news, X amount of people from broadcast news, and then X amount of people from internet news, right? And I'd like to see that breakdown over time, because I'm sure that it was very, very consistent for a while. Then finally CNN came in and became established, and now people turn to the cable once in a while, aside from TV and newspapers. But it must have gone from newspapers to radio to television to cable. And why isn't it going to go to internet? I mean, there's nobody I don't think is going to disagree that it's going to go to internet. The question is, how fast is it going to go to internet? And everything about internet leads me to think multiple parties, we're not taking any bullshit, everything transparent, you can't bitch, you can't lie. Like this shit about, what's her name, the IRS losing all the emails? I'm pretty sure it's the IRS that requires businesses to have like super redundancy in emails so that they can't lie to the IRS, So that shit's only going to be tolerated for like 5 minutes in overall scheme of things. I suspect that, again, if somebody were to chart that internet thing in 2014 now is going to go big, and then we're going to about to have a fucking political election that's a little different than the last one, because there's going to be 2 new people. It's not going to be an incumbent, so like, oh, well, the incumbent's going to win kind of bullshit. This is going to be an interesting election, and I suspect it'll be almost a new dynamic, since all the old people are even getting used to the internet.
But see,
my parents are old as shit, and they know how to use their phones and stuff. They don't even They watch cable. They don't even watch broadcasts anymore.
The only thing that scares me about the internet is anybody can post anything, and unfortunately, I have a friend. He's a nice guy, but he literally will read. He'll go to RT, you know, Russia Times or whatever it is, the Russian news.
Television.
Yeah, and he'll sit there and be like, "Oh, I read on RT that blah blah blah," and I'm like, he'll post that shit like it's actual real news. I'm like,
and it's the gospel.
Right, but then how long have we had the National Enquirer or whatever the version of it is now sitting at the newsstands? That doesn't mean that the newspaper's any less valid, and it doesn't mean that my grandma, who would read all those freaking tabloids for some reason, didn't also read the regular newspaper and know what's going on. She just, for some reason, liked all that tabloid shit too.
No, I'm not saying that we don't need RT and we don't need like lies and bullshit on the internet. I just wish.
Well, I'm just saying, don't think just because some people are really digging the bullshit crap and promoting the bullshit crap that it's going to stay that way.
No, what I was saying, I was gonna say is I just wish there was a stamp, like you know, there's like a
certified news.
Yeah, like you know, like a grade A beef, you know, like I wish there was something.
Well,
like,
that'll happen. I mean,
I hope so.
There'll be established places. There'll be like right now. If you wanted to read about something in a magazine, you know not to go to this magazine. You'll go to this magazine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't want to look at it like, oh, we're doomed.
No, I don't think we're doomed. I just think shit has definitely got to change because if we keep going down the path we're going, we will be doomed because we'll be too busy fighting while the shit falls apart around us, you know? Like, if we can't get anything done because Party A doesn't want to talk to Party B, yet we're treating politics like, you know, we're ignoring the fact that there's millions of dollars from outside sources put into politics, but we're treating it like a sporting event, so nothing changes because we're too dead set and like, you know, my son, I can't believe my son isn't voting Democrat, you know, that kind of shit. It's just, sorry, I'm gonna stop.
That's. I mean, trust me, they know that I'm gonna vote for whoever I think is best for the job, so.
I voted Republican as many times as I voted Democrat, at least. And I think this year I'm going to make a conscious effort to really vote for, I'm going to look at the third party and hopefully I'll see somebody there that's worth fucking voting for. I'm going to vote for that person because I want, and I hope more people do this because I think if enough of us vote for third parties, it'll eventually happen. It'll take hold. I mean, there was a time when a third party wasn't even was viable, and then all of a sudden it wasn't even thought of, and now it's becoming viable. Slowly, it's becoming viable again.
I think either 8 or 12 years ago, there was a chance for a third party. I forget who it was.
Perot or?
No, it was after Perot.
Oh, what's his name?
Nader?
No,
Nader was before Perot.
No, what's his face? His son's, he retired, his son is still running.
Ron Paul?
Paul, yeah, thank you.
I don't know if that was viable. People really rallied against the Paul thing, but that was, I think, less people really rallying against the Paul thing and rallying against those kids on the internet can't know. You know, it was like, no, you're just on the internet. You're yelling too much, or we don't like the method, the delivery.
I also think since Perot kneecapped, was it the Republican Party that he kneecapped?
That was so long ago that I am an adult and I can't even really remember. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know how many people are actually going to go back and remember that anymore.
But there's been a effort to discredit and to get
to make it seem like this is the way to go. Two parties is it, and they're both on board with that. So yeah, there's no appeal at all from anybody in the power to.
Why would it be in those two parties' interest to have a third party when a third party could easily take votes away that would win them an election, which is what happened with Perot.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's been I mean you'll never find the smoking gun, but there's got to be a concerted effort and money thrown at making Ron Paul look like an asshole and
right,
not
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there was no interest for anybody to defend him, really, except for the loud kids, and nobody liked them. And they just kept discrediting him, for whatever reason. So there was no reason for anybody to think they were missing out by ignoring him. And to be honest, he had weird shit. We were in the middle of stuff, as far as everybody saw. And how are you going to appeal to somebody's, whose kids might be over there or something if you're just going to, dismiss all the stuff and you're going to say Iran should have nukes and we don't care?
Yeah, it's
that's a tough message
like
to
I
sell.
said, I liked everything until you got into foreign policy, and then I was just like, yeah, I can't stand behind this guy.
But no, it's probably definitely the deeper fear of throwing that wild card out there. But that's all I'm saying is I think that more and more people are going to start to appreciate that wild card. They see, I don't know, that's the thing. And we have to also realize, or at least get back into the groove, that politics isn't like you're saying, it's not like a cheer your team. It's also not like okay, we won. It's a constantly, it's like a necessity of the way we live our lives here. We need to give it, an amount of attention, and ideally just that amount. And then, hopefully that amount isn't more than anybody feels like, offering. And then once we've given it that amount of attention, we don't think about it again until we need to. So ideally, we'll all figure out, that's the best thing we want, is something that just comes in and does what we need it to and then leaves us alone the rest of the time. And as soon as we all demand that, it'll happen. I suspect what will happen is at some point people are going to get turned off by all this. I don't even know if it's so popular anymore, but like the reality type of garbage on TV where they would spend a lot of money on sets and whatever, and just to have a bunch of nothing happen. At some point, people are going to want to see something, right? I mean, there can't be that many people that are like, oh, and I get home from work, I want to lose my mind, just lose myself in, the reality TV. I think people are going to be interested in, I don't know, having some actual entertainment or whatever.
Some content.
Yeah. And then, on the political side, the same way. Be like, well, I'm going to pay a little less attention, or I'm going to pay a little bit more attention, because if we just let it go, all of a sudden I'm paying twice as much for healthcare. Like, ow, it hurts.
Yeah. And also, I mean, a big thing too, and this will help, a third, if Citizens United goes away, because, I mean, you got these parties backed by billionaires. I mean, how will we ever take them out of this? How will those two parties ever get replaced with like Koch brothers and whatever else? Like, I don't know what the Democrat equivalent of it
monopolies
is.
Before, and we lived through it. We've had really rich people before, and we've lived through it. I think that's where I was getting at. I lost track. I'm tired or whatever. But I think what people will find out is that once lose their taste, right? We have different tastes. I mean, look at the way TV shows have been over the years. We liked Westerns, and now we fucking don't watch Westerns at all, right? We loved L.A. Law, now no one even knows that kind of shit is Dallas, right? These shows that wouldn't exist now. People's tastes change. So when they get sick of this, like, bigger than life, blah, 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 let's waste a bunch of money like there's no tomorrow, and they just pay a little bit more attention to, wow, that convention cost a shit ton of money, and healthcare would have been, like, actually affected by the amount of money they spent on this, pageant. Anyway, I think people will become a little, like, wake up maybe to that a little bit, or just, become sensitive to that. And I think the first time we see them spend way too much money to celebrate their own bullshit, and enough people don't go to it, instead stay home and go, wait a minute, that's going to be the eye-opener. And that's where you're going to see, that's why I don't have any confidence or any faith at all that this is a money thing, like this is rich people against poor people bullshit. This is just, right now, it happens to be pretty good times as far as things go. We haven't had a world war in a while. People don't know what it's like to suffer. So pageantry and blah, 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 it's fun and whatever, appealing. As soon as that's not appealing, and doesn't have to happen because of strife, it can just happen because, tastes change and people aren't into glitter and flits anymore. They're more into, like, denim and sewing their own upholstery. They're going to be like, wait a minute, what the fuck are we wasting all this money just as a group? It's just going to be like the party nobody went to. And then from that point on, I could definitely see, politicians, just being able to have the message of, transparency. Let's use technology to what we all know. We all know how a spreadsheet works. Nobody needs to be educated on how to do go to a website and click on the the page that every government agency is going to have that talks about their budget, and talk about clogging the works, or putting your own self in the gears of government. Like every time somebody pays for a $700 toilet seat, it's going to be right there. And if once people demand that, they'll do it, and then there won't be any more of this bullshit. And once you've removed that secrecy and whatever, there's no room for people like rich people or corporations, or whatever the hell people think, to go in and manipulate government. Now they have to go out and sell us on their products the old-fashioned way by making a better product. Anyway, I could see it shift into a much better place just as easily as all the doom and gloom. Like it's going to be the same as always, and it's going to suck, and the rich people are going to win.
No,
one thing people are already getting sick and tired of is all the damn mudslinging. I mean,
exactly. Like how nasty it gets.
I really, I definitely wasn't trying to make it a rich versus poor thing. I don't want that to happen, but.
No, I'm just, I guess, talking in the generalities. Like it seems like everything has to be against the rich people now.
No. I just don't think they have, like, if money is speech and speech is votes, then me and my little piddly whatever I can donate is not the same as hundreds of thousands of dollars. That person can afford a lot more speech than I can. And
well, let me put it this way then. I hear what you're saying, and that's true when you can buy newspaper ads and you can buy TV ads on the 3 networks people watch, or maybe even on the 10 cable networks they can watch. But you can't buy the guy like, what was he, Amidst the Noise. Like just out of nowhere, some little, what do they call that? Like freaking trendy kid or whatever, somebody who's, what do they call that now? A hipster. Like, some little hipster comes out of nowhere with a mind of his own and does a little quip. You can't pay for that. You can't engineer that. At least they haven't been able to. So how do you, with all the money in the world, how do you stop a bunch of trendy hipsters from figuring out your bullshit? You know what I'm saying? They can't. At some point, money alone doesn't do it.
But and I'm I definitely don't think it's a rich versus poor thing. But
well, no, but you're saying in the past they had the ability to plaster all the billboards in town, put up enough signs so that everyone thought they were the shit.
I think
do that so much anymore.
A level playing field would be a lot better. And money does not ever make anything level. It gives somebody an advantage over somebody else, and I just feel like, and especially when it comes to putting a third party into a viable place in politics, or even a fourth party, if those people that have already invested their money into whatever their political horse is, that it's not in their best interest to have these other parties, so they're going to do everything they can to discount that. And if they have a lot of money and they have power of a Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, that's a lot of power. I mean,
no, it's only a lot of power if you assume that the Fox News is going to always be as powerful as it was, and there's nothing to indicate that. Every number shows that the cable companies are losing to each other. Different types of media are losing to each other.
I've been listening to I've been getting my news from the BBC really recently, and I feel like I know so much more about what's going on in the world and even in this country than I ever have gotten from just.
Well, why don't you allow yourself to be an indicator of how many other people have had to be experiencing the same thing?
Oh no, I know. I'm not saying I'm some holy look at me. I'm the only one. I'm not doing that. I'm not pulling a Yankee, but I'm just saying I have family members that will I have dealt with their quoting some bullshit, spouting some Fox News or some CNN bullshit at me. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's complete and utter garbage. It's not true, And and a lot of those, we deal with a lot of that shit that spread from those news sources about our Second Amendment rights. The fucking whole 73, 4 or 72 or whatever shooting thing, which is completely contrived, was being spread by those news sources because it's in their interest, their political interest, to spread that, because they're being run by a guy that's a billionaire who also backs those same politicians.
Yeah, I know, but that's just acknowledging the structure as you see it. But all I'm saying is that again, you look at that in the fourth dimension, the dimension of time. Those are empires and uh, popularity that goes up and down in cycles. Nothing goes up and stays up forever.
You're right.
No reason to believe that just because they happen to have had that dynamic or that paradigm for a while, that it's got to stay that way. And it could literally drop in a moment. We're so fickle. I mean, we have no investment in this shit at all. It's just they happen to be the one either yelling the loudest or yelling with the most fancy colors or whatever it is that attracts people's eyes right now. How easy is it to just snap your fingers and then people's attention's diverted? You talk to them for 4 seconds and they can't remember why the hell they even looked at that sparkly shit in the first place. So it's just a system where we've had a bunch of shit given to us, fed to us for so long. It's just taken us all a minute to wake up. And all I'm saying is that if you feel like you're experiencing more, input or more return from watching BBC than something else, I'm just saying that's indicative of probably hundreds of people that are doing that, and then those hundreds and hundreds of people must be indicative of a trending, new trending pattern in the way things are going. So I don't want to keep saying it's the internet, whatever. I mean, obviously the internet's going to help, but maybe it is just we have a little bit better opinion of other news sources from other countries, or maybe it's just people get sick of the news in general. Maybe they can yell and scream all they want, and people yawn and just demand more funny foof or whatever the fuck weird shit on TV. So, I mean, who knows what the hell the damn trend's going to be, but all I'm saying is I hate to doom us in what's coming up in 14 to what happened before. I'm sure it'll be something similar to what happened before. But hell, my grandpa grew up, he was born before we got on the moon. So I'm all about a country where we can change shit so fast that we totally forget what it was like. I don't even remember what it's like having a phone to the wall. And some people would tell me I'm a speck of existence on the lifetime of this country only, not to mention, humanity and everything. So shit, if I can't remember having to walk over and answer the damn phone, people aren't going to remember what the fuck CNN told them or what's that guy who everybody hated, the British guy. Like, nobody's going to remember his fucking utterances. Yeah, people won't remember him. He's totally insignificant. And look at how freaking annoyed and flustered and pissed off people got with his blabbering.
And he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, now it's not even a blip again. So,
no, you're right.
I'm just saying, we live in a really dynamic place. So it's just a matter, and sometimes it's just a little couple of pushes here and there.
Yeah,
I think we can.
And a lot of times the asshole just make himself look like such an asshole. It's hard to ignore. It's like
exactly.
Sarah Palin was everybody's darling for about a second, and then it was like, whoa, this chick is terrible. Like,
well, it's like, yeah, you're in a crowd and you see something weird happen. You look at your friend, you get that eye contact, and the two of you don't have to make a fucking word, and that guy just made an effing fool of himself for the rest of our lives. So we're gonna be able to make fun of that situation, right? Well, now we have the internet, so we're all friends and we're all looking at each other, except that it's tens and hundreds of us at a time.
Yeah.
And they're not dealing with this. I mean, actually, the more I talk about it, the better I feel, because we know politicians are fucking idiots who can barely, I mean, there are all these caricatures of them being the way, stuff out of touch with reality type of idiots that are just paying attention to such weird, stuff in the world that they just have no concept. They couldn't, regular life anymore. I only suspect that all those parodies of them are like that because that's how they actually are. And the few actual professional politicians I've ever met, I got to agree, they seem like fucking robots, right? They're just weird as shit. So those out-of-touch ass weird people who are professional politicians, they're never going to be able to be subtle on the internet when it's real life and it's like, okay, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, can go around the globe in a moment.
Oh yeah, it's when
so it's going to breed a whole new breed of like, can you imagine people like Hosh, running the fucking place?
Oh, when freaking Biden got called out by that YouTube guy about gun rights, and he's like, and he just talks out his ass to the point he makes a complete and utter fool of himself. He couldn't. That was so priceless. It was ridiculous. Like.
Exactly. And how could you even have described that? Even again, just a decade ago. In Spin magazine or something?
People would
maybe I keep thinking it's 2004. 2 decades ago. You know, there was no way to get that around. Maybe you could be on like Letterman and try to explain that scenario, and then only the people who watch Letterman, and then maybe the people who talk to their friends the next day, and then it was gone. You know, it was like all these little match heads being lit and gone, and now every single match head that goes off is photographed from 3 different directions or 3D and you know, archived. So yeah, it's going to be a different dynamic for sure. And I think there's nothing about it that encourages people who are shifty and liars and trying to do dubious shit, because the more and more transparent it can be, the more and more transparent we're going to demand it. Basically, we're not even going to have to. Their freaking competitors, you know, they're whoever their adversaries are going to demand it. You know, in order to get their adversary out of office, they're going to demand to see what their adversary was doing. Now they get into office and they're like, oh shit, now I got to be transparent too. So it's some are going to be able to be super fucking devious and shit. And again, if you got a bunch of money and you can't twist the fucking people that are pulling the buttons, then what the hell's your bunch of money going to do for you? Then you have to go back to the other way and figure out how to make your customers so damn happy that they keep giving you that money. And we live in a place where that system exists, and most people forget that just because right now they happen to figure out that they can fuck with the system by throwing the money at it, it doesn't mean that's the only way it works, or that it's the only way it's ever worked, or it's the only way it can work.
Oh, it didn't work for Romney.
No, I mean for the corporations, people that are convinced that corporations run everything behind the scenes and everything. Sure, that might even happen. I'm not denying the fact that it might happen. I just don't think we're doomed to that being the only thing that could ever happen. And that, like I say, it could take 2 days, it could take 2 weeks, and the dynamic could change, and people would demand more of their representatives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it could go the other way, I guess, but either way, if you got 88K mags, you're good to go.
But I really think we're looking good for this November. I really think we're looking pretty damn good, especially like on like a federal
you mean gun rights level.
No, I'm talking like election level. Election level. I really think we're looking at a lot of pro-gun people. I think the pro-gun movement. I think in federal Congress and just the House and the Senate in general. I think we're moving in a very pro-gun direction this election. I see that.
Well, I think that by being fucking divisive about it, they're gonna. It's not like middle of the road Republican can even happen, right? The Republican's gonna have to come in and be like, all this gun shit is bullshit. Have to be like that.
Especially with this, us talking about that ex-police officer completely got the short end of the stick. And like, if it's not like known now more than ever that the form, that form is just flawed. Like, I'm hoping that like both sides can come together to.
But actually, you know what? Like what Kagan wrote was that that form is it's not flawed. It's almost perfection. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
So, I mean, like if you actually look at her decision and what she wrote and what you have to go by judicial law now, is that form is almost imperfect. You know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing wrong with that form, and if anything, it should be stronger. I mean, like read her actual decision, and that's why I really see it as a loss. G-Web said, well, we didn't lose anything, so we really didn't lose, and that's not how he feels about it. I don't feel about it that way simply because if you look at it, it strengthened that form more than anything.
No, wait a minute. I thought I was trying to be clear that we fucking lost big time. We took it in the fucking shorts. We don't even know it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like you were saying, a lot of people were telling you that that.
Oh yeah, everybody almost in unison. Big deal. It's only enforced what we already have.
Yeah, but
that's kind of the worst part.
Yeah, exactly. And worse than just upholding what was already there, it reinforced it. And it reinforced it pretty damn well. Like if you read her wording, it really, really enforces that form, because she demands to know who the end user of the firearm is.
That's the most important thing, and it's the least important, insignificant thing of just about.
I don't know. I don't know. I think about this and it gives me a headache, but I have a feeling at some point we're gonna have to reach some kind of compromise between the two, and how we're gonna do it.
What I want to know is what pro legislation is coming down the pipeline.
Dude,
I know GWebs doesn't like new laws, but if we're going to fight offensively, and we keep talking about, well, what's our next offensive move? What's our next offensive move? Because we haven't made one. When was the last offensive move that we have? I mean, a court case really is more of a defensive. By the time you get to the Supreme Court, it's more a defensive move because you've already had to go through so many
but
court
Heller carrying the gun and being steadfast was a deliberate move. I mean, in short of breaking a law about mag capacity limits or carrying a firearm where you're not allowed to, how do you challenge the status without? I mean, what else do you do? You petition the legislature to remove a law?
Well, you know, I kind of see it as more like offensive, like let's throw a forward punch more so than, you know, breaking the opponent's fist on our face. You know what I'm saying? It's like I want to throw a punch back.
Well, then I'd say the last valid thing I've seen was the American Suppressor Association, run by Josh over at Silencer Co. When they took it to the ATF technology branch, put a camera on those 40,000 plus forms sitting in the hallway, pointed a camera at the interns that weren't even paid, what do they call them? Not facilitators, but whatever, agents or what, you know, and then sat down with them, and instead of just simply raging against the bureaucracy bullshit, they actually sat down and made forward progress on taking silencers or suppressors off of the registry. So that was the last 100% like good to go out of nowhere, grab your fucking balls and a couple of bucks, head to Washington and fucking do it instead of bitching about it that I've seen. And that happened, unfortunately, to start getting a bunch of momentum like 5 seconds before Sandy.
So that's a thrown punch, but because it's still on the NFA, I'm not going to count it as
that
a
was
land
even
punch.
better. That would bend your hand in for a handshake, and they responded by shaking hands. I mean, I think that's better than a aggressive demand. That was let's talk about this, and they were willing to talk about it. I mean, it seemed like it was making some progress.
Can I ask you guys a question? If there was a big like what I would like to see is a strong like movement in this country to like at least start looking at. I mean, what's the common denominator in all these shootings? It's not a firearm is used, but like it's not even the same type of firearm. It's the common denominator is mental health, and so if they start addressing mental health and actually changing our system, actually building our system, that mental health system we used to have back up, where people can get proper help and have an outlet other than freaking, going and, and murdering people. If they revised that
But then,
form,
all right, well, like
that
VF,
form has got that one question on there that means nothing. But what if they made it so like a background check if you'd been institutionalized or you're schizophrenic or you have, I'm not talking institutionalized because you were depressed, but institutionalized because you have possible issues. Like, would you guys be for or against that becoming a part of the background?
1,000% against it. I couldn't be more against it.
Yes, and I was about to explain to you this. VF, like when was it? It was like the day after the Santa Monica shooting in California. I had the same stance that you had, and what GWebs kind of swayed my my mindset on was, okay, so this was my argument, was that the psychiatrist knew that kid had YouTube videos, saw it, bugged out, called the police, blah blah blah. He fooled the police, right? So why not give the psychiatrist, some type of police power where she can lock him up and take away his guns for whatever reason? Because based on his YouTube video, this motherfucker is sketched the fuck out, and he needs to be taken care of, and he should not have firearms.
Well, okay. I'm not talking about like that. I'm not talking about like freaking confiscating people's guns, but
to lock them up, you have to adjudicate them mentally.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
exactly. Like that's where I got stuck. That's where I got stuck, and that's where GWebs turned my mind.
Right. I think it's a sucker bet that they even. It's just it's shame on them for even bringing up the debate in this situation, because the crazy people who do this kind of weird stuff. And it doesn't matter where you draw the line. If you draw the line at one person gets injured, or even no people get injured, but people get scared, I'll give them even just get scared by a firearm in the hands of a crazy person, all the way up to the mass casualty incidents, right? If you count all of those throughout all of time, that's a couple of hundred people altogether. Maybe it's a few hundred people, but it's not a significant number of people. So it's bullshit that they're even bringing up anything with this whole mental thing, and it's to our detriment if we follow them down that damn ambush.
Well,
Instead, I think we need to do other retorts to their accusation.
Maybe not have it involved with the background Nick's bullshit, but like the one thing that I've taken away from a couple of these incidences is that like the police and whatever like crappy like mental health system we do have are not talking to each other, you know. And if they are, they're not doing a very good job, because like if the kid is like, if there's all these signs and the cops are just like missing it all, you know what I mean? Like that's a problem. Like,
well, all right, well, let's just go down that line of reasoning then.
Well, I would say that's a mental health system problem, and that's a particular department's problem. I don't think that has anything to do with guns. Guns are not on the table. What I'm saying, I'm just saying we need to have a broader, better safety net for people to not slip through the cracks. We also need to have adults that aren't apathetic. We need teachers and adults and parents that aren't apathetic and don't let a kid just get bullied. I mean, I don't even understand how a teacher cannot not see a kid getting bullied. Like, I went to high school. I went to a bad high school, and I got my ass kicked.
Okay, so hold on already.
Yeah.
All right, finish that, but then give me a minute. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Were you gonna say that the teacher saw you getting bullied or whatever?
Yeah, freaking did something about it. You know, like, I just don't understand how there's these other kids that are just getting pushed.
I'm not even gonna. All I'm gonna do is reflect exactly the stuff you just said. So if you're suggesting that the system is failing the people that are in need to such a point that we need to change the system, then all I'm gonna say is, where do we have the evidence of that? If the system has really failed, and there's just, you know, there's people in need that aren't getting it, and without even casting blame, all I'm saying is, where are the rest of the violence? Where's the rest of the violence? And I don't care about guns. Where's the rest of the violence? Where are these people that are out there doing these horrible, horrible, horrible things? So I understand the tendency to want to go after the common denominator on all these, and they set them up for us. They're not accidentally throwing these things out there again and again and again. They're setting up an ambush. They want us to go after the guns. Okay, it's not the guns, the mental health. Okay, it's not the mental health, then what? The parents? Okay, so they're setting these specific examples up, and I don't know what their agenda may or may not be, but all I'm suggesting is, if it's seriously the problem is the mental health system has failed, then where's the rest of the problem?
The rest of the problem isn't people. I mean, from what I've read and what I've looked at, I can't say this about like mental health, but I can say this about high school bullying and that stuff. It usually doesn't end in a kid shooting his classmates. It usually ends with the kid harming himself or doing like suicide. Usually. Yeah.
Well, bullshit. We don't have that many suicides. Bullshit. We only have 3,000 somethings, or what? 13,000 suicides in the whole country. So again, if the system has failed and there's bullies running random, we have 13,000 suicides to answer for that?
No, we have like 16,000 by just firearms alone.
Yeah,
and another thing
I'm not talking about firearm suicides. I'm talking about suicides in general. I mean,
okay, what's the number on suicides in general? 70,000?
Probably, but
it's nothing compared to the real issues. Cars, hospitals, and whatever. We have a country of 350 billion or million.
But you said where is the evidence of the system failing, and where are all the other issues? So if we take school shootings out of the question, and you say, well, where are the other instances of mental health failing? Okay, the problem, the
To
reason why
the
you don't
point
see mental
where
health.
we have violence.
Okay,
This is the conversation is violence,
Yes.
not social issues.
Exactly. Okay, and you know exactly where those people end up. Instead of getting help, they end up in jail, bro. That's where we get our 3 million in jail. Like literally, like okay, so you have a large
Seriously,
percentage.
you're going to go to a large percentage of our population is just prisoners that are crazy?
Let me say something.
About 30% of the people in jail have mental health issues and probably wouldn't be there if they had help.
In my city, we have a giant, I mean, huge homeless population, huge, and a lot of those people are mentally unstable. They don't have anywhere else to go. They can't act. They're just homeless, crazy people.
Are they violent though?
No, they're not violent. But the thing is, like.
So then your solution to the violence problem with it would go in the solution when you go to the mental health of the violence is to say that the system's broken and we need to do all this other stuff. That's not a solution to gun violence. That's just a solution to a social problem.
Yeah, it's a social problem, but what if addressing...
So why are you throwing it on a gun owner's back is what I'm saying.
What if addressing the mental health system and addressing school bullying had a small effect on the number of school of mass shootings or violence problems in this country? What if it had a positive effect and it doesn't have any negative effect on gun owners? But what if addressing mental health and addressing school bullying had a positive effect in violence and made violence go down? And made less of these shootings that makes everybody go up in arms and say we need to take AR-15s away. What if it makes just a few of those not happen? What if a few of those are addressed and they don't happen? That's a win for us as gun owners because that's one less freaking.
Yeah, but instead of going after 12 shootings, they'll be going after 10 shootings.
Yeah, because 6 is still way too many or whatever. I mean, like it's a lose-lose way, like in your argument.
It's a lose-lose way because okay, go ahead.
I mean, like I see there's a lose-lose, like in like your argument simply because like if you take the number, whatever the number may be, let's just say 10, and you cut it in half on an annual basis, and you ride that out because you took care of mental health, then 10 years later from now, it's gonna be like, oh wow, 5 is way too much. So it's not really a solution to this particular attack that we're under right now, but I do believe we do mishandle mental health in a very large way, bro.
Yeah,
with you bringing up the mental health problem, I mean, it just reminded me that that link in the side chat, our governor just signed in a bill yesterday about mental health.
I don't know. I would like to see like something happen that will just like take a little bit of this, a little bit of the pressure that we feel off our shoulders, and if it helps. If it takes some of those homeless people off the street that I have to like deal with on a daily basis, if it frees up space in our jails, if people can have like if the crazy kid that like is thinking about walking in a mall gets some help, I think those are all positives, and it doesn't have any effect on us because this a mental health system, just like a health system. I mean, we have like. I don't want to even talk about Obamacare, but even before Obamacare, we had some kind of health system. We haven't had a mental health system for I don't even know how long. It's been all the places that people could go to get help have been shut down in my whole area. There's none of those.
People say that.
And
in 3 states, there's four state-run hospitals. Washington has 2, Oregon has 1, Idaho has 1.
All right, you're saying it kind of in a loop already, so I'm going to not hold my tongue anymore, but you're saying that it wouldn't hurt gun owners. Yes, it would hurt, because gun owners are citizens, and if you're going to make a state that decides that everybody who doesn't act right goes into to a mental institution for their own good, to prevent violence is a horrible state to live in. I wouldn't want to live in.
No, dude. I'm saying people is like... Okay, that's not.
Well, okay. Here's what it sounds like you're saying. There should be. I don't. Well, you can say I wish everything was better. Well, who the hell wouldn't wish everything was better? But how do you implement that betterness? Well, it sounds like you want to have some sort of a federal level
you don't make people go.
Institution that that can determine who all can, a place to put these people. It isn't prison. That isn't the streets, right? Well, where is this place? It has to exist, and somebody has to pay for it, and some situation has to exist for people to qualify to go there. Then
Yeah.
somebody has to pay for all the guards and the food. So we're not talking about an insignificant thing, especially if you also want to add on that it's a good portion of our prison population and a good portion of our homeless population that are going to be put into this place. So that turns into a place that is, if it's state-run, I don't want to live in that country.
People don't even have to be put in. I mean, nobody has to go anywhere. It's like I don't know. Okay, I'm not a mental health expert. I know from what I've seen that we are letting down. There's so many places where we're going wrong, and they could be fixed. Like our obviously, like in some
Ocean could
cases,
be made
our
out of
police are
chocolate syrup, but it ain't.
But do you also feel that way, G-Web, simply because we know how hard it is to get your rights back once they have been either suspended or taken away? I mean, like, what if it was, what if somebody was mentally unstable for a 6-month period and a court said, okay, we're going to hold your guns and, when you straighten out, we'll give them back to you. And then, boom, you straighten out. And it's relatively easy to get them back. It's not like you have to go to 6 different court dates. You don't have to hire a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? It's generally easy to get it back. Would you then think differently?
I'm trying to figure out how to best explain my position on all this. I think that if we continue to even entertain the concept that the mentally ill individual has anything to do with the propaganda in the news, we're being led down a path which is an ambush, and we do have no way of winning that situation. So I don't like any of the obvious
But if you don't point the finger at
solutions.
them, they're still pointing the finger at you.
Who? What are you talking about? Too big.
I mean, just anti-gunners right now. So the finger's pointed at us as anti-gunners. So if we don't step out the way and jump out and say, ha ha ha, look, it's the mental health issue.
Oh no! Hold on.
They're still pointing the finger at us. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so right now they're making a big whoop-de-doo about the fact that they can report on all the gun incidents, and it sounds like a rainfall of new gun incidents, like a scourge, like because they didn't report on the normal of the average amount of gun things in the past. So that's what we're dealing with, is them creating a panic. And I am trying to say that no matter what we do to try to debate them or respond to this, we're going to lose. It's a fucking ambush. They didn't set up the ambush so that there'd be an obvious, here's a way to walk out of it. In fact, they set up an ambush so that you've got 2 or 3 options that seem appropriate, and all of which are more deadly than the next. So if we suggest that, well, there's a lot to go over. If the mental health issue is the issue, and we try to solve it by changing society over there for everybody else in society, not just outside of the realm of gun owners, well, then we've just changed the freedom of this society, and we've turned into a place where you're free to have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, as long as somebody in the government doesn't say that you're crazy. And I don't know if we can debate on if it's going to be federal or state or local or what, but unless it's your family, it's the state. So if we're going to say that your neighbors get to tell you if you're crazy or not, and if you're crazy, you get to be taken away so that your neighbors don't have to deal with you, that's a no-win situation. And that's not an option to take the ball away from the issues that's going on right now in the news. So if we instead just take the fucking black eye and let them point at us, we're big guys, we know what's going on, and I'm confident the rest of the world knows that these couple of people that are doing things aren't representative of all firearms owners. Then we take a different approach, and instead of debating that at all, we simply go all the other ways I've mentioned doing, do other things to promote gun, normal gun use or whatever, enthusiasm. Then we win potentially because we haven't gone down at least their freaking ambush. I don't know if I'm saying that great because it's 3 in the morning, but I just think that if we get off on these tangents on social issues, then it's like, okay, well, who the fuck told, none of us sat down and went, like you say, you're not a fucking socialist, whatever, you didn't go to school for this because you're not that interested in it. We're interested as far as we have to be as, to be responsible members of society, but none of us, decided to go cure all of the social ills, and it's to our detriment if we attempt to do that in order to defend gun rights. And I just hate to run down those obvious paths that they've left us.
We used to have, I'm not going to say a good, but we used to have some type of mental health system in this country. I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna say it was good, but we had something that gave a place for people that need help. I'm not saying they were made to go there. Some of them probably were, but there were also people that chose to go there, were able to go to a place to get help, and there was an actual place to go. Now they go to jail, or they go to the streets, or who knows what. On top of that, like, we have obviously people that need help that are not and are getting help, but there is a disconnect between like I don't even understand how, like, you can have a patient who is threatening and putting out threatening videos to, like, females, and like you even tell the cops, and somehow the cops just don't do anything. Like,
Well, all right, then somebody posts a comical Halloween video, and they're not that good at comedy, and then how does the cop now tasked with deciding who's
you're
legit
right.
and who sucks at comedy?
As soon as I said that, I realized how
Okay.
that was a problem. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized. I answered my own question as soon as.
I mean, it's a horrible, horrible thing. I think, sometimes, I don't know, I just want to say a priest or somebody, somebody who's trained, or who at least is familiar with horrible shit in life. We have to talk to somebody like that and know how to deal with it when something horrible fucking happens. That's part of being a creature that is born and dies. We're going to have bad things, we're going to have good things. So we just have to accept once in a while, and I think we do a society a better deal than, again, what I was trying to express before is, okay, so there's a problem with violence. The media wants us to acknowledge this problem with violence. So if it's violence with firearms, okay, so why is it with firearms? We have a million reasons why that's silly. So if we're going to revert to violence because of mental illness, well, we know that those however many people we're talking about who've done the most recent stuff, 10 people or 70 incidents, so 70 people, let's say. Are those 70 people the only people? Well, no. There's probably a ton of people that are having, who have been failed by society as far as their mental issues. But I'm just saying that most 99% of those people are just weird in the street, or hanging out or doing things, or hanging out with their family, or I don't know, or they get better and then they get a job and they figure out, that was my 2 years. I had a teacher who had, like, what do they call that when you go on a train? Hobo? I had a teacher when I was a kid that was like a hobo for many years. And, he got his shit back together and went to get a teaching degree, I guess, and then he had all kinds of crazy stories for us and stuff. So
I'm just, what I'm saying is, like there's a lot of people that fall through the mental health cracks, and it would be nice to have a system in place for those people, like a good system that isn't cumbersome. It doesn't.
Well, a good system would be not being afraid of religion, so allow churches to do their thing, because that's what churches want to do for the most part, is help other people, and then allow families to exist.
So many ways we can do it.
I'm not, scared's the wrong word, but concerned that if we continue, and when I say we, I mean the country, down this, there's a mental health problem, that they're going to start, if you take Prozac, you can't have firearms, and then
for sure.
End up with, you have anxiety, you can't have firearms.
No,
you want to own how many firearms? Well, that's crazy. You can't have firearms.
You must be nuts. So you can't do that. Yeah, no, I don't know how to get people off that topic, but it's just a slippery slope. We need to stop.
No, there would be I mean, doctors know that if you take Prozac, you're not. But if you're paranoid,
that was just the first drug that came to mind.
Yeah, he's referring to those, like, charts that'll go, what's the common denominator? Is it the firearm? No. But is it this drug that they're on? Yes.
But if you're a paranoid schizophrenic, like, wait, I mean, what was wrong with that kid in California? He was he a sociopath?
He was crazy, so that's all that matters, right?
It doesn't matter. I don't even want. I think we could do ourselves. I mean, even if we took one of those if we're able to stop one person from going on the next rampage, and not only that, we're going to be helping all those fucking people that, like, I see every day when I walk down the street, or living in a box under a bridge.
Do you live downtown?
I live close to downtown.
Keep in mind, some people want to live in a box down by the river.
And I'm not
live
saying
in a country where you can ramble if you want to.
I'm
Well,
not saying we're gonna
reason-
scoop them all up like Soylent Green and take them to the freaking bum farm, but
I know,
This
but I'm
town-
just saying, don't impose on them that they're having
no.
problems if
I would
they're
never impose
digging
anything.
their shit. Okay.
But
Believe
I
it
also,
or not, a lot of those people are there by choice.
yeah, a lot. I don't know about. I don't know. I have my doubts about that. There's some guys
I'm
that
not going to say it's under half, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
there are those that
Oh, I know.
they don't want to
I
deal with.
I had my time when I was 19 that I like hitchhiked across the freaking West Coast like a fucking like 19-year-old moron would do. I went all the way to freaking San Diego and back up to Portland, like basically with a backpack and my thumb, and would never do that again. But didn't get murdered either. But you know, that was my choice to basically be like a hitchhiking bum for a couple months. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna take that away from people. I mean, we're talking about mental health. I honestly like. Every time I hear about a kid that like flips out because he's getting picked on, and the teachers didn't see like the fact that this kid is getting like bullied, and like they're not, and whether the kid shoots his classmates or hangs himself or ODs or whatever, that's like a big. I think that's a huge failure, like in our education system.
So
That's laying a lot on the education system, though.
I got a 17-year-old in the 6th, 7th, 8th grade. She was getting bullied a lot. I just looked at her one day and I said, okay, you got two choices. Either break her fucking nose or grow some thicker skin. Because I'm not going to deal with you coming home every day crying because somebody called you a name. And it wasn't a week later, she was fine.
That works for. There's kids that work for, but like, and I'm probably the same time. I mean, I'm kind of a hard ass when it comes to certain shit. Like, I sound like a bleeding heart, but I'm not. Like, you know, to a certain degree, I think there should be a place. You know, everybody should be able to like have a chance. But if you decide you don't want those chances, then you know, fuck it, it's your choice. But like, you know, when you take your kid to school and you put your kid, you know, your kid is basically, you know, those teachers are in charge of your kid. Those teachers are taking care of your kid. And if those teachers are either so sick and tired of their job or they're just not paying attention that they can't.
They're not in the hallways between classes. I don't put that on them.
Yeah, well, they were.
When did we have to start babying the kids, though? I mean,
they're not parole
back
officers.
when I was,
They're not wardens or whatever.
Yeah,
they're
no, I don't
teachers.
put that. That's not on the teachers.
I mean, back when I was in school, I mean, bullying, you know, existed back then too, but you didn't have kids running around shooting other kids because they got called a bad name or something like that.
Yeah, but that was also a different.
But the thing is, kids aren't doing that shit now. 7 fucking kids did it. Not all kids. I mean, we know that more than 7 kids got bullied.
Right.
So we're falling into the fucking ambush again
I'm
by.
not talking just about shooting. Shooting is one symptom of. You got suicide. You got kids dropping out. You got there's lots of different shit that's going on, and like addressing the school situation is not just a way. It's one thing it'll help is stopping these things that make parents go, or not parents, I should say, make gun gun grabbers go ape shit. If it helps that, we're doing ourselves a service. If we can stop like one Columbine, that's good for us, you know. And like if it's just by like figuring out a way to like make it easier for teachers to like stop this shit, I don't know. I think it'd be good, you know.
That comment on the side there was left on the YouTube side from Street Rodder, so
I'm not.
No, it's
Can't
awful
see it,
long.
I'm on a phone.
Oh. It's a pretty long one, so I really don't want to read it. So.
Well, it basically says that in the guise of, you know, for the common good, we're going to do some common sense stuff to save ourselves from these mental problems, or these people that have mental problems. We're just gonna, and then it continues to fill in all the stuff that they wanted to do on the gun control stuff.
Let me just say this: everything I'm talking about doing, I don't want to do pro or anti-gun control. I don't want our I don't want to base mental health system or addressing mental health off of any of this shit, because that will not solve anything. And I don't want to base school bullying off of school shootings. I want to. It needs to be broad, and it needs to be general, and it needs to be all-encompassing. If you base it off one series of and not very many, like a tiny amount of. If you base it off one thing, then you're gonna miss everything else. This whole argument I'm having is like if it was a broad, sweeping, and like a good safety net to catch these people in many in more than just the shooting people up way. Like we addressed homelessness and them ending up in prison. I addressed like teenage teenage bullying, like suicides and like that kind of shit. Like if that shit was addressed, then I don't even know. I'm starting to get a headache. I'm sorry. I'm not just talking about shootings. I'm talking about everything in general. Like I would never want.
Well, honestly, that's scarier though. That's why we keep saying the same thing. That the only way to really do that is to have some sort of giant checklist where the doctor, checks you every year to make sure you're still good to go. How would you know if people are being failed by the system if you weren't monitoring them all?
That's not like that. I know people with mental health problems have been failed by the system because I see them all the time. Well,
great. I didn't say that didn't happen, but I'm saying how do you solve it without if you're going to drop that on the state to try to figure out the solution to all this? How do they do it without making a big ass list that says you're crazy, you're not crazy, you're crazy, you're not crazy?
I'm not talking. It's not like some dystopian, like science fiction, like Philip K. Dick future. I'm just talking about we used to have state-funded mental health hospitals and mental health, and we've defunded that because we've been putting money or running out of money in different places, and all we need to do is refund what we.
No, dude, that's what I think. We maybe had a breakthrough here. They didn't get rid of those crazy ass things that like the one flew over the cuckoo's nest stuff because we lost funding. They got rid of it because it was horrible institutions that were the same problems we had with the prison we were having with the mental health institutions when they were run by the government, massive bureaucracy and abuse and all the other things take place, and you have these horrible conditions for the people that were sick in there, and people started to figure out about that. And then people started to say, let's stop this crazy institution.
Okay,
and
so
then people did something about it because we still had a point in time where people were self-sufficient enough to say, let's change this. We don't like what's happening.
So the VA is broke. The VA is fucking busted.
What does the VA have to do with it? We're talking about the old mental health institutions of the 40s and earlier.
It's a big system. It's a big bureaucracy. It's a system just like mental health or health. And it's a broken ass. It's amazing and it's scary. As a vet, it pisses me off. Like I don't even want to go to my VA here because it's medieval up there. But like, should we throw out the whole system and just say fuck it? We're just gonna shut it down like we did the mental health system. We shut down the mental health system because it was easy. We can't, it's not as easy to shut down something like the VA, but should we shut down the VA because it's broken? And because it's fucking, like you said, one flew over the cuckoo's nest up there?
If it's a evil, broken institution, yes, it should come down.
Why not fix it instead of, why not fix it?
Rebuild it. Fine. If you think you can fix it somehow from where it's at, great.
That's what I'm saying. Like with the mental health system, you're right. It was broken, but instead of.
Well, there's a difference between the VA and the mental health. I know you're trying to just use comparisons, but we can't. That's apples and oranges. The VA is an obligation we have to our veterans that we need to fulfill. Where mental health would be, you don't have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Instead, you have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness as long as you're not on this list, which says that you need to go into a state mental institution.
Well, okay, but that was, those are state-run institutions in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Like, we know more
No,
now.
40s.
Okay, well, from 1840s, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm just saying, like, we instead of fixing those systems, we shut them down. Like with what we know now and the way we approach things now, like we talked about earlier, like how much things have gotten better and how much things are changing. Like we could actually, like I think we could make a place for people to go instead of having the same crazy homeless guy muttering like with a sheet or a blanket wrapped around him I see every fucking day I go to work. He could have a place to like live. You know, he could have a place to go, like rather than standing on the corner, or those poor saps that get thrown in jail, or the fucking crazy guy that got tased to death by the Portland police. And he's not the only one, because the Portland police don't know how to address when they get met with a person with mental, problems. I mean, so they tase him to death because fucking they're the Portland police. I don't know. I think we could, instead of shutting it down like we did, we could have we should fix it.
All right, well, that's a lot of late night healthcare.
No, I appreciate. Oh.
No, anyway, I guess okay.
No, I mean I like these discussions. I think it's good. It makes me think. It makes me like have to like think of like you made me quite a few times have to like realize what I just said was fucking idiotic and need to look at it a better way.
Well, I'm just going to finish it off with, don't pull a Yankee on me and suggest that just because I don't want the federal government to run something doesn't mean I don't acknowledge that there's a situation that needs to be addressed. I suggest, though, let me finish. I suggest that it has no, it shouldn't even, I can't even, it's the furthest thing from my mind to think the federal government has anything to do with it. Instead, each of those individuals that are having issues are the result of a father and a mother. So there's at least two people that have a very direct, or most of the time have a very direct relationship with that person. Then you've got their friends and family and whatnot, or extended family. So you've got people that are there. So to suggest that everybody that's out there is alone is doing them a disservice in my mind. Then you've got the situations where you've got the potential for churches who are there to do that kind of stuff, to help people that are there to do service. Then you've got things like maybe that don't exist, but I'm going to say like the Lions and the Kiwanis and places that are social groups that are there to do community service. You've got plenty of compassionate people in this country that have plenty of great intentions. In fact, I would suggest the most compassionate people on the planet with the best of intentions. However, when you continue to burden them with more and more growing federal level bureaucracy and all the waste and fees of that incurred with that, it makes it difficult for those people to get up and do something. So instead of suggesting that the federal government needs to come in and address and fix or create or build or however you wanted to put it, and instead of putting that another financial burden on everyone, just allow people to deal with it creatively on their own. And I suggest you might find places like Detroit where you have subdivisions of, that have gone to the wayside because people don't live there anymore. There's all kinds of cool like community building things that can come up when somebody has the freedom and the freedom to exercise and the financial freedom to try to help others. And every great awesome thing that's ever happened, as a result of this country, isn't because government helped them. It's more like because government didn't get in the fucking way. So I hear you that there's issues, and I can feel for you the fact that if you have to deal with it, it's frustrating on a daily basis. But there's a hell of a lot more ways to deal with it than just the federal government coming in and making big things.
You're right. I mean, I'm not saying we need to make camps.
Imagine if the police pick up a guy and it's like, oh man, are you sure you're okay? You just, okay, you seem like you're, shouting at the demons and stuff. So now that cop can go, well, I've got about 4 places I can take you that might be able to deal with this. Maybe I should take you to this one because she seems to be the best at addressing this and figuring out, or maybe I didn't have good luck with her. Maybe take her somewhere else. I don't know. But right now, the way it's set up is cops definitely don't have that kind of leeway. And
no, you're right.
I don't know. And I don't know. I think that if you have You're talking about social issues, though, for sure. And that's, again, where they set this shit up. They're not going to talk about I don't know, let's use an obvious example. They're never going to show us a mass shooting, with the actual definition, 4+ people involved, when it's two rival drug gangs in a inner city somewhere or wherever, whatever the circumstances, but it's, some rival crime thing where all of a sudden a bunch of violence happens. We're just not going to see that. We're only going to see the ones that they handpick and place out there for some ultimate agenda. And again, there's a chance that this is just randomly a bunch of people with mental issues and with drugs. But on the other hand, if you look at it, where if we give them any amount of credit for being savvy, maybe they're handpicked and all. They're only doing these or illustrating these ones that are fucked up, so that we come at them with the whole, well, obviously it's those drugs, and they go, you're right. You know what? We could easily solve this by just putting something on the 4473 that a doctor, in the last every year you have to go into a checkup if you want to be a firearms guy, and you just have to have that doctor give you that okay when you get even if it's every 5 years. But then that's one step closer to.
That's what I don't want, and that's why I'm saying I wish there were, and maybe not I don't want some camp, but even if I don't know. We have a lot of homes in my city that people with learning disabilities can live in. They can have a semi-normal life. They have their own little apartment and
go at their pace and have their own version of what's going on.
Those places are privately run, but state or I don't know if they're federal or state funded. I'm just saying there could be a better way. I'm not.
Yeah, sort of what are those things called? Those new kind of schools? I can't think of the word right now. Sort of
I'm just saying
those kind of schools for healthcare.
Yeah, exactly. Or
charter schools. Kind of like charter schools for healthcare or mental health.
And that's what I'm saying. There's got to be a better way. They could be privately run, but they could be funded through there's could be a better way. There could be a place where somebody that's schizophrenic could go get help, and he could have a semi-normal life, and he could be around other people like himself. I mean, he doesn't have to be standing on the corner muttering to himself. And there could be a way for there's got to be a better way than what we have right now. And to avoid what you just said, the form, have you had your mental health checkup within the last 5 years? Check box A or B, that bullshit. That's what I don't want. That's why I would hope that if we address something if we address what people some of these symptoms in our society smartly, because and not through a bunch of red tape and bureaucracy, then maybe we'll have a few less of these outbursts of violence that just all it is a bone that the gun grabbing community can grab and run with.
I hear you, and I'm just going to play devil's advocate because I've seen it happen too much. But even if there's not anything going on and there's nothing that they can point to that's going to excite people like that, what they'll do is they'll find somebody who, I don't know, whatever, you fill in the blank, had a drunk driving incident or beat his wife or even became school principal of the year. And for some reason somebody went to his house and found out that he's got a thing of hand grenades and he's in the militia and he's got too many ARs or something. They're always going to be able to pick an extreme and poke us in that wound.
But I'm just trying to how is this trying to think of a way to take at least address one extreme that they seem to run with lately a lot, and just if there's a way to address it without completely screwing us over, I would love to figure out a way to address it. Honestly, and I wasn't trying to pull a Yankee on you or anything like that.
No, that's just what I call it when somebody's just grabbing, handpicking or assuming too much, because he likes to. Well, you've heard him. He likes to take it out to an extreme and assume everything else is the same for no reason.
I was
different parameters and stuff.
I was kind of just thinking out loud. I wasn't really trying to do that. Yeah. Anyway.
Can't imagine. Is anybody even listening to this or watching this?
I don't know.
It's kind of late.
Yeah, actually, 8 viewers, I believe.
Holy crap. I don't
I've
know.
got approximately 5 minutes according to this thing.
There's probably 8 people in the country that hate me, right?
They should have another hour.
These things end?
They run for 8 hours. I just mean I got 5 minutes more of this download, and then I'm done doing stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
It sucks.
my-
These
my-
chats are awesome when you have to do, like, I have to do this busy ass stupid crap where, you know, you have to wait for something to download for 5 minutes and then 7 minutes to do this, and so you can click once and be done with it.
So my phone died about 6 o'clock. Did I miss anything cool?
6 o'clock our time? Yeah, we did. I didn't know what was going on this evening, so I did a AK podcast for, what, an hour and a half, and then right at the end I was like, and now I'm just going to go off on the whole Supreme Court thing for no reason. So then everybody was like, well, we're still awake, so let's do another podcast. We did a I Hate Guns podcast for an hour and a half bitching about the Supreme Court. I wanted to make it bitching, like shaming the pro-gun organizations. I wanted to say, you know, publicly shame on you for not alerting us to this, because I consider the Supreme Court ruling a massive kick in the balls and a loss for us. And I wanted to shame the nonprofits, but it turned
Really?
into more of a discussion on the Supreme Court ruling itself. Oh yeah, definitely.
You think it's a kick in the nuts? I think it was.
I think it's damaging. Yes.
If you read the letter of how it was written in what was it, 868, then he's wrong.
I hear you, but that's bullshit. I think that no matter what, his right or wrongness aside, I think that it should have been the 4473 itself should have been at under scrutiny and not his actions. I think that it's an unjust law, and I taken it to the Supreme Court. It was an opportunity for us, the pro-freedom side of the fence, to illustrate that that's not constitutional / an infringement, and that sure, he may or may not be technically right or wrong under the letter of the law, but the letter of the law is wrong and it should be addressed. And that was a massive blow to us for the Supreme Court to say, nope, this is legit, everything is good to go. And now what we've got is a nail in the coffin, in my mind, that the 4473 is legit. And if I remember her wording, you know, we've talked about it a few times tonight, her wording was something to the effect of the ultimate important thing to stop or to be able to trace a gun crime or whatever, something to that effect, is the end user or the end purchaser of the firearm. So basically establishing in black and white at the Supreme Court level that the 4473 is not only not constitutional, you know, so that it is constitutional, but it is necessary to the security of our freedom or whatever the fuck, you know, she's trying to say. So I think that's a nail in the coffin that one of the things we explored or looked at during the course of these talks the last couple of nights is that there's been 6 times that the Supreme Court has addressed the Second Amendment. 6 times in the entire history of this country, right? One of them was in 1870. The next one was in 1939. The next one was in, 68 or something. And then the last 3 were since Obama, 2008, 2010, and now in 2014. So 3 of the 50% of the times the Supreme Court has touched the Second Amendment has been in the last 8 years. And we've had something like 176 years without anything, or 200 years without anything, 200 and something years without anything, and then, you know, we're barely anything, and now we have all these little preparations. And I suggest Obama's a constitutional lawyer. As much as we may not like what he's doing, he's savvy, and I don't believe you fart around at the Supreme Court level on insignificant bullshit unless there's an endgame. And I suspect that by reinforcing the 4473, that nail in the coffin has been set, so now they can reinforce either the mental health bullshit, which I'm guessing might be another double punch here, you know, slap us in the face, slap us in the face, slap us in the face, and now gut punch us with the, if you're fucking not okay with the doctor, then you can't have guns. Or my worst fear is, what, you have 26 Saturday night specials? That's not sane. You can't have guns anymore, just for the fact that you own guns. You know, they're looking for that logic loop. And if they make a 4473, you know, critical, it also opens it up for, why should you be able to buy a gun from your grandfather if you couldn't buy a gun from your grandfather if he lives in Pennsylvania and you don't? Like, why should you, just because you live in the same state, you should be a criminal? Why are you afraid to take that to the government and tell them you're transferring that firearm? And then obviously, I don't have to tell you, that's registration, confiscation.
Right.
Trust me, like when I was bringing up mental health and what you just said, like as a vet of the recent war, like I worry about that too, because it could be easy to be like, oh yeah, you have PTSD, or coming like you shouldn't have, you shouldn't have firearms. Like that scares me, and like I worry about
Guys
that
came
too.
back from World War II, they were effed up. Guys came back from Korea, they were effed up. Guys came back from Vietnam, they were certainly effed up.
You don't need
and
to tell
guys
me.
come back. No, I'm just saying. It's all I'm saying is that that's a situation. The difference is that people let people be back in the day, and now all of a sudden society has to react to this potential. That's the scary part. That now when our guys come back, they're even more dangerous. Well, it seems like a whole bunch of guys came back after World War II, and they weren't dangerous. There wasn't a rash of anything. There was probably the same amount of violence that there would have been.
No,
anyway, it's definitely scary when they get into that whole as long as we know who has the guns, then we're okay. And now it's at the Supreme Court level, that whoever owns the firearm, now we're okay with you. You can own that firearm.
Who has them, now we're going to take them.
Sure. Well, why do you need this? Why do you need that? Why do you need that?
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I worry about that myself, just from that aspect, because that's something that hits close at home for me.
I'm really leaning more and more towards what we should probably do, or maybe I'm crazy, but I like to think, or at least I'm suspecting now, that one of our better strategies is just going to be, no, if you really think that there's a problem with firearms, let's look at the numbers. Okay, all the problems are with handguns. Anything that's concealable, handgun. So you shouldn't be able to own handguns, let's go for it. You shouldn't be able to own handguns, you shouldn't be able to own long guns. Let's just get rid of that Second Amendment. Let's do it once and for all. You guys are seriously thinking that firearms are the problem here? Let's get rid of that Second Amendment and just put it up there. People say they want to, or want to, something needs to change. Well, something will change pretty damn fast if we get to that point.
Yeah, that scares me just as much. That would.
Well, nobody in their right mind would expect to make it past, the next election would say yes to that.
What's scary is there's actually people out there that think that getting rid of legally owned firearms would somehow make things better, which is insane. Like, I don't even understand how you could think that, but there are literally people out there that legitimately think that. I mean, they may be idiots, but that's what they think.
Well, I'm as optimistic as 7 other people I know, and I'm not, oblivious to think that, but I know what you mean. There's definitely, I've talked to people like that are just, I don't know what their deal is. I mean, it's literally like speaking Greek to me. I don't understand it, but I totally understand what you mean.
Yeah, I don't know.
Collecting?
And on that note.
Sorry, I'm reading. I just got home. I do what I normally do, and that's
fine.
See what happened in the feed in YouTube today.
Watching the cartoon here, the video, or the what is it, dog fighting?
Yeah, you watch it some other time. It just reminds me of Heavy Metal, if anybody's ever seen that.
It's been a long time since.
The movie's great.
I remember it being good.
So this cartoon's actually pretty cool. Found it the other day when I was geeking out on World War II stuff.
I was thinking about that the other day. What the hell movie did I watch? You know how Heavy Metal was, and then there's like a group of them that are newer, but then now there's all these ones. I'm trying to think of a big movie. I watched this anyway. There's, you know what I'm talking about. You guys know. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. There's like these. They don't really have actors with people. They're just cartoons, and then it's just their voices or whatever. But they're super. They're freaking really realistic. It's like out of video games or something. So
Pixar stuff.
You know that it's animated, but I don't think that they sit there and animate it like the old days, like Mickey Mouse. Like they probably just tell the computer, make this person look like this, and then they put it into like some video game engine. Then they go, now make him walk across the room, sit over here, and then the video game physics do all the work and make it look right. I think that there's a lot less work than there used to be. But anyway, whatever that style, it's very much like this one. This one's a little bit more like artistic than the realistic. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? Those kind of things.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was thinking that those by themselves are really cool. I like watching them because I like sci-fi more than most stuff. And, they can do all kinds of massive sci-fi stuff in those cartoony things that they just can't pay for in regular type of movies. So anyway, if that's the case and that sort of, trend continues, we're going to see less and less and less of Hollywood all the effing time because that, requires less and less. I mean, who really cares who the voices are? And if we see less of these people need to act in front of us, then, we will be less attached to them as personalities. And then it'll just be, whatever creative thoughts, whatever characters some artist can come up with, and then some animation team runs with it. That's what'll be, that's what people will be fans of, as opposed to the individual who stars in a movie. And once you take that star power away from Hollywood, it's over. It's done. So all that, issues with them, and their agendas are like nil overnight almost.
Voiceover work doesn't pay like normal acting does, because they're only in there maybe 2 days. Max.
Sure, I'm just saying, since if the movie can make the same amount of money or more because it's awesomer, then who's gonna care if, some movie starlet likes guns or not? Because who the hell cares about a movie starlet? She's just some voice.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that the love stories and shit won't turn into cartoons right away, but at least some of the big budget stuff will.
You don't watch a lot of Disney stuff, do you?
No, none. Oh, that's just all chick flicks type of stuff.
Well, there's categories of that. There's always a love story in it.
Yeah, I guess I'm watching more of I'm thinking of the Starship Troopers series that's animated. That was awesome, and I can't imagine how much it cost to make, but it couldn't have been anywhere near what a movie cost.
I didn't know they had an animated series.
It's like a cartoon series, so half an hour type of cartoons, but you
Really?
can watch them on Netflix. I think on Netflix. For at least I rented them on Netflix on DVD back in the day.
Cool.
A season at a time.
I'm gonna have to look
So
at it.
they're awesome. Do you like Starship Troopers?
I love the movie. The
Yeah,
second,
so it's the
second and
same-
third ones were kind of crap, but
Oh, I liked all of them, but if you like the set of characters, they basically take that set of characters. I doubt they're the same voices, they're just people, but it's that group of people going through the wars. And did you watch Clone Wars at all from Star Wars?
I am in the middle of watching that with my 7-year-old right now.
Okay, that's another one that I
season
thought
2.
was awesome. I love that.
Oh,
I didn't even
hell
know
yeah.
those were out until I seen them on Netflix, but
Yeah,
very
they just
similar to
came out on
that.
Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Netflix made the whole last season. How they did the Orange and Black show and that other show? They made the last season of Clone Wars.
No, it was exclusive only to Netflix.
Whatever.
Because it got
I
canceled
found it or something.
on what you call it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the only place you can see it. That's all. I think that's why they put it on
Yeah,
Netflix.
those
because you can't see that
6
last season.
episodes were already made. They just
Oh,
didn't figure out where to put them in the series because they fit in the middle somewhere.
okay. Because I was saying,
I
they're
was
not
listening
necessarily in
to,
order or anything.
Right, they aren't. No, they're not. They were intended to go somewhere else, and they got kind of put on the back burner.
But
since
it's
they
cool.
were-
One of them is Yoda
Exactly.
doing the thing that Luke Skywalker had to do in the Empire, where he
Oh,
has to go into the tree. So he has to go into the tree with his demons instead of Luke Skywalker with Darth Vader.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's pretty
No,
cool.
I haven't got that far yet. We're just in the middle of
Oh,
season
I think that's
2.
the last one. Yeah, but no, that series was awesome, and that's how that's how the Starship Troopers series is, except for set in the Bugs alien universe
Right.
thing.
They're coming out with a new one this fall called Rebels. I
A
don't know.
new Clone Wars.
Yeah, it takes
Awesome.
it takes place after instead of
After the 3 Star Wars ones.
no after number 3 instead of after number 2. Clone Wars is after number 2.
Oh, so between the one where he turns into Darth Vader and the one where Princess Leia gets captured.
Correct. So it's
Yeah.
after Vader, but before.
I guess that's still the war, right? Or is that? No, that would be when Darth Vader was born. That was the end of the war, right?
I'd have to watch 3 again to figure that out.
I
But
guess I'm
I believe
assuming
you're
because
right.
I don't know, but I'm just assuming because then it was like the rebels building back up and trying to get the Death Star plans.
Right.
And the Rebel and the Empire just running around being dicks or whatever.
Right.
I get all confused on those 1, 2, and 3 things because,
no.
heck, when I grew up, it was just Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back,
4, 5, and 6.
or yeah,
Well, I
whatever.
remember when they were first being made. I remember somebody being like a Star Trek nerd or Star Wars nerd to me and like, these are technically not the first in the series, and it was bad. It was impressive enough to see 2 movies like a sequel to each other. If I remember right, that was a neat accomplishment, but I couldn't fathom what it was like to have 3 movies made and then 3 other movies made about before that.
It's a miniseries stretched over 10 years.
But halfway backwards. Or in flashback or something.
Right.
But dude, after watching that Clone Wars bunch of cartoons, then it's way funner going back and watching the first 2, 3, right? Because it happened between 2 and 3, you're saying? That makes sense. Because then I remember as soon as Clone Wars is over, I'm like, I gotta watch 3 now and watch all that.
If I remember right, it takes place just a little bit towards the end of 2 and overlaps a little bit into 3. So but mostly in the middle of that, yeah.
And it makes pretty good consistency or whatever. There's like a couple of things that don't make sense when you watch them, but there's things that don't make sense when you watch Star Wars again after watching the first 3.
Right.
Like, well, how did that guy get so old, and why isn't this guy any older?
Yeah, no kidding. And what's throwing me off is the voices of the characters in the cartoon. But I'll get over that. I'm digging the story.
Yeah, you get used to that. It took me a while to get used to that type of animation, and once I got used to it, I'm like, oh, wow, I really like that kind of animation.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, I think between 2 and 3, there was a lot of the voice work of the people that changed. So, like, Tim Roth ends up being Senator Palpatine, and he wasn't in the first 2 seasons or something like that.
Who is Tim Roth? Who's that?
Crap.
Tim Roth, the actor?
Yeah. Let me give you real quick.
Pulp Fiction, he was the boyfriend of the girl and the guy robbing.
Yeah, that was the guy in that movie they filmed here. I didn't know. He was the Emperor in Star Wars?
Not the one, I don't know.
The old guy? No, he couldn't be the old guy.
Somebody said Tim Roth, and I'm like, no, I don't know. I have no idea. I just know who Tim Roth is.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying he seems like so small in stature and age. He wouldn't seem like the old guy.
I might be wrong on that.
I just had it open. I guess I should double check.
On a completely different science fiction, I just got to go see Aliens in the theater here. It was freaking fun.
I never thought about that, but if you're young, you probably haven't seen all the big-ass movies.
No, I remember when Aliens came out. I was just probably a little too young to go see it in the theaters.
I'm sorry, Tim Curry.
Oh, Tim Curry, yeah. Legend and Rocky Horror Picture Show and...
Yeah, I'm sorry, wrong Tim.
Wait, he's the Emperor?
In 10 episodes.
Oh, you mean of the cartoons?
Right.
Oh, okay. I'm not good at... When I see the cartoon with a voice, I'm not good at picturing the real actor behind it, I guess.
Tim Curry's awesome.
I'd have to go watch a bunch, because, yeah, he does have a distinctive voice.
He was in the last 10 episodes, sorry.
Okay.
That he was in. Let me rephrase that.
He's a great actor.
Now, I'm trying to remember, back when I first went and seen it, I could have swore that the original Star Wars, they had it listed as number 3.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right, episode 3.
And then after
you know what, though?
It's 4. New Hope is 4.
Didn't it start out with a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away?
Right.
In the writing? I went back to watch it, and it says, like, and in the constant struggle of blah, blah, blah. Like, it didn't say that part.
Yeah, they changed
that?
it when they remastered.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Because...
well, we don't need Genesis in every Bible. Like, people are so sick of that.
They remastered the F out of it. They fucked it up.
I like the part where what are those things called with stormtroopers riding around like horses? When they put those in Star Wars, I was digging that. And then, they have Jabba the Hutt walk around? That's cool.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of things that I was down with, but then I noticed that they took out a long time ago. I'm like, what? That is effing Star Wars. Like, how could they possibly take that out?
Yeah, I thought
They
they
made a lot of
that.
bad decisions.
I thought they turned it into 4 after they came out with that the 3 prequels.
Oh yeah, you're right. Episode 3, and it's the 4th one, huh?
Yeah.
They changed a bunch of stuff at George Lucas's whim. I don't. They also added in. You can't
Well,
find.
didn't he write it? I mean, I guess he's allowed.
Yeah, but you can't find. I haven't been. Well, apparently it's not very easy to find a cut that isn't the original. You know what I mean?
I think
No,
I've got them
somebody
on
was saying
VHS.
They were saying in the chat one night that, yeah, like, didn't he buy them or something happened and there are not very many left.
Yeah, I think I've got them on VHS.
I think
because I know in
Empire
the
on VHS from the original.
Yeah, you have to have old ones. If you're looking at one that's like, if you go out and try to buy it on DVD, you're gonna get some remastered with extra like dumb shit in it. You're not gonna be able to find the one that we watched when we were kids.
Yeah, because I've got the one where at the end where they show Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Darth Vader at the end as Ghost. They had the old Darth Vader, not the young Anakin.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. The new one has a young Anakin in it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, lame.
Yeah, it's terrible.
What?
Why would he get young again?
I don't know.
Because I guess
They're
that's
going to use that
before he
actor
turned
for the
bad.
next one?
Yeah, because when you think of your dad, you think of your dad when he was 8 or 16
Yeah,
or
16
17
or something. Yeah.
17, whatever, however old he is. Like, you don't think.
I'm sure Yoda isn't old and Obi-Wan Kenobi isn't old, but Darth Vader will be young.
Weird. I also went and saw, because they're showing a bunch of different movies, a lot of science fiction. I also went and saw Big Trouble in Little China in the theater.
Oh, gee, that's a good one.
It was so much fun. I also went and saw The Warriors twice in the theater.
Nice.
And Akira is next month.
Ooh, there you go.
So I'm gonna go see
theater
Akira.
out on the coast in Seaside.
What is that?
Or in Lincoln City that shows a bunch of old movies.
Cool.
It's a Japanese anime that came out in middle to I think it was 88.
Yeah,
but,
late
it's-
80s.
Yeah, it's the pretty much the cornerstone of.
Oh, the cartoon? I might have seen it then.
It's what made anime what it is today. It's
You haven't seen it, G-Webs?
I don't watch anime, but I think I may have seen that.
There's
I
a
don't,
link.
if I watched them, I've watched them in passing. You know what I mean? I don't keep track. It's like classical music to me. Oh, I acknowledge that's classical music, but I would never be able to tell you what hell I listen to.
I have to admit, this is really good science fiction. If you like science fiction, it's dated, but it's amazing. Fuck, man, I can't wait to see it in the theater.
I mean,
Well,
what's
here's my-
nice about it
me
is
Back when you had to still go to the store and get DVDs to watch, right? Then there was this one place. There was like stupid places that were like whatever, like nationwide. I think it was after whenever Blockbuster and the other one took over, and then there was like all the little ones were gone. So there was this one little one that had nothing but kung fu and those Japanese movies, cartoons.
Right.
So I seen one that basically was like, wow, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Like, it was just really cool, like, say, science fiction, because I admit you can do awesome stuff in cartoons that you can't do in real life, paying for it. And I was like, okay, I can't ever watch this shit because I would turn into a person that watches this shit constantly. So I just made a point of not discovering all kinds of cool shit, because obviously there's enough of it out there.
Oh, man, I guess.
So I never got into it, I guess, intentionally.
This one right here.
I was going to say.
Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Akira was made when they still did frame per frame, the drawing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're
It's not
watching,
like a vampire and shit, is it?
no. Well, it's psychokinetic. Yeah, he's got telekinetic powers and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like cyberpunk meets I don't even know.
But when
Like
they're
very-
doing the motorcycle races through Neo Tokyo,
I think
you
I
actually
did see that one.
you actually see like their brake lights, streaming all through
Right.
the roads, and
Kinda like
that
Tron.
Right, and doing that just from frame to frame to frame. I mean, it was all cutting edge back in the day.
This
How many times do they milk a squid?
what?
That ain't right. Funny,
I don't know.
but that ain't right.
But
You saw
Kira,
that video? Because
Akira and Ghost in the Shell are like amazing science fiction. Like,
Yeah.
and Ghost in the Shell is just cool. If you like guns, it's just cool. You know, it's
Yeah.
got so many weird like science fiction guns, but they're ultra realistic. This one that I just linked, that second link, Jinron, is like a alternate future where Germany won World War II, and basically all it's a Japan that's heavily influenced by German rule, because I guess Germany also took over Japan, and it's a lot of German. There's a lot of World War II weapons in it, and they're all like super realistic in their.
that's the Ghost in the Shell one?
No, that's the second link.
Oh.
I put in it's Jinron. There's a lot of basically animated Japanese gun porn. If you super ultra realistic, it's pretty good.
I like the there's like a Matrix thing that I forget which one it goes between, but it's that
Animatrix.
cartoon. Yeah, where there's like 6 cartoons or something. I liked all of those. Those were pretty good. Those were probably like generic versions of that kind of stuff.
You can watch there's a trailer for you can follow the link on IMDb and there's a trailer. If you're
Not to change the subject, but what is that search engine for finding guns for sale online?
Gunbroker?
No, there's a. You've seen AmmoSeek and GunBot. There's one for guns, and I can't remember.
Oh,
the name
no,
of
I
it.
don't. Sorry, I don't pay attention to those too much. I guess.
Oh.
I don't have them
Okay.
saved or anything. I think I know what you're talking about, like Gunfinder or some shit, where
Oh,
people
Finder,
can
thank you.
it'll tell you like all the sales everywhere, or it's an accumulator or whatever they call those.
Right. No, that's not it.
I knew the guy that built one of them. I don't know. I think it's probably still around. But I can remember when I was still coding and stuff, and he was building it, and it was like, hey, I'm going to do one where I track all the ammo and whatever, and I'm going to let people put their ammo in. And it was like, oh, that's cool. And I helped him a little bit with some basic ass shit back in the day, and then he was not a dumb guy, so he picked it up pretty quick and kept going. And then, you know, I have 1 million hours in the water, so I didn't really pay attention. And I went back and looked, and I'm like, dang, that's like a big. I forget which one it was now. It was mostly ammo, and it had expanded into guns and stuff by the time I found it again. And it took me a minute to figure it out, and I found the like little tiny ass old piece that we had built, and I'm like, oh shit, this is the same place.
So GunBot probably, because AmmoSeek is the other big one. I'm assuming.
Oh, I don't remember now. It was something ammo though, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was AmmoSeek.
Firearms Locator? That can't be right.
No, but there's a lot of them now. This was 04-ish type that he was putting
okay.
it together.
No worries.
So I did that Kickstarter thing, right? For the cards, and then some guy's like sends me a message, and he's all, "Hey, that was a great idea. I made an app that does all that." I'm like, "Hey, thanks." Like I kind of wanted to do that.
Make an app that has all the like a Jane's.
Like here I am collecting a silhouette of every fucking variety of AK, and I am not gonna do anything else digitally with the digital images. Like, thanks, guy. I guess I should have not. I should have more shit together before I posted it. I mean, I don't think he's making a fortune with it. I don't know how many people are going to give a shit about it, but I kind of figured once I got them all done, I could do something with it to make it fun to play with on the phone.
Apps are boring.
Well, but not if it's. Me and well, I'm not going to talk about it live, but yeah, I've got some ideas on how to make them not so boring. Just play a little game with.
That's cool.
Well, make it not so live. I want to hear.
Hey, I've been meaning to ask.
You can't read the side though, huh?
Do you still have the patches for sale?
Yeah, I put them on Gunbroker, or not Gunbroker, what the fuck's it called? eBay for this
Alright.
month because of the Green Beret Foundation, because of the anniversary. So I'm building another cart, and that's not my top priority right now. So whenever the cart gets built, they'll be up for sale again. But until then, I threw like, I think 30 of each or something,
Okay.
like
I'll
up on
look there.
eBay. And then like $1.20 out of each patch goes to the Green Beret Foundation this month for
Awesome.
62nd anniversary or whatever.
I'll buy
Green Beret's getting no love. Not enough love.
Okay. Now I can see the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Did you you probably already heard Delta snatched up that asshole that was a ringleader for Benghazi, right? Or whatever the equivalent of Delta is now, snatched him up.
Oh, you mean they were the people in that helicopter?
I didn't read there were no details. Basically, the guy that was the ringleader of Benghazi.
Oh, Benghazi. I thought you were talking about the prisoner exchange, like
No,
the people in the helicopter.
he got they snatched him. Delta snatched him
Well,
off.
I'll tell you what our president and, you know, the freaking ultimate person in charge of our military, I can tell you what he said, because I heard him say it on the fucking radio, and he said our special forces went in and blah, 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 blah. And as soon as he said that, I'm like, bullshit, dude. I'll bet you it wasn't even an A-team. I'll bet you it was just some, like, Delta Force whose job is to do that kind of shit. Or SEALs, perhaps. So what the fuck? Our president doesn't even know how to address his own units? Fucking asshole.
No, he doesn't. They don't.
But yeah, me and Marco were talking about it earlier, and I wanted to do something more with them. So imagine, like, you know how that game works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, everybody knows that from kids. Then, you know,
Right.
like, you throw it down, and then, like, if it's the same caliber, you can switch countries, or if it's the same country, you can switch caliber. So I'm thinking there might be a way to throw that kind of game down so that you can play another kind of game with the cards. And hopefully I won't even have to change them too much, but if I have to change them or something, the artwork's still in place, so.
Does that have Kickstarter use PayPal?
No, it uses fucking Amazon payments, which is annoying. But I found out, you know who Forgotten Weapons is, the channel?
I think I've heard of them.
He's a pretty cool channel. He's here out of Tucson. He's like a dude with long hair, long, like, hippie hair or biker hair or whatever, and then he shoots like all kinds of crazy guns, like
I'm
old
sure
weird
I've
guns.
seen his channel.
Oh, you're talking about Forgotten Weapons?
Yeah.
That
So
guy's awesome.
he posted a video today saying that he's doing a thing on another place, Indiegogo.
Yeah.
Right? And on Indiegogo, it's like Kickstarter, except it's different. And anyway, so he posted a thing, and I posted a video to promote his thing.
I also posted it in gun channels too.
Just subscribe to him.
But
You're
over
not
on the
so-
one he's using, you can use. I'm liking that Indiegogo that he's using because when I started looking around at it, it's two things. One, you can use anything, so you can use whatever credit card or PayPal instead of just Amazon payments. And I'm not even sure. From what it sounds like, people have had hassles with Amazon payments even. So if you're not, I thought it was just like going to Amazon for people. But if it's like a separate thing they got to sign up for and it's confusing, well, then that's a hindrance, in my opinion. So on that Indiegogo side, you can use PayPal, which is everybody's got, or just a regular credit card. So I like that concept. But on the other side, you can do all or nothing like Kickstarter is, or you can do it where, like, I'd like to get whatever X amount of dollars, but if I don't, it doesn't matter because as soon as you give me $2, I got your $2.
Yeah.
So for something like, he's doing it for cameras. So he figured out he needed 7,500 to get all the cameras he wants. But the way he has it set up, I think, let's say he gets, he's asking for 7,500. Let's say he gets 2,000. Well, that's enough to buy a digital camera, and he buys a digital camera because he doesn't have to wait till the end and then not get it. He just gets it, as it goes. And I think for something like what Haas is doing, have you guys seen Haas's deal for doing his road trip and meeting all the militia people and stuff?
Yeah, I did see that.
So for like his,
$20 over Facebook.
on Facebook or on Kickstarter?
Well, through PayPal. I messaged him through Facebook. Say, hey man, Put your PayPal. I'll give you $20 for gas.
Oh, okay. He actually needs help on the Kickstarter side because, you know, the more people that sign up, the more momentum it looks like he has, kind of thing. So, anyway, here nor there. But basically, I would think for a trip, that other concept, you know, all or nothing is great for something like what I'm doing. You know, it's going to cost me $8,000 to buy those fucking cards, and then it's going to cost, you know, do the math. If 1,000 people buy a deck of cards, I'm going to need to take 1,000 times $4.80 to be able to ship them, right? So that's $4,800 in shipping if 1,000 people buy cards. But if only 500 people need shipping, okay, now I might actually make $1. So, you know, it's too variable when you've got a fixed amount of stuff you got to buy. Like a movie, I can be like, hey, I'd like to make a movie, and if I get this much, it'll be this long a movie. If I get this much, then I can afford the rights to do this part of the movie. You know how that is? You know, so yeah. I like the concept of that Indiegogo for stuff, especially for people on YouTube where who the hell knows how many people are going to be interested in watching somebody do something. But for like that Forgotten Weapons guy, I mean, you'd be crazy to not want to see that guy have the best camera possible because he has access to fucking awesome guns. And he's willing to share them with everybody. So why not throw him $2 and then actually have the kind of content we want on YouTube for $2? I mean, that's awesome.
It's like PBS for guns.
Seriously, except that, yeah, instead of like PBS where we extort money from the government and then show you what the fuck we want. It's like PBS, except now you pay for the actual programming you want to see, you know? I guess they kind of did that on PBS too. But you couldn't throw money at like just Sesame Street, I don't think, could you? And maybe you could. I guess I never really donated to PBS.
I like Nova. I'm sorry. I love Nova. I think it's a great.
I donate, I don't know, $10 to $50 a year to Radiolab, which is just one show on their radio.
Yeah. Yeah, you can donate.
But I really enjoy their content, so.
I like American Experience, and I like Nova.
PBS. I used to like those shows. I used to like a lot of PBS shows, actually.
Yeah. I think it's on at 1
we used to watch them in school.
But on the other hand, I don't like how Sesame Street is marketed to like all kinds of garbage for little toys and shit for little kids and all kinds of learning aids and this and that. Yeah, and then they still need subsidies from the government. Like, come on, you're freaking Barney doesn't need subsidies. You don't need subsidies.
You think it would be the other way around? I think they could put money back.
To be a dick, but they don't get as much money as you think as they do to get from the government.
No, I know, but that's the thing. They don't need it. Sesame Street don't, at least. And if there is something like Nova that's, you know, not got the audience, or worse, like Masterpiece Theater, one of those things that half the people don't give a shit about. But I can understand why that existing would be better for society than it not existing. Well, then, okay, here's some money. But all I'm saying
basically what the government pays for their licensing for all their channels.
I hear you.
That's about it.
Well, back in the day, they offered an actual alternative. Right. And that's all I'm saying. Is that anyway? I'm not bitching at people that want to donate. I'm just saying. I was just trying to use that example that you can go after a particular show that you want to see or a particular producer. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, you could donate to the show. At least you could earmark it for the show, or at least let them know I'm doing it because of this show, so the show would get credit for bringing you in.
Right.
Dude, the joy of painting of Bob Ross. Anybody old enough here remember that?
I used to watch the shit out of that show.
That guy, I was hypnotized and watching that guy paint a painting.
My ex-wife's grandmother actually took classes with him.
Cool.
And learned how to paint. I've actually got 2 or 3 of the ex's grandmother's paintings here.
So, G-Webs, what's the difference between just 3 ID packs or 3 early birds?
The price. I think they did the early birds at like $8, and then the early birds at $9, and then the normal ones at $10. Or did I do 9, 10, and 11? Or something?
There's 27, and then the 30 pledge. What's the difference between an early bird pack and regular 3 packs?
All it was the price. I didn't do anything else.
Oh, okay.
Forgotten Weapons is well past halfway on his what he needs to fund.
That's awesome, and it's like the first day. That's sweet. And see, I love that because I think that's encouraging for somebody who's like, I don't know, somebody out there who has access to something awesome, but just doesn't feel like they, can do it justice or something. Anyway, I think that's cool.
Yeah.
That's why I was doing a screen share. As long as there's people watching, I might as well throw your
Thanks, appreciate it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Throw your
Yeah.
Kickstarter out
Although
there.
I suspect if any son of a bitch is listening to us at 4 o'clock in the morning, they probably know what we're doing.
Actually, from looking at
But actually, this is on your channel, not on Gun
Yeah.
Channels or whatever.
It's on gun channels.
Well, no, but we're having internet stuff, so he's running the actual chat. We're just posting it on Gun Channels. It's not on the
Right.
Gun Channels channel.
and on the Google side, you know, I've got 14 people watching on the Google side, and the majority of them are from overseas. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's cool. Order a
I
pair.
never think about that, but yeah, this is like probably evening somewhere.
It is noon in England right now.
Everybody order a pack of AK-47 playing cards. And donate to Forgotten Weapons on Indiegogo.
Yep. Yeah, I've got a person from England.
Sign up.
This one doesn't say. I can't read that. That's all Arabic.
Okay, dumb question. Who owns Kickstarter?
That's a good question. I don't know if they really say.
Well, because I don't know that I want to have another email blasting me.
Well, I don't know. For me, I don't get anything except for all the alerts and shit, which I would get because I've got an active thing going.
Oh, okay.
So I can't tell you. I can tell you that I notice there's a lot of people that participate in Kickstarter as like a social network. You know, that there's people that have, I'll look at them and they've backed hundreds of projects. So it can't be, you know, they can't spam to the point of driving people away.
I'd rather PayPal you $30 than to frickin' deal with
Oh, well, the
another-
problem is for this, though, is, and that's a limitation for sure, I totally understand. Don't worry about it. But if it doesn't throw it onto the pile, then it doesn't throw it on the pile.
That's true.
Because I need to this pile, for this particular project, you know, I just can't do it without buying the quantity or whatever, the minimum order.
Right.
But I was thinking about that, and I suppose if someone were to throw a bunch of money at me, why can't I just fund it, buy a level myself, I suppose. But I don't know. I mean, I'm sure people that are like, you know, their parents are like, oh, you need a little kickstart, you know, you need a little help with that. I'll donate, you know, money or whatever. Like, I'm sure that happens.
Yeah, we've got somebody from Bangladesh, the Philippines, France. So yeah, we're getting quite a few people watching.
Well, Kickstarter is real time, so I've noticed that if I'm sitting there watching it, it would just flip to 198. You know,
Cool.
if somebody came on, because I'll refresh it, and one time I was noticing, oh, I don't need to refresh it. It just happens.
Well, I think tomorrow, I'm too tired to deal with this shit now, but tomorrow I'm gonna donate to Forgotten Weapons and order a couple packs of your cards because
I need to change my order. I want to change it from the 3 to the $100 12 pack.
Crazy. I already got 4 over there. I mean, I appreciate it, but I don't want you to, you know, break the bank or anything.
Which one's the 3?
If I wasn't about to buy, 4 cases of ammo, I would have extra money to give you.
Which one is the 3
Well,
pack?
and there's a 1, a 2, and a 3, and then I think I did early birds for the 1 and the 2, maybe? I don't remember. I tried to, I don't know, I guess I thought the early bird things would be like an incentive for people to want to jump in. You know, wouldn't you?
The
And then nobody
twos were
picked
already
them.
taken, I think, is what it was. I just had
See,
it up.
there's 24.
But
One
I
pack.
think I made it too complicated. I probably should have had like 1 early bird and then just plain old 1, 2, or 3, and then international 1, 2, or 3, and then done.
So $9.
See, the 2 pack early birds are gone. There's
So the
70 some 3 pack early birds are still left.
So these cards will be playing cards as well as ID. They're both, right? You're not just
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. because when you're I've seen,
I made a longer video because when I said something about it, people were like, "Oh, these are playing cards." I'm like, "Oh, damn it, people didn't realize that." Like, I've been working on these for 2 years. Why the hell don't you understand? So I made like a really longer, well, like 10 minutes. It seems like it's forever. Where I go in there and blab about them more.
There's the deck of playing cards, and then there's the deck of ID cards. That's where I was.
I own both. Yeah, exactly. And some of them are just plain ID cards.
I still have my fucking Al Qaeda Taliban cards from fucking.
I never got one of those. I've seen them, but I never.
Yeah, I've got a pack of them.
How much was your demo deck?
About 30 something bucks. Whatever. 30, maybe it was 29, and then shipping.
Ouch.
Well, it's not that bad. I mean, for a one-off thing, but well, obviously, there's no way possible to sell them at low quantity. I forget how many. You pretty much have to get into the hundreds of decks to get them down to like, reasonable, like $10 or something, and even then, by the time you get them shipped to you, you got to throw something on the $10, right? They distribute the shipping costs, and that's not going to be too much because you get them all at once. But there's something. Then when you send them out, I figure 480 is like that little anything box, right? The smaller of the fixed boxes or whatever, so that's like a fixed price I can just use. And I mean, 1, 2, or 3 packs would fit in there. So I figured that was a good place to go with a shipping price. So anyway, if you go a couple of hundred, quantity, you're still dealing with a couple of $104 or $5 to throw out there. So now, now you're talking whatever, $15 plus a couple of 9 or 10, you're up to $20 almost for a deck. And then, I guess I could do it for the goodness of, goodwill or whatever, but I kind of want to make a couple of bucks. So, you'd put $2 on each one, and now I made if I sold 100, I made $400.
Right.
Or $200. So, I don't know. It gets pretty tough, and then I have to feel like I built a bunch of Chinese decks. I don't really. I'm not interested in building more trash. I'd like to build something that's worthwhile.
You know when something. How do I explain this? I don't even know the words. You know how they come in like a box that, well, when you get a pack of you get a carton of cards, they come in a box that you can like open up, and like, so when somebody's at a retail place can just open it up and put it on the shelf.
Oh, you mean like trading cards?
Well, no, or yeah, like trading cards. Playing cards come in the same thing. They come in like a box, and you open up the top, and then you have like a way to sell them. Like you can put it on the counter. Have you thought about having like some way that like you could?
Well, Bicycle didn't have any of that in there. Like they send me, I don't know. Once they figure out you're legit or whatever, and it took them a while to figure out that I actually gave a damn because I had to bug them to get the information because I guess they probably get annoyed by people. But anyway, by the time they actually acknowledged that I was really interested, they sent me 12 PDFs or something of all the rules and layouts and options and shit, and probably 4 of them had nothing to do with me, like shirts and crap I didn't care about. And then I didn't see anything in there that was that particular box. There's all kinds of other options, like making velvet on the box or like gold and sparkly shit. And if you were like being really artistic, you could do all kinds of crazy shit to the box. Well, but I didn't see anything for like a 12-pack or a 10-pack.
Yeah, it's a box to hold the boxes, basically.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't know if they didn't do it for resale. I guess they did it for just quantity.
It seems to me like this, like what you have here with these cards, like it's like you could go to a gun store and be, well, not maybe personally, but they could be sold to gun stores, and it'd be like something they could have by the register, like.
Well, yeah, that's why when people suggested the 100-pack, I had debated that. But Kickstarter, I don't know if I should talk about this live. Kickstarter says you can't. One of their rules, they have very few rules, but one of them is, and they bring it up a lot, so they must enforce the rule. One of the rules is you can't have more than quantity of 10 or more items as a reward. So a deck of cards obviously is one deck, but I was like, shit, 12 cards, like that's 2 more than you're allowed to do. But then I looked around and there's like fewer Kickstarter projects that didn't offer it than did offer it. So when somebody asked me for it, I was like, all right, that's it. I wasn't going to just be like, hey, I'm sure people are going to want to buy $100 worth of this shit at once, so I didn't even put it on there. And then somebody's like, hey, will you put the $100 one on there? Or would you put one on there for 12 at a time? So I was like, hell yeah. And now there's 4 people already. So I'm hoping that, yeah, gun shops will see that and go, or maybe even people that go to gun shows, you know, have tables at a gun show.
On a table.
Yeah, and they're going to go, oh shit, those things are, I think they're, what are they, $8? Whatever, yeah, it's $8 when you divide 12 by 10, right? So they're $8 a deck shipped to them. Even if they sold them at $12, that's 50% markup. If they sell them for $20, they're making more than 100% markup, right?
You have to admit, if you were at a gun store and you're like at the register and you like look down or like next to the register, there's this thing of.
Well, what I would do is, yeah, I would have 2 old guys sitting on a barrel with a glass table and tell them, here's some coffee, play cards. And then, yeah, they buy those things for $8 and sell them for 20. They'll get rich off of me. And I'll be happy because my cards will get made.
Especially at gun shows where you have that big, you know, those tables with all the weird, like, little accoutrements and weird stuff. If one of those things, like, you know, the big stacks of all the old manuals, and here's, like, a bunch of AK-47 ID/playing cards, like, those would, I know those would sell. Like, I told my friend about what you're doing, and he wanted me to. He said he'd pay me back if I ordered a 3-pack, and I gave him one of the decks, so I have to order a 3-pack.
Sweet. Well, I kind of figured that might happen too, so I wanted to keep them. Like I say, I could have gone with the $20 item option, and tried to figure it out and do less, you know, so that I would have been done already.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know how many people. You look at Kickstarter, and I mean, there's many successful ones, but you can't assume you're going to be successful, so you have to look at the unsuccessful ones too. And they go from like 19 backers to 800 fucking backers, so it's like, oh shit, how the hell do you know how many people are going to be interested in these things? So I knew that by looking at how many of them went up way over hundreds and hundreds of people buying them, I got to figure there must be people out there that are just like into playing cards the same way I'm into freaking little revolvers or whatever. So I started looking around, and sure enough, there's like, well, I don't know, 5 or 6 forums dedicated to collecting playing cards. And not just magicians and shit, just like people that like playing cards, I guess.
There's probably guys that collect the visual recognition card, the military ones too.
Well, that's the thing. I looked all around those different forums thinking, hell yeah, I'm going to go find those people and let them know. And basically, there was one mention of it, like somebody took the initiative and posted my Kickstarter thing on one of those forums. I linked to it in the description of the Kickstarter thing. And if you look at that, it's like the first guy who's like one of the forum people, he goes, hey, here's a cool new idea. And then the next guy's like, I guess everybody has their opinion of cool. And the next guy's like, I guess somebody in the Air Force would like this, question mark, like frowny face, like, what the fuck? And then somebody else is like, I guess to each his own, but fuck him, or something like that. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess these people aren't interested. But
every one of those people has a follower, and how many people are going to read that? So
potentially. But the thing is, I looked around the forum, and I didn't find anything about any kind of like decks that do anything except have different artwork on them. Like, they're all just different artwork. So I suspect it's more of a just maybe magicians, or I don't know. There's people, I've seen people on YouTube that do all kinds of crazy things like with decks, like just playing games with them and stuff. So I don't know. There's just maybe people that play poker that just like to have them the same way that people have a lot of poker. I don't know, a lot of cigar lighters if they like to smoke cigars. I don't know. I like to say there's fucking 350 million people in this country alone. Who knows what they fucking are gonna like? All I need to find is about 13,000 or what, 1,300 even that think it's worth $10.
I have a deck of cards in every car, in every whatever pack. Just, you know, if you get stuck in the middle of nowhere, you can always at least play solitaire.
Well, and that's sort of the thing I thought about is I like to have in my survival kits or whatever you call that, same thing I guess, same concept. Yeah, a deck of cards, because you can go mind-numbingly bored waiting for shit, and you want to keep your mind. Yeah, I bet that hurt. Fuck ass, get down.
I don't know if I want to fund your Indiegogo or your.
It was like I've been watching him for half an hour climb precariously up this thing until he figured out what I was looking at, and then he fell all the way down off of it. But anyway,
attacked the cat.
Yeah, fucking asshole cat, more like it. He didn't hurt anything, but he finally he figured out he couldn't balance on top of one of those spray cans of like sunburn or sun. What is that called? Sun repellent. Anyway,
Sunscreen.
sunscreen. He was literally a whole big ass cat balanced on the head. You know, like those things look kind of like a, I don't know, they're like a long tube, you know, like hairspray or something. And he was like balanced with his two back ass feet, balancing on a thing of sunscreen, with his fucking paws way up where he shouldn't be. And then he fell like off of that, which was on a cabinet, onto the ground.
I'm laughing at your
Not
choice
even
of curse
phased.
words. That's the.
Yeah, you woke me up.
Fuck
like-
ass. Wow, I've never heard that combination. But
Felt like I was in the army again at first. It's like, whoa. Snap to attention.
I'm gonna have to use that somewhere.
Well, anyway, I like the idea of having decks of cards in my stuff because I've been stuck places that were like in the middle of nowhere. So I figured, having a deck of my ultimate deck of cards, I won't even tell you about because I'm still saving that one. I want to see if this one works or not. But I think from my interest, you can tell what kind of stuff I'd want to put on a deck of cards. But I've got ideas, and I figured I needed to start somewhere, and this is the place to start. But anyway, I got the same kind of thoughts in my head that if I was stuck somewhere and I was literally trying to keep my mind off of whatever horrible thing it was that I was not, trying to think about, then, having more and more and more stuff on that card to think about would be the way to go. Or if it's like any extended amount of time and you got kids, like I was telling you, I don't know why I was trying to keep that secret, but, trying to do like an Uno game out of it, a different way to play with the cards. Oh yeah, definitely that. But more than just that stuff, more than just guns too. No, but definitely. I mean, yes, there's more than 54 of them, so that would be like a whole couple of decks. I just think it's neat as far as like an alternative to a guide, like a collector's guide.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you know what? You guys are old enough to remember when we were growing up, those fucking cards you could buy off a TV or whatever.
Yeah, I still have a deck of them with the guns on them.
No. Well, I don't know about that. I was thinking of you sign up now and you get like sharks, and then if you continue on, you'll get whales, and you continue on, you get squids and stuff.
They made one with guns. I still have it.
Oh,
I still
really?
have one. Yeah.
Oh, I never seen the gun ones.
I'm
thinking of like, whatever it was, and I was like always fascinated. I thought that was it's sort of like flashcards, it's like a way to absorb it because you can hold it in your hand and flip it around, and heck, if they would have made those into playing cards, we would have probably known way more about whales and stuff than we did.
Right.
Oh, there's I don't know where I put it.
But I want to do a bunch of Spanish ones, so like, Spanish language, learn that. I've got all kinds of ideas. But like I said, I need to kind of get the wheels greased. I don't know if it's possible that once I get a thing going with bicycle, like maybe I can get the minimum order down, like once they figure out I know what I'm doing. But like I said, you can't put the cart before the horse. Got to do one first.
It doesn't really have a name on them. They're like larger than they're about the size of a, what are those?
Flash.
Like a recipe card.
Yeah. Those flashcards, and they're all guns. On the front, it's kind of like what you have, but huge. They're big, and then they have shotguns and handguns and all kinds of weird shit. So Ruger Mark 1, random VZ or VIS 35, Holt AR-15. Yeah. I don't know where I got them, but I have had them
do
forever.
the unlicensed version with the CALT, Cult AR-15, and the AB-47, so I don't get sued by anybody.
Yeah. National Firearms Museum Collection. Oh, no, that's where the photos are.
Well, that sounds like the NRA might have produced them or something then.
Yeah. They're pretty cool.
So, should everybody be paying rights to the AR-15? Because that means Armalite rifle. Does that mean Armalite's going to get a nickel every time somebody says it?
I don't know.
Alright, gentlemen, I'm about to freaking fall over, and I gotta get up. So, it was fun while it lasted. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Okay, man. Have a good one.
I'm surprised this thing's still going. What time did you start it?
Later, bro.
11:30. It's actually gave me the warning just a little bit ago about 30, for the 30-minute mark.
Dang. Well, thanks for running the lobby. I'm gonna get going.
No problem.
All my shit downloaded. We've just been bullshitting.
Yeah, I'm on vacation all week, so if you need me again, I'll definitely be
Oh,
here.
that's awesome. Yeah, basically they told me, like, okay, well, I guess what? You got a limit on your amount of bandwidth, and you reached it already. So I'm on thin ice as it is just using the internet. And I don't know when the billing date is, so I don't know, how much yet there is to go.
Was it your ISP or?
Well, just the pipe. So it's something that I don't normally pay bandwidth on. So anyway, we just have to get it on Ralph's. It's just that he's not at home right now, so he has to wait until he gets back to turn on the bullshit or whatever, or get somebody to his office to turn on the stuff. So
Okay.
it's just a matter of having a computer turned on that we can get access to so that we can run the chat there.
Yeah, that's no problem.
But anyway, so yeah, I appreciate it. It might be another day or so. I don't know when he's coming back.
Is guns? I thought the gun sites was or gun the channels was run on its own server.
Well, the website is, but when we run the chats, the only thing we've come up with is to have a machine running that's logged into the YouTube account that then initiates the Hangout that we can refer to. So it's basically just a machine running the browser window. It's just that I don't know how to run a browser window on a server. I mean, obviously there's a way to do it, but there's not ways to do it where you just log in and operate a remote machine, At least we don't do it on our server for that. We just do. He has a machine that's basically, virtual machine that we turn on and run it on. I don't know. Maybe we could explore that on the website server, but I suspect we run into the same problem if that machine becomes a bandwidth hog. Right. Yeah, exactly. And right now we're not paying for the bandwidth there. We pay for a supplemental thing that runs the chat bandwidth. I don't know. Maybe it's just a matter of how much time we've spent into exploring it minus what worked. And right now what worked is just running a laptop at my server pile. And then, like I say, now they're like, hey, guess what? If you're going to run a fucking laptop 24/7, you get to pay for it.
Ouch. I get that warning on my phone a lot. But
yeah, exactly, and I'm not used to it. It happened in November or something when we first started it. So it's not like it's all the time, but I've just been hosting them more often than not, I guess, lately. So anyway, we just appreciate it because then that way, till he gets back, we still have a lobby going, so it works out.
Yep, that's no problem. Yeah. Well, we're all part of the gun channels anyway.
The thing is, on my phone is I have unlimited, but it still warns me when I go over 5 gigs. I don't know.
Well, I'm sure that if it's Verizon, they're just not acknowledging that all those people with the grandfathered thing.
No, it's AT&T. But what happens is they reduce by instead of getting the LTE.
They throttle it down.
Right. So.
I've heard that's what they do for iPhones and stuff.
Yep.
I thought they got somebody got in trouble for that.
They can't not give me the data. They just don't have to give it to me on the big pipeline.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still there. It's just that you don't get all of it as fast as you want.
Basically, a full signal LTE is kind of like Wi-Fi. It's pretty quick.
Right.
But
I'm pretty sure they're going to take all those drones and repurpose them to giant Wi-Fi antennas flying up where we don't have to spend a lot of gas on them.
I'm literally right next to the airport, and I know when evenings hit. Because you can tell when the planes stop coming in, because I all of a sudden don't have bounce, or like if I'm listening to you guys on the chats, it all of a sudden it doesn't lag at all as soon as the planes stop coming in. It's kind of funny.
Like when they stop using the bandwidth, all of a sudden it's there.
Yeah, because when you get off a plane, the first thing you do is you turn on your cell phone and you call whoever you gotta do, whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you. I thought you were talking about the planes. Yeah, all the people in there. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, like around 10 o'clock or 10 p.m. or so, the usage speeds up for me. Because I stop using it. Anywho.
Hi guys, good chatting with you. I will talk to you tomorrow, probably.
Yep, I'll be here. Have a good one, guys.
Yep. See, I'm on here twice.
Yeah. You're probably still logged in on your phone.
Well, that's what I'm talking on. Because I don't have I just got home from work and I'm not putting my nice headset on my head. I'm a garbage truck mechanic.
Okay.
I got an old, just regular headset for a phone that I don't care if it gets dirty. So, it's all good.
Hey, man. Yeah, I figured I'd tell the 5 viewers there that this right here is showing part of the deck that he's doing a Kickstarter on. So if any of you guys in other countries want to get in on this deal, he does have international shipping. So just go to Kickstarter, look up the Kalashnikov identification playing cards.
So put a link in the on your video in the comments.
Actually, all you have to do is do a search. Just type in playing cards and Kalashnikov, and it'll pop it up.
People are lazy, my brother. Put it this way: instead of typing it, I went to G-Web's freaking YouTube page and found the video, and then clicked the link on the bottom of that video.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Copy link address.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and try to link that to this video. I had a hell of a time trying to start this
I put a link
thing. This is the first.
In Gun Channel, so you can just right-click it and copy.
Yeah, I had a heck of a time starting this. This is the first one I've ever run, so.
I don't know how to do it myself either.
But, yep, I'm probably going to hit the hay myself, so.
Or yeah, I forget.
Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost 8 in the morning, so.
Yeah. I need to go to bed myself.
Yep. Have a good one.
Later.